Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, All 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May, in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, All 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the West.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
Welcome back to CF West League. Today we're having a very special day, the second day of week number 3. Still in the first group stage. So 8 teams, 4 teams go to Elite League and the other 4 go to Contenders. And I'm gonna be your host for today, and by my side, the legend himself, Mr. Penguin. How are you doing, sir?
All good, all good. What about you?
having a wonderful night. It's pretty crowded, but at the same time, like loving to watch some really good CF. And speaking of watching good Crossfire across the 2 weeks, we've witnessed a lot of ups and downs for some teams, and we have seen some teams already collecting their slots, like of course Vitality. We're seeing unKnights, of course. At the same time, Team Anubis is struggling between trying to go to elite group, and at the same time he's currently at the contenders group, so a lot of hard trap for them. And at the same time, we're watching Team Nemesis being a bit shaky, but at the same time he managed to collect a lot of wins. So that's for the past 2 weeks. For yesterday, we had 3 best of 3s. 2 of them went 2-0. 3BL lost versus Anubis, and Anubis are like slowly trying to get back to challengers group or elite group, of course. And at the same time, we had a banger series later that the same night, a 3-gamer. And it felt like, yeah, you lost the second game, but at the last, it was just going one side.
Yeah, well, I believe
Eh.
that for Anubis. Oh, sorry. I believe that for Anubis
tell
and 3BL, Anubis, 3BL Swamp Gaming, I don't think there's a big difference for them to go into the elite group or the contender group, because if they go to the elite group, they're probably going to be facing a very strong teams, which they will struggle against if one of them went to the elite group. And honestly, I don't see Swamp Gaming or 3BL going to the elite group. It's only Anubis who has a chance. So even though if Anubis gets the chance to go to the elite group, I don't see a big difference, because they still, yes, they will lock in playoffs. But I believe that even when they go to the contender group, they'll still lock in the playoffs. So now is the matter of how you're going to be playing versus those teams, and you need to be watching those teams. So that's why I said that the mid-table fights is usually the best to watch, because we know that Vitality, whenever they are playing somebody, they have the upper hand. We know that LCK, whenever they're playing somebody besides Vitality, they have the upper hand, and same for Nemesis besides LCK and Vitality. So now is the fight of the middle group. So having these such fights is making Crossfire more intense and making it more interesting to watch.
Of course, it can be more interesting than today's match. And speaking of today's, we have the trivia of the day, which, like, my screen is pretty blurry, but like I believe we have a really good stuff been written here.
Yeah,
If you can read it,
it's because Kais, Josh, and Bekir, Horus, and Pietro. This is the 5 IGNs name based on their name in game, because Horus is Mahrous, Pietro is Petroniro.
Okay.
I hope I said it right. Guys, I'm not gonna say it because this is Chinese, so I ain't saying that. Josh is almost Joshua, and Beck is Bekir. So they named themselves based on their name on the real name. So
On
that's a
IRL.
good thing to watch. Yes.
Penguin. Oh, okay, like, yeah, you got nothing to do with that IRL. Like, you're Ahmed Mahmoud. It's a lot.
Yeah.
But, like, it got a lot to do for your personality. It feels like you're a short king. Like, you're a penguin yourself. Like, while you're walking, you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to them myself this back of the days when I used to play other games. So when I moved to Crossfire, I kind of use this name. So it's not like Horus. He chose Mahrous, which is close to Horus, because Horus is an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. So this is Horus Mahrous. So it was better for him to have such name. Yeah.
It worked both ways. Like, if you wanna go it as Horus, like the Egyptian god, or like you can go it with Mahrous, like you can use
Yes.
both of them as a reference. It
Yeah.
fits pretty well. And for now, we will go to the tournament overview and see our like how the tournament already. I believe like most of the viewers know how it goes. First phase, we have 8 teams in one group in a single round robin best of 3s. Then we go to phase 2. That's the thing that we were promoting, that you're going to elite group or contenders group. And once you finish the phase 2, we go to playoffs. Top 6 teams go for double elimination best of 5s, and I believe that's gonna be pretty interesting to watch. Not a lot of maps will be banned, and on the other side we'll see the full potential to most teams, and at the same time, like watching the prize pool, it's always going bigger and bigger. 228,000 US dollars. Like that's something you hope that you were part of it. It's pretty huge, and for like I would say a veteran, Penguin, like, would you prefer to get back into action, get into some Crossfire and play, or like you prefer to be on the analyst desk?
No, I would never go back to Crossfire and play Crossfire again competitively. This is something we're not gonna happen. Not gonna happen in this life. Maybe in another life I'll be doing it, but not not anymore. I don't have time for it. And Crossfire now is just shifted totally. The guys are now stronger, so I can't compete again versus very strong teams. I like being good done as this and just analyzing the new and good maps that we can see right now. The new Mexico, the addition of the new compound that we've seen last days, having such kind of new Eagle Eye, the reformed Eagle Eye. I'm looking forward for the new Black Widow as well, and Subbase 2.0, and especially also Ankara, because Ankara is totally different if you move it to Ankara 2.0. I'm just looking forward for all of these maps. I want to be seeing such change. This is good to watch, but not good to play.
Yeah. For you, like you would
For me,
rather
yeah.
trash talk players and like
Yeah.
pinpoint their their mistakes and their play style
Yes,
rather
yes.
than just like, yeah, I'm not gonna get back and compete versus those monsters. Like, I had my days. You had your run, which was a pretty incredible one. You won the title 3 times in a row, so that's something you gotta consider it. And considering winning the title, we have 8 teams are fighting for this battle: Vitality, Nemesis, Anubis, 3BL Galaxy, unKnights, Swamp Gaming, Imperium, and LCK. Those teams are well known and pretty well known in the league in the West. We have like some NA teams, of course, NA players, not mentioning the GOAT himself, Mr. Famous, the guy that runs down everybody and makes them look pretty weak. But like, guys, it's just Famous stuff, so like, don't take that personally. And speaking of that, on our standing right now, we have Team Vitality on top of the league, of course, 0 losses. And on the other side, we have Imperium, 0 wins. Like, they match the energy, and Imperium doesn't have more games. Like, they lost all 7. And after that, 3BL Swamp Gaming with both was 1 win. We have unKnights and Team Nemesis, both got 4 wins. But keep in mind, unKnights still got 1 more challenge, 1 more game to match Team Nemesis games. LCK 5-1 and Anubis 2-3. So, as you have said, the fight in the middle ground is pretty huge, and we have like pretty small advantages for some teams. And speaking of those advantages, if unKnights can beat Vitality today, that's gonna be the match of this week. They're gonna secure their place in the playoffs. And after that, we have Anubis versus Nemesis. So, like, we have a lot of scenarios. Those 2 games are pretty important. Watching, like, let's just like give this scenario. unKnights lose versus Team Vitality, which is something pretty close. Like, Vitality didn't lose yet, so that's something to consider. And at the same time, Anubis win versus Nemesis today. That's
As I said,
that's
it's
gonna be
gonna
up.
put, it's gonna put Anubis maybe on the elite group. But in my opinion, if Anubis goes to the elite group, they're just gonna lose all the power that they have, because they have a very minimal strats. They don't have the variety of strats like I'm talking about Vitality. Vitality is not doing any strats, by the way. Vitality is just going by experience, communication, and adaptation inside the game. That's how they play the group stage. That's why they're winning everybody. They are 5 experienced players. They've been playing together for like 2 years. The guys have been playing Crossfire for 10 years. I've been fighting for these guys since I was 16 years old. Now I'm almost 30. So these guys are just have a huge experience. So they have the guts to go and play with experience. This is the same for LCK. Exactly the same. These guys have been playing even before I existed on the competitive scene, and now they only go by communication, they only go by adaptation, so they are not losing anything. However, Anubis, if they go like this, they're not going to be winning that much because the guys are still new. The guys, they introduced 2 players into the new competitive scene. I'm talking about Muffin and Salty, so it's going to be very hard for them. unKnights, they are kind of good, they can do the same, but they will not be winning more. But they can do it. They have the experience to do it. So Anubis, if they go to the elite group, maybe it can be, yes, good for them for securing playoffs, which is good, and they need this. But they will struggle a bit in the elite group because they'll need to burn a lot of strategies that kinda can make them in a very tough way. However, unKnights that's going to be playing today, they all struggled versus Vitality, and the last win for unKnights was on the 3rd week on 2025 season 1 in West League, so which is almost 1 year ago. So now they want to be proving, but the reformed unKnights is talking about here, which is addition of Famous, addition of Snox, the comeback of HDZ under the lead of Petro with the veteran and the new prodigy of the Portuguese prodigy, which is LSY. These additions, they're looking here to beat Vitality. As I said, because Vitality, I'm not saying that they are practicing maps, they are not doing anything that they want to show on the playoffs, and this is normal. So that's why I usually say that phase 1 is only an information collecting phase. You gotta be collecting information on the enemy team. You gotta be also collecting information on yourself, how the enemy teams play, how do you play, what maps do you prefer, what maps do you do not prefer. On phase 2 is the real test. Playoffs is the full power game. So you can see Imperium, not talking about Imperium, you can see Swamp Gaming and 3BL. They can be struggling so hard, especially 3BL.
Of course.
Okay, but then when it comes to phase 2, they need to show the real performance. And when if they went to the playoffs, then they will show another level. Same for Anubis. You are seeing them a bit struggling, but they can show better on the next stage. That's why I'm saying the teams that have coaches and full 5 nationalities, the same nationalities, they will perform better on phase 2 and playoffs. I'm talking about Anubis, I'm talking about 3BL especially, because those 2 are fighting for the playoff standings and the league groups, also the phase 2 standings.
So I'm gonna go back a little bit further through what you said, that Anubis going to the elite group is not gonna be good for them, since they are kinda needing, like they still need a lot of time to practice, and they don't have a lot of strats to bring to the table, so it's gonna be pretty hard for them.
No,
but at
not,
the same
not
time,
sorry, not a lot of stats they have. They would not love to show their stats.
oh, of course. Well, you
Yeah.
wanna save it for playoffs,
Yes,
for
yes,
the best
exactly.
of 5s, and you don't wanna show a lot of stuff what you're doing, since you still have a small pool of strats that you are working with, at least while you have 2 new
Yeah.
players, of course, to the esports scene, and at the same time you have a new formation for the team itself. So it's gonna be a pretty hard for them, of course, for Anubis. But let's just get back to our game today. So let's put Anubis aside and get back to Vitality versus unKnights. Like, I am very excited to unfold this series. And speaking of unfolding it, it looks like we all go by the same pick. It's Vitality, Vitality, Vitality all the way. Even though unKnights got famous, even though like unKnights got this amazing roster, the players that they're just reforming, as you have mentioned, the Portuguese prodigy, the players, you have experience, but overall, like, we all went for Vitality. I won't be mad if I saw unKnights won this series. I would love to see someone knock, of course, Vitality from the throne. And for this game, I really wanna cut through the strats itself and the map pool. Like, what maps do you think that unKnights will try to ban for Team Vitality?
Well, they'll try to, let's not say what maps try to ban, because they would have, if they can, they just ban 6 maps or maybe 5 maps. So we can say what maps would unKnights look to play in. And this is way better. The maps that they're looking to play in, which is going to be first Black Widow. They need to try to play Black Widow. Second, Compound, or New Compound. I'm talking about New Compound, because we've seen a very shaky performance coming out from Vitality on those 2 maps. And honestly, I put when on the first team, I put unKnights on tier B. In my opinion, now they are tier A. LCK is kind of moving to tier S, but still, I don't see them tier S any that much. Still, I want to be seeing them on the playoffs. Nemesis is still tier A. For me, Anubis goes to tier A as well. Now we're having tier C and D. So, unKnights, they're stepping up. They can win Vitality. That doesn't mean that Vitality is going to be just owning them. No, this is not going to happen. They can win if they choose the correct maps and they execute perfectly, because Vitality is now giving free snacks for everybody. They are going here. They are not showing everything. They are practicing what the weaknesses they have on the stages. Talking about communication, adaptation, because when you go play another regions, when you go play the Chinese regions, you just can't go and push while you're doing your strategy. That Chinese region, the Brazilian region, they'll not give you a space to hold on into the strategy. So what you need to do is you need to have a very good adaptation, quick adaptation, and fast communication between your teammates. And this is what they are practicing now to be able to perform on stage. Because what we need, why I was mad before watching, why I get mad because watching 3BL playing slow and Nemesis playing slow and Anubis as well playing slow, because they are good teams. I want to see these teams perform and one of them represent our region into the international stage. I want to see an aggressive CrossFire. I want to see teams trying to get control, trying to fight for areas, trying to communicate, trying to adapt. I don't want to see the very technical slow strategies, because this will not work 100% on stage. This is the words that Vitality players 100% know. LCK players also know. That's why sometimes we see LCK performing really well on the international stage, because the guys are playing very fast, very aggressive. So this is exactly why we are saying that they can. As we said, Ankara, Port, and New Mexico. I don't think it's the best map for unKnights. However, it's good for Vitality.
Yeah, for me it looks pretty weird that Team unKnights picked Ankara. At the same time, they banned some, like banning some base versus Vitality is like you open your book.
Yeah,
Vitality,
that's good. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Rule number one: ban sub base. That's something
Yes.
out of any equation, or like out of the questions. Yeah, at the
Yes,
same time,
exactly.
I see that new compound got banned. Like basically, they have two really good snipers, and their communication is on top of the
Yes,
roof. It feels like a Knights always play on communication. And at the same time, we go to the bans. They ban Black Widow and Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, of course, also comes from Team Vitality. They respect and acknowledge the fact that Team unKnights, they have good snipers, they have good riflers, and they have, and I don't think they have that really good synergy, but they are building it, and it's
Yes, yes.
rising over the roof across what's happening here. I love the fist bump, the high fives that's coming from Team Vitality. It looks like they're ready, and they are gonna show us a really good games. What do you think?
Yeah, Vitality is going to show us a roller coaster, the Vitality Classic roller coaster, because they banned Eagle Eye to play New Mexico, by the way. I know that, yes, you don't want to be playing Eagle Eye versus Pietro, but they want to be playing
don't
New
wanna
Mexico.
touch
It's,
it.
yeah, but it's the fact that they want to play New Mexico. No, if they want to play Eagle Eye versus them, they will beat them. But they want to play New Mexico. That's the circus. That's the Vitality's roller coaster that we are talking about. So we are expecting them to be having a good Ankara. Maybe probably they will struggle a bit on to Port because they're starting as a blacklist. And if it goes to New Mexico, that's the practice map that you want to do. And even though if they lost it, this is still not going to affect their position. They are still on phase 1. They secured everything. Phase 2, they will need to get the placement because they want to be bypassing and going into round 2. So this will have no jokes around and no circus around.
So that's be it. We have 3 maps and we're about to unfold the first one. unKnight versus Team Vitality. Who's gonna win and who's gonna need more time? And still a lot of questions for this series, but until we see you again, we'll head to our casters and see you after this game.
Yes, indeed. Looking forward to it, obviously, Nao. And welcome to the broadcast for the first time. It's been a little while since we got to work together. So we'll be jumping into another day of Crossfire together. And I think, we've got a good game specifically to start the day to kick things off here. unKnights and Vitality, 2 of the top dog teams in the West League. So it should be fun.
Yeah, it should be fun, right? I mean, this is kind of, I think as the death was building up, there is actually scope for upset here. Obviously, Vitality is generally the side that will always expect for them to be able to kind of take down anybody in the West. It's sort of been the running story for a good couple of seasons now, is that they actually can pretty comfortably go flawless all the way throughout, including the playoffs, if they want to. Sometimes I feel like they take their foot off the gas. They cannot fully respect the teams around them. They know they're the best, but they don't always play like the best, right? So I'm excited to see kind of how this one pans out. But I do think the scope for upset here, right? This first game of the day could be kind of interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I will say, though, unKnights, the loss that they had earlier on in this season to Nemesis is kind of weighing on my mind a little bit. They kind of struggled to get over the line at the back end of last week against Anubis as well. So it's not as if they've necessarily come out into this season and looked like a really, really strong team necessarily. I think they've done what they ought to have done. You know, they've performed to the level that they probably are expected to, but I don't think that they're, at this stage, a good enough team for me to really think that they're going to run away with a victory against Vitality, who certainly have been, once again, you know, the top dogs outside of maybe a little bit of a speed bump in a map or two throughout this season. I think they've dropped just the one map to Anubis, but we'll see how things do go tonight. We'll kick things off on Ankara, then we go on to Port, and if we need it, New Mexico as well. And so let's have a look and see how Vitality go about things with the initial entry appearing to be in through mid.
Yeah, and that's why it's lose his life. It's Horus and Snake on that swing to open up proceedings. A little bit of aggression trying to come through here from unKnights to gain some information, but not to be. You got Snox taking a bit of a look himself. Snare's there with the sniper waiting. The cheek will peek. That people are still dropping towards mid. It's Snare's going to open things up, and it gets worse. Retro also falls. And it feels like this round is falling apart for unKnights.
Yeah. Not a great start for them, although HDZ might be able to shift the needle a little bit, and we always like to see what Famous can get up to, particularly in these late rounds. He can be a bit of a menace, and he's actually in a position to really make a big difference. Horus has gone down on B, and Famous has quarter timing onto Snake, though that will allow the C4 to transition its way into A. And I think at this point, unKnights probably still considering the possibility this will be a B hit by the fact that Horus was spotted over there. So they do kind of hedge their bets in that direction and will allow the plant to go down for free. But they brought it back from a 4v2 to a 2-on-2.
Another question being, I don't know, it's actually properly recover this. Of course, they're going to give it a look in. Feels like Snare will be that first bit of contact, but a missed shot. Damage dealt, and actually, now into the 1v1. Slayer and HTZ trying to bail their respective teams out. It's a timing play. They're diving around the site. It's going to be close. I think he might just have enough time to get this round on the board. And it's close. There was 0.5 there. It's unKnights who walk away, but that is a bad round to throw away for Vitality.
Yeah, that will be considered a bit of a fumble, I would say, from Vitality's perspective. 2v4, you shouldn't be losing those, particularly as the team that is considered to be the top dogs in the region. But again, just one singular speed bump, so not the biggest of issues early on in the piece, but if it becomes a regular occurrence, I think it'll definitely be something we start to question for Vitality. Let's see how they negotiate the rest of this round. Snox will be deleted by Horus early on in the piece, and that mid control starting to look a little bit more tenuous now. It's really on the shoulders of LSY, who can only get himself that 1-for-1.
Totson holding for aggression. It's Famous in towards the vent, but he's just poking his head round and he'll lose his life. Famous overly aggressive there, and down he goes. But again, we've already seen unKnights somehow recover around from this sort of spot. It's damning that it's consistent they've gone down 2-4, but they can still pull it back just like this. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Plant's going to go down. I mean, it would be only fair if Vitality were able to find themselves a 2v2 win if unKnights get theirs.
Snake, hold above the box. Wait for the swing. The spot ahead. Spam lines them up as well. And Snake sees it off. So That time, they do convert. Again, you know, there's two different sides of being worried. The early round for unKnights is not super strong, and the late round for Vitality is a little concerning thus far. The fact that they're allowing unKnights back in towards what feels like they should be clear and sorted.
Another potential A hit brewing here for Vitality. Got a couple of players getting some presence outside of that site.
Not a huge amount on offer in this early round. Very slow builder, but grouping together. Pietro's probably going to be this first fight here. Depends how aggro he wants to be on the corner swing. It's going to get pretty dicey. They're going to dive round. Tots will open things up, but he looks for a second and he'll get it. And that's why Pietro hit the deck.
It's a good start for Vitality here in this round. They take that site. They've got the 5-on-3 post plant. Nice smoke up as well. And I don't really see a way back into this round for unKnights. HTZ's been having a pretty decent game for himself so far, but it's going to be very difficult for him to have any impact. Snake seems to spot Famous out there as well on Pixel Gap, and he'll deal with him accordingly. It's just a rough situation all around for unKnights to try to navigate. And, well, 10 seconds left on the clock here for the defuse. It's just not going to happen. I think we all knew where that one was going. So 2-1 the score here for Vitality.
Decent little spot to be in. Build upon this. You can take a lead. At the turn of the half, you'll be, for the most part, loving life. That's why. Nice find from him. Snake. An instant response onto the HTC as they take hotel control. You know, Vitality are very comfortable with stepping up the tempo when they want to. Playing with a bit of pace, and while it's working, Slayer, nice work. All the way down to 2 now. Pietro, who's also 1 foot in the grave. This is uncomfortable.
I think it's a pretty foregone conclusion once again. LSY going to get the opportunity to at least have a duel against Horus, but not able to land any shots actually in that engagement. And so he will go down and very swiftly 3-1 for Vitality. Very good start. unKnights need to find a way to sort of break this trend a little bit. Obviously, they've got a tack timeout up their sleeve as well, Nao, but not sure that it really is one of those situations where the tack timeout makes a difference quite so much as, well, we just need to find a way to stop this freight train, this runaway freight train that's being driven by Snake at the moment.
It's looking very, very strong. Despite that one hiccup at the start, everything else has felt good. Slayer, nice shot. Yeah, I'm going to say, I felt like he did spot Famous there. He peeks in, but can't convert off the back of it. Already, though, they've got so much map control towards this B side. C4 going to get planted. And now a timer goes above the head of unKnights, but LSY is going to get one. Looks for a second, and he'll deliver. Maybe there might be legs still in this for this retake, but Totsin's got other ideas. He's pretty damn low, but he's still piling on the pressure. The nade could see him off. He's got to be careful. It's all down to 1. HTC, he is barely alive. Strong gust of wind, and he's blown out of the round, and that'll be the case. Totsin sees it off. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and you're starting to get that vibe where, again, that first round, that opening round where Vitality's up 4-2, and you think, oh, they've thrown that round away. That's not good at all. I mean, that is the kind of thing that can like snowball into a problematic map. But for a team like Vitality to then come out and win 4 rounds in a row and go, well, we actually really just don't care. It's less of an issue, certainly. So overall, looking pretty good thus far for Vitality. A bit of a recovery. Again, like I said, it's more of a speed bump than anything else for them. Losing that opening round, they just get on past it like it's nobody's business. Change up in approach this time from Vitality, taking things a little slowly. See if they're going to get any aggression out of unKnights, which they did get in the previous round outside of A. This time, unKnights taking a more reserved approach. Not giving anything to Vitality early.
Pietro on the bridge. Looking for an information gather, and whether an overextension will cost him his life. Nice work, and Horus can scale in through Hotel now. Leaving snares and insurance policy over towards the A side. And technically the C4 isn't committed yet either. Still hovers in towards mid to see what the reaction looks like. I'm just going to reclaim some space. He's moving his way forward, but only going 1-for-1 for him.
Ooh, that's a nice tool for Snox to win. Actually brings unKnights back into this round somewhat, obviously it being a 3v3. The issue is they've lost so much of that map control over towards B.
"20 seconds. Don't have loads of time. It's 3 versus 3, but C4 down. Not offering up too much as well. Taking across. He's playing very open here. And he nearly gets away with a second, to be fair. Nade over. Will actually see one off as well. Now it's all on the shoulders of one man, and it will not be good enough. Soxine off. His Vitality up to their 4th.
This looks like this will be a tag timeout, I'd imagine, coming through from unKnights. Yeah, it is. So that's exactly what they need at this point in time. I love, by the way, every time we go to a unKnights tag timeout, Pietro's having a little bit of a wander around. Yeah, he's got the wireless headset on, and he's just having a yarn while he's in the, I don't know, going for a wander, stretching the legs, doing what he needs to do.
Do you have a wireless headset?
No, I don't. I actually use in-ears now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Very
professional gamer style. Apparently it's better.
Well, they're definitely better for like what they call it, like omnidirectional, like whatever it's called. It's why all the pro players use it, and then the headphones they'll use on top will be like noise cancelling. Like this is at LANs, but in-ears apparently better quality. But I will say, when I got my first pair of wireless like headphones, i.e. the ones I've got now, absolute game changer, mate. When I could, you know, just like walk around the apartment, still in the call. Brilliant stuff.
Yep. No, I think it sounds great in concept, but the reason I stopped using a headset was because like if I would wear the headset for such a long time, like I would like get a sore head. Like the top of my head would get sore. And then you've ever seen
like earaches.
Yeah, that kind of thing. And also, have you ever seen when someone wears a headset for too long and their like skull gets pushed down a little bit? I'm like starting to get worried about that. Like, am I wearing my headset too much that I'm gonna have like a hole in my head, like a dent in my head?
Yeah. I really hope that I don't get something like that. That'll be pretty embarrassing. Or I guess as long as I keep like a decent head of hair, I guess it'll be okay. Or like kind of protect it a little bit. But no, I get what you mean. I've seen some pretty embarrassing ones. Like was that Tyler one? Like he had quite a funny one where like you could actually just see the dent in his head. As long as I don't have anything like that,
talking about.
I'll be okay. Not loads that the Vitality side need to speak about, I guess, in this tag pause. They can just chill for a bit.
I think you're definitely the kind of person that might get headset hair as well, because you typically have quite a short haircut. So
yeah,
that's where
I'm growing it out currently
visible.
though, but I've been kind of growing it. I did get a haircut the other day, but I've been trying to go a little bit longer. And it's more mature. Skin fades are out.
That's true. Yeah, I mean you're not a kid anymore, mate. You got to show up like a man with a proper haircut.
Yeah, pushing 30.
That's right. Vitality are pushing the A site, which has been generally quite successful for them. Vitality have to go up against 3 players on this A defense though, so that'll be A nice entry from Horus. Oh, HDZ not quite able to capitalize on that first shot, but doubling it down, and Snock's holding the stairs. I'm surprised that HDZ is able to live for that long. He's popped off in that round. Vitality unable to make their entry this time.
Honestly, really good to see as well that off the back of a timeout, it's sort of immediate success, right? I mean, it's a good sign. You can pile that pressure back on. That being said, can you recover these last couple of rounds of the half and start trying to make life a little bit uncomfortable? We'll see. First shot, though, by Snare. Nice find.
Yeah, good find indeed. LSY just tucked in on a tight angle, but swatted out, hunted down by Snare. So unKnights off the back of their attack timeout having a little bit of success, but it's not just going to be that one round that they need, right? To actually stay in this contest. They'll need a little bit more than that. Snare's doing a good job of ensuring that that's not going to be anything more than just potentially one round. He's kind of taken matters into his own hands in this round and essentially won it already for Vitality. That extra kill from Horus on the way into A should essentially secure things.
You assume? HTC being spotted. He was just waiting. Buying some time, but yeah, nice see off. 6 now. Already pretty fantastic stuff. And it continues to be a real worry with the position that we're in. There's very little complaint to the flip side. 1-for-1 trades to open up this round.
Vitality doing pretty well in this round as well. Brought it back to the 4-on-3 with that kill. Taking that mid control. Options are very much open for them here around the map to really go wherever they want to. You can choose B. It's pretty open at the moment, though. There's a rotation coming through from unKnights. Or you could go towards A, where there's only one defender, but they catch HDZ in the back. There's just a massive hole in the middle of the map that has been exploited by Vitality. Unless Pietro pulls off a miracle round, which he very nearly does. They line up for him. Ooh, dear. Could have been scary for Vitality, but Pietro just can't quite get enough done.
Okay. With Horus so low, there might still be a little bit of legs behind this, potentially. Seconds. Still looking. Shoulder spotted as well. Snock's surely dead from behind, but he 180s at a perfect time. This could potentially have something, but not to be. Totson bails them out again.
Yeah, it's a good half, obviously, there from Vitality. I gotta say, I like the new digs that Famous is in. I obviously can't see too much from the camera, but it looks like he's got a nice apartment there. Nice big open window. Pretty nice view. I don't know if I'm being debated or not. Like, is it just a... Does it look nicer than it actually is?
No, it looks good.
It looks great. It literally looks like he's at the top of some like nice high-rise. Got a beautiful view over a mountaintop or something. I wonder if we can get another look at the unKnights cams. I mean, that's what happens when you're a superstar in the world of CrossFire, you know?
That's it. That's it, man.
It's us one day.
Yeah.
Just keep working hard, mate. You might be able to get there.
Take your word for it. Take your word for it. We'll have to see. You know, if I can... I guess, like, for him, he's had... You know, he's also been doing this for such a long time. And Rose, does he also have a... No,
he does. As far as I know, he's got a full-time job, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at least last I knew. That may have changed, obviously. I don't know necessarily, but...
That's my little double income. Love to see it.
Absolutely. 4v4 to start off the half. Vitality with a 7-2 lead will be pretty happy with where they're at the moment. Horus is on the front foot, wants to get aggressive, wants to have an impact on the round early if there's a push towards B from unKnights, which we can see is not going to happen. Not a bad read, though, from Vitality to send that extra player over towards A so that they at least have 2 defenders for this eventual A hit.
Famous. Trying to make it a little bit of a move. Such a fantastic first half. That was some serious worry that has come through. Need to start off this first half, this second half well, this first round of it, to keep that pressure piled on in any way you can. HTC and Stocks, as they were kind of diving through in support. That's why, of course, seeing off that second kill, and in doing so, numbers now to work with. Not an easy retake here for Horus' sake. Horus trying to be the first to fight, but he'll lose his life. Famous on that swing. Nice find.
Famous and LSY will finish it off, so a better start to the half here for unKnights. To get themselves one more on the board. I mean, I say better start. They actually did start the last half with a round win as well. But, we'll see if they can actually push this into a couple of rounds in a row, or if we're back to normality.
Yeah. Well, get yourself into a position, something in the region of, I don't know, 7-5, then I can maybe start entertaining the conversation. But until that point, still feels quite a ways off, at least for now.
No, I agree. It's one of those situations where you see a 7-2 half, you go, well, this map's kind of over unless they're able to do something interesting for a good 10-15 minutes, and then maybe I start to believe. One for one is, again, not really going to tell us a whole lot about how this round's going to end up playing out. Vitality still having the 2 defenders on the side, and those will be enough to lock down the door. Famous comes in late, but can't do anything, and Vitality sweep unKnights aside in the second round of a half. They go up to 8-3, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. You see one decent round out of unKnights, but it's definitely not going to be enough to get you too excited.
Yeah, and also just the fact that it's just an immediate response, right? Really, really nice stuff. And continues to be pretty damning. Every time you feel like there's potentially a chance to get going, immediately thrown back in their face. So 8-3, 2 away now. Pretty close to that finish line. Time most definitely starting to run a little short. Yeah, Joe diving out. And I'll find the first. It's Slayer. 2-4. Nice move from him. That's a great space. They've got this A site.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that Totson can do about it. He's smoked off. Snare's going to have a little bit of a look from the sniper's nest, but surely at this point no one from unKnights is going to make the mistake of crossing that line. Everybody's aware of it. Snake is in an interesting position. Oh, I almost would have preferred to see him maybe forego that kill onto Famous and try to get into Vent and see what he could do on the site itself. That could have been a really insane timing. Opts obviously for the kill, gives away his position. LSY will turn around and double down. Totson and Snare, though, winning the fight on the top side of the map, and with 10 seconds left on the clock, they can get that defuse on. HTC being covered. Defuse secured for Vitality.
Oh, wow.
And HTC, the bomb just not planted well enough for him, will not be able to win the round. Vitality get themselves one more.
That's huge. That really is. Super, super well done. Stealing that away, seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's
Now
just a
in
crazy
this position
retake,
that
isn't
we're
it?
in. Yeah, I just feel like, again, like on nights you've had plenty of chances, and I mean, if we're being frank, just so many of them squandered, right? I feel like surely just isn't enough left in this to kind of make you believe.
No, not especially with an opener to a round like that one. Snare's just going to put it one foot in the grave, really, for unKnights at this point. Have to negotiate this round 4 on 5 with a tagged up Pietro as well. Doesn't make matters too easy. Already unKnights having a bit of a barrage as they make their way towards B. Famous hits a nice shot onto Snake. That will give them something to chew on. And HDZ and Snox also in for the count. So this round, not going to be an easy one for Slayer to negotiate now in the 1v3. It might not be quite over yet.
There might be a little bit of life left in this, potentially. Nades that get thrown over. Difficult for him. He's got a lot of angles to clear, not a lot of time. Oh, he's hold on. He's trying to play discipline, and it might just work. There's one. Oh, the second was... There was real potential there, but in the end, not to be.
Yeah, that was closer than it ought to have been. A couple of instances now where Vitality players have been able to get in behind an unKnights setup. Definitely something that unKnights will have to have a bit of a look at.
I love the discipline, just to try and see if you can set up a multi-kill.
You have to, right? In a 1v3, like you can't just take that one freebie. It's good effort. Oh, Snare. Hello. Pietro, round the corner. Snare needs some help here, and he won't quite get it from Horus. It should have been a good double swing for Vitality there, but once again, Famous is as Famous does, and he cracks open the site for unKnights.
Oh. Not an easy retake here. Actually, not with the numbers, but that'll help. Slayer finding one. Brings them back level. HCZ playing above as he's trying to find a gap for him. Surely not, right? I mean, time again started to really tick. 15 seconds left on it. And a 1 versus 2. Make that a 1 versus 1. All on LSY here. Oh, and he just about wins it out. That is pretty damn close.
There was definitely time for the defuse if he won that duel. I think it was about 11 seconds left on that clock. Vitality are not able to convert on things just yet. But it still kind of feels like a bit of an inevitability. unKnights are doing okay on this attack, but have just given themselves a little bit too much to do is the unfortunate reality.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear there at the end. That is a ridiculous clip.
Yeah, that's one way to finish the game off. 10-5. Vitality get themselves a solid dub. 4K at the back end there for Slayer. I feel like, I mean, what is there really to say about this game? You know, it kind of just feels like a very standard Vitality win. You know, and I'm sure that the analysts are going to probably echo our thoughts in that it's like, you know, it was a good effort from unKnights, but like you're up against Vitality and they're kind of just better. So what are you really going to do, you know?
Yeah, I think it's spot on. It's just such a dominant display, right? And I think this is, again, like what Vitality can do. They're a side that are so unbelievably strong that when they play to the game, they only need like 80% at the moment to take down every side in West League at the level that they're at. So fantastic work. We're going to throw it back to the guys on the desk as they break down everything from map number 1.
Thank you, Neo and Elfish, for this amazing cast, and it felt pretty one-sided the first half for Team Vitality. It went 7-2. Like, how can you lose 7 rounds?
Yeah, well, as Neo said, that he mentioned that it takes only 80% of Vitality's effort to win the games. I believe that maybe 60% in this game, because we've seen how good the guys played and very much relaxed. And we've seen Slayer closing the game in a fashion, just spraying down, killing everybody. So that's Vitality, what I'm talking about. That's the guys that they go in, they run down the map, and they win games. And we've seen how good they played on the Blacklist side. When they switched also, before when they were on the global side, we've seen struggles coming out from the unKnights team, and we've seen also the tactical pose that they took, and only one round was the outcome from this tactical pose, which is not the case for you if you want to be winning this map. So that's why I said Ankara, okay, it's going to be too tough. Maybe this was the unKnights pick, yes, they usually play, but it's going to be too tough for them because Vitality usually know to play the map, and they have a very solid global side, and they have a very, very good, strong Blacklist side alongside with Snare, and his openings that we've seen from him is just insane.
For me, it felt like a reality check for Team unKnights. They have won, I believe, Ankara multiple times. I don't think that they have ever lost it in CF West League this season, at least. The formation, the team, and they are pretty confident with this map. They go versus Vitality, and it feels like, yeah, checkmate. You're not playing versus any other team. You're playing versus the team that rules the league. That's for Vitality. And map 2, we have Port, and it got picked by Team unKnights. Funny enough, I don't think that we saw them play a lot of Port games. I believe only 2. But at the same time, like on previous seasons, you know that they are pretty good on Port, especially they have Famous.
I guess who picked Port was Vitality, because Vitality is starting on the blacklist side. Our Knights are going to be going onto Globalist side, so they picked Globalist. That means the Vitality maybe picked the map, if I'm not mistaken. And this is the only
maybe
chance.
Vitality. Yeah, maybe Vitality.
Yeah. The only chance for Team unKnights to win a map and take us to New Mexico is Port, and they are starting on the strong side. They are going to Globalist side. They need to show us a very strong defense side. I said that 6-3. 7-2. 7-2 is gonna be hard. 6-3 is acceptable. 5-4 is deadly. Losing the first half is over for you, because you're gonna be fighting Vitality on the global side, on the defense side, which is gonna be hell for you if you go Port and playing versus them. So it can be a good map for redemption for Team unKnights. It's gonna be easier than by the way, it's gonna be easier than Ankara, because yeah, definitely everybody's gonna think Vitality picked it. It's gonna be easier. No, I believe that unKnights can just show a stronger performance on the global side on Port, so they need to just shift lead the first map, need to focus on the next one, because if they want to be going to New Mexico, that's the start for them. Global side on Port, which is a good thing for them.
Yeah, the problem will be if they lost a lot of rounds when they are in GR, like basically this map goes a little bit with GR when you're starting it, or like when you're playing it, you need to secure more rounds. If they lost a lot, it will feel like that they have no chance into winning, but at the same time, it's really good to give Vitality another room to improve their map pool. At least I believe it will help them a lot internationally, like when you're playing versus China, when you're versus Brazil, it will help a lot. But for this map, or like for this set, we saw Ankara, and I believe that Todzen was just spraying and praying on all cylinders everywhere. Like his KD is 2.5, a crazy one. On the other side, you have Pietro, 0.29. That's a really poor performance.
Well, Petro usually is the guy that you don't look at his KD. You don't need him to frag much, because he's the guy who's leading the game, the team in game. By the way, there are some RGLs that needs to frag. I believe it was Snake, one of them, when he used to be in Anubis or Makers. But Petro is not the guy that he needs to frag, because he has Famous, he has Snox, he has LSY, he has HDZ. The guys are matching this with their firepower. So he's leading the team. He's trying to do his best. On the other hand, Todzen had a very good map, and usually Todzen is doing very good. And as I said, Team Vitality, they rely on their globalist side, because we've seen a very good strong globalist side from Team Vitality, and they started on globalist side. Todzen got most of his kills, because on globalist side, you will see almost two pairs shining from Team Vitality. It's going to be Todzen, one anchor, and Slayer, the other anchor. And that's why every time you will see Vitality starting on a globalist side, Todzen and Slayer going to be popping off. And that's why we see Slayer 1.4 KD, 2.5 coming out from the set MVP Todzen, 2.14.
2.13 is it for Todzen, and of course, I believe that's one of the few moments that we'll see Famous with a negative KD. Like Famous been pretty famous on his rounds. Like we even have rounds called like, yeah, that's a famous round. Why? Because he is famous. And for this map, or like for the first set, it felt like the ping issue started to show down versus Vitality, versus big teams, versus teams that won't give you the advantage, or like the timing, the enough timing to play. It felt like the ping really mattered for Mr. Famous. And yeah, Famous, like I would say Uncle Famous, like most of people call him Uncle Famous. And also keep in mind he's playing with a wounded arm, and he's playing on 100 ping, so hopefully he gets well soon. Like I heard that from the chat. I'm not sure. Like hopefully they're not.
Yeah,
me.
No. He
Yes.
talked to me before that he's having some troubles with his rest. Same for Snare, by the way. Snare is also having some permanent illness in his rest. However, I hope that the guys feel good and they show us a very good board game.
That's what you pay for being an FPS pro player. And for our FPS procaster, we'll head to Mr. Elfish and Neo. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, look, again, pretty dominant display on that first map, Neo, from Vitality. So it's up to unKnights to give us anything, give us a tiny morsel of interest in this series. Otherwise, it's going to just be pretty stock standard. What's the most basic meal you can possibly think of, Neo? Is it bangers and mash? Is that what they call it over there in?
Well, do you know what? I think bangers smash. I would think like
you would though, right? Because you're from England.
Yeah.
So.
No. I would say like the most basic meal that like I can think of. You as also kind of like a bit of a health enthusiast is like white rice and boiled chicken.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's what this series is. If Vitality just win, it's like we're just eating white rice and boiled chicken, and it's like a basic bland meal. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with it. It's actually probably pretty good for you, but it's kind of just boring, right? And I feel like that's really what unKnights need to come in. They need to be like the little spices, the sugar and spice and all things nice. And the question is, can they tempt us with something of some flavor, right, to this series? But I don't feel like we've got that so far.
No, you're right. I don't know if we'll get it, to be perfectly honest, as well. Just because, again, it's coming down to this thing where it just feels like it's comfortable. Like, again, like I just feel like this is a Vitality side who can cruise through games like this. They don't have to break that much of a sweat. They don't have to try too hard. And it's been a bit of a thing as well in previous series and again like seasons, I guess, where for this side, I think they can be too comfortable. And then in doing so, I think they can like underplay their cards a lot. But again, off the back of such a dominant first map, I just can't see a world in which you let this slip from here on out, right? They know they're better, and they're not going to break too much of a sweat in my eyes, improving it.
No, I agree. I think in a lot of cases when you come into these regular season matches, for Vitality, a lot of it really depends on what kind of mood they're in, what kind of vibe they're feeling. Because like we've seen them struggle a little bit sometimes in these regular season games, but you kind of know deep down that they are the better team, and that if they do switch on and they really lock in, they can just kind of sweep these teams aside. And I think so far they've seemed pretty locked in. Famous, with a bit of a push down long, is going to give up his life early on for some information. I'm not sure how much that's going to help, especially if HDZ is going to be missing a couple of shots. He'll be swung as well. And so that is the A site. Very swiftly taken by Vitality. A real dominant display to start off this second map of Port.
Yeah, that's really not too shabby at all. And pretty damning as well. It's kind of worth mentioning, again, just as it feels like where you're going to try and set the tone kind of nicely here on unKnights, get proactive, really kind of try and get up in their face, just get immediately shut down. And they were so ready for it. If you want to give them fights, they'll happily take them. Brilliant work. So, 1-0 pretty quickly as well. And right back into the same issues that we're playing in the night and towards map number 1.
Yeah, very positive start out of Vitality, which is good to see. This one will be a little bit of a slower approach. We haven't seen too much Port throughout this season. It has always been one of the go-tos, though, for Vitality. They don't mind ending up on a map like this. It is obviously a map which, if you do pick into it, you often end up having to start on the BL side. So that's usually a little bit less than ideal. But again, in the case of a team like Vitality, they won't mind testing themselves a little bit here in the regular season, seeing how it goes.
Well, what's the play? Yeah, true. Avoids the spamming towards the door. He's, for now, looking to see what he can find. All about the 20s, still plenty of time to work with, of course, but Vitality just a little tentative to see what the reaction is from unKnights. They're not overextending just yet.
Horus, another opening duel for him, going to be one. Such a solid player on that entry role, often giving those advantages over to Vitality. Haven't really steamrolled anything off the back of that, but a smoke down in middle. It's going to bring HDZ across. He'll spot out one, but it's a double swing in the end there from Vitality that gets the better of HDZ, and the Famous is unable to do much on the A site. Not having too much impact in this game so far. It's another A hit for Vitality that goes well.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. And, well, now from this position, don't really see too much happening. Sock's going to get caught. Last man of LSY should be all but dead to rights. No shot for the first and for the second. Credit where it's due there, but just time too far to take. He's also being flanked as well by Slayer. Should be dead in a second, and is. Beautiful work. There was maybe a moment there, though.
Doesn't look like it's going to be another quicker approach again here from Vitality. Just happy to probe in middle once again. Really take their time about some of these rounds. Do you have that push coming through from Slayer and Horus? It might be an attempt towards B this time around. And uh-oh, LSY and Snox just caught in transition. I think one of them might have had a grenade in hand, and that is just not how you're going to win a round against Vitality. This is starting to become a real problem map now for unKnights. This will be a third round, and a really clean third round as well for Vitality. So starting to wonder at what point does Vitality, what point does unKnights actually opt to take themselves attack pause here? It will have to come soon, and it will be now by the looks of it.
Yeah, I agree though. I mean, it is starting to get quite ugly. It's really not looking comfortable. It's very, very sharp what we're seeing in terms of the level of play here from Vitality and unKnights. I mean, they're currently on track to get just completely decimated in this series. They didn't offer us up loads in towards that first map, and I mean, they're not offering up loads at the moment. Very, very worrying times. So yeah, no shocker, honestly, to see this pause come through. We, of course, get Pietro back up and lively again. Gotta respect it. Last time when they called that timeout in towards map number 1, they did immediately get around to find things in well, it was just the one. It was kind of like a round, and then they got decimated kind of just after that. But it's good to see at the very least, right? They can kind of get around and maybe scale a little bit in towards this first half off the back of this tack pause.
Look at this background, by the way, for Famous. Like, what is that? Where is he? Where does he even live? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what city or anything like that. But that to me looks like a banger setup. I'm not gonna lie.
It's got like...
It's like he's in a conference room.
fog?
I don't know if he's in a conference room or something. Yeah, it might be fog. What time is it in North America right now?
I really can't tell if he's like... If the what's it called? The... Was it like frosted windows that we call it? Or like frosted, like... You know, when you can like...
Yeah.
With a window, you can kind of frost it. I wasn't sure if it was something along those lines.
No, it's reasonably early in the morning in the US, depending on whereabouts he is. So it's not impossible to imagine that there might be some fog around.
It's kind of sick. It's pretty sick.
Maybe there's some Noahs in the chat that can clue us in. What's the setup?
What part of America is he in?
Could we run a LAN at Famous's place?
That's what the people need.
You know, summer invitational.
Yep. At his conference room.
At their conference room, yep.
Looks like... My guess is that might be a Cloud9 chair as well. One of the old school ones from... Yeah. Pretty sick. We're back underway. We've had that relatively early attack timeout, but I think a necessity, if we're being honest, right, Jordan? It just feels like it's been lackluster so far.
Certainly does. Doesn't seem like the approach is going to change all that much on Vitality's behalf. Again, a bit more interested in that mid control early in the round. And then once they've got that, they'll make a decision around what they want to be doing for the rest of the round. I think one of the keys is, again, for someone like Famous, who has been having not a lot of success in a lot of these opening duels, see if he can maybe have something a little bit more impactful. LSY, oh, in a great spot for a double, and he does catch both Snare and Snake, so that will help. Okay, I was going to say, meanwhile, Horus was up to some trickery. He's not going to get away with too much. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, though. 2v4 now here for Vitality, and we've seen them do more with less.
Yeah, you're right. But it's a little funky. Totson was diving in. Nade will follow him, but he's long gone. Under a minute now. What's the idea from a spot like this? Time's going to come with the essence, but it's an important kill. Famous going to get caught here. And Totson's just continuing to be a bit of a nuisance and draw attention away. He might get caught, and he will by Snox.
I was going to say, I think the idea here for Vitality is just try to find a few individual aim duels and win them all. It's not going to end up happening in the end. Had Totson won his fight against Snox, maybe it was a different story that Vitality could start to pull that round back. But in the end, first round on the board for unKnights, 3-1 scoreline. Still presenting an opportunity in this first half to pull it back, have a decent first half if you're unKnights, but it kind of does demand perfection from here on out.
Yeah. I agree. Well, twice now, both map 1 and map 2, where they've called that attack pause and got around immediately off the back of it. So at least they've got these pocket rounds they can fall back on. And that's a nice move. Down goes Snare. Slayer and Snake both taking damage as they've been spammed. So it does actually look like pressure's being put on towards Vitality for the first time in, honestly, kind of a long time.
We'll see what Horus gets up to. He's quite progressed in middle. See if he tries to activate at some point in the mid round here. Famous on a cheeky line. I love this position. It's very hard to dig out because you obviously have to expose yourself to the A site to do it. Famous. Oh, he's just going to overcommit to that fight, though. If he would have just stayed tucked, things might have been different. But Vitality do actually clear out A long without loss and bring it back to a 4v4. Yes, it's an embattled 4v4 with Snake being low, but that is better than the alternative being the 5-on-4 deficit. And now they can start to look at ways they can close this round out.
HTZ posted on the angle. They want to finish towards the A side here. They're going to dive down and deliver first shot. And the Cypher converts, tapping on the cross as well. It's working very well. It's all up to Snake, who gets caught, and it's a fantastic second round put on the board by unKnights. 2 back-to-back pretty clean ones.
Yeah, Snake just activating a little bit too late. The attention was definitely drawn. Snake wasn't there to capitalize on that attention to get himself a trade, but it was a little bit too late. So back to the drawing board now for Vitality, and again, same kind of approach. Mid, heavy priority for them. Got somebody watching long just to see whether or not there'll be a push down again from Famous. But most of that priority is focused on the mid position, and this time Horus will be the one to find the opening pick. So a spanner in the works for unKnights. There's another fight around the map, a 1-for-1, which keeps Vitality with their head above water for the moment.
Oh! So nice find. Famous lancer one back, but he takes a hell of a lot of damage. Famous' shoulder just spotted as they're flying round that corner. Down he falls. Once again, pressure put back on. Vitality, sometimes they just need a little bit of a wake-up call.
Okay, Snox out of the picture. Another round brewing here for Vitality. They could go back into some significant control of this map if they get it. It is just one more player trying to defend that B side, and he'll be run down eventually, as well as HDZ, who was coming in to try and reinforce. And Vitality have already lost a player to Famous, so they know that he's coming in from behind. That's not going to be information that will be conveyed quickly enough to Horus, so he does lose his life. This is a very winnable round for Famous. Tagged up, though, and Slayer confidently taking the fight and winning it. Just gets it over the line for Vitality. A little bit too close for comfort.
Definitely. A little dicey. Oh. unKnights need to be careful. Oh, nice shot. From HTC. It's there. It's going to fall.
This round's actually kind of fallen away a little bit for Vitality. C4 has been left behind, and again, it's going to have to turn to one of those situations where the remaining Vitality players, both Snake and Totson, are going to have to find themselves a few individual aim duels and win those. Oh, there was a chance for a second there for Totson, but doesn't land that shot onto LSY.
Well, creeping towards that minute mark. Snake's 1 foot in the grave, so it feels like Totson's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting in a spot like this. What is the plan, though? Again, trying to find something. Nice shot. Pietro will fall. Might still be life in this with how low Snox is. Can't count it out just yet.
Yeah, I was going to say there might be an opportunity on offer here for Vitality, but LSY could just as easily shut it down. Oh, he could get caught in the side as well, but he does spot Snake out. It is all on the shoulders of Totson, and he tries to go back towards the B side, but can't manage it at all. And so unKnights put together a third. Still, you look at this half and you'd say for Vitality, a 5-3 lead, if it ends up being a 5-4, that's actually still a pretty good half on the BL side of Port.
For sure. Yeah, you're very happy with it, generally speaking. Not really loads you can complain about at all. Once again, the position that we're in.
Woo. Famous for the double. The double.
That's huge.
We love it. That's what they refer to as the bangers in the bangers and mash, I think, in the analogy from earlier. A couple of bangers coming through there from Famous.
Nade. Over on towards bridge. HDZ. Got the support of Famous as well. He's playing behind the box. He's going to wait for first contact before he makes a move.
What can Snare do? I mean, if he can somehow find a way to open this B side up himself, it's wishful thinking, certainly, but the Vitality players, the kinds of players that could do something. Trouble is, Slayer's now been picked off, and Snare, well, he lurked out onto that site quite significantly, but never really found an opening, never really got a fight that he wanted. Totson will be overwhelmed, so 5-4 is going to be the score at the end of the half. And that's actually not half bad, I would say, from either team there necessarily.
Yeah.
Vitality can come away pretty happy. They get the 5 on the BL side, but unKnights have been competitive enough.
It's actually a pretty decent recovery, to be perfectly honest. They were looking pretty checked out of this. They weren't really offering up a hell of a lot. They've done a fair, decent job of keeping this competitive, keeping it at least within sort of that arm's reach. Question being, though, is kind of following this, can we now build upon it, right? Has there been enough in terms of the early pressure put on that can really kind of keep this super competitive? I mean, I still have this real worry that Vitality might once again just step up and kind of prove to themselves, okay, you know, we were maybe a little bit half-assed at the start of this, but we just kind of will wake back up and prove what we're all about. Looks like half-time concluded. Again, the show back on the road in just a second.
Yeah, Vitality moving on to that GR side. See Coach Stray there with them watching attentively along as well. Always could be a big one for Horus if he swings. The nade's already done some damage to Snox. He's got LSY there behind him as well. Could be the two-piece, and it is. That is perfectly timed for Horus. He just makes it look so easy.
Horus wants a little bit more as well. He's behind a tiny bit of damage, but nothing really to worry too much about. One minute 20, plenty of time here, but still not a huge amount on offer. Looks like I want to try and dive here on towards this B side. Two in this direction. One with the C4. It's Famous is a little far away on the lurk. 1 for 1 though. He does alright. And again, this is where Famous and this lurk can try and find just something in the back lines.
Famous looking for Snare, finding him as well. Now it's back to just Snake, but he is in the right position to actually influence the rest of this round. If he actually pushes his way into Warehouse here and wins this, ooh. HCZ tucks. Waits for his teammate. That's a good decision. Now Snake on the off angle will be dealt with. And unKnights find an equalizing round.
And potentially now, especially if they take a lead as well, might then start asking a question about Vitality calling for attack timeout. They're really letting things slip at the moment. Generally speaking, it's been pretty ugly what they've been offering up in these last couple, where essentially from that attack timeout taken by unKnights, they've and felt like they've been in complete control, which is really, really solid to see.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, you look at a round like that and you see Horus find a double kill at the start of the round and you think Vitality have won it.
Yeah.
But hasn't been quite that clean. unKnights hanging in there, fighting for a potential third map in this series still. Ain't over until it's over. There's a bit of a job to do for Snake as unKnights are working their way in through mid. Oh, he's going to jump on down, and unKnights happily waiting for that engagement. We'll pluck him out of the air and say thanks very much for the player advantage here in the rest of the round. 1 minute on the clock. Forces committing towards the B side. It is just Slayer to hold it.
Yeah, it definitely feels a little dicey. We're diving in. Doctor's pretty low. Only got that C4 down, which is huge. Slayer going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second with the pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here. The last man stolen away by Horus, but my God, Slayer's had a round.
Yeah, great round. He gets 1 on the entry, 2 on the retake. And then I think a third even there as well to finish things off, making for the 4K. Keeps Vitality in the lead. But it's not been a you know, a super convincing lead from Vitality. I think they've definitely had some really, really convincing rounds, but the fact that this is as close as it is definitely raising a couple of questions for me.
Sure.
You know, how comfortable are they in getting through this series at the moment? unKnights, I think, are definitely making them work for it. They're not giving it over to them for free.
It's definitely still in the realms of the kind of doubts in the back of my mind. It's just not being as clean as I think they would even want or expect or hope. Again, we've spoken about this Vitality side sometimes not playing at 100%, and it still feels like we're getting moments of that here. A shot from Slayer. Traded out, they're in trouble, he'll get caught. Oh, and so will Totson. Very quickly flip the script there on unKnights in this round.
Still got 2 players, though, over on the B side, so if unKnights commit to this, they are going to run into a solid defense, and immediately they call the cancel. That kill comes through from Snake, and they decide we don't want to have a bar of it. See if we can toy with the rotations a little bit more, pull one or both of these Vitality players off of B before we double pump it. So, good pause, good cancel from unKnights, and it will significantly improve their chances of winning this round, in my opinion.
Well, Horus falls and all on the back of one man now. Snake needs something special. That won't be the case. Tied once again, 6 apiece. Nice to be a lot of life left in this map, and potentially even therefore the series as well. It could be quite scary. unKnights are keeping the pressure on.
That is for sure. Vitality gonna have to dig deep to win this map, apparently. Snare's been tagged down already quite substantially in this round. Do have a smoke out in middle there for Vitality. They could have a little bit of a look if they wanted to. It's greeted by a grenade. Snake cops that one on the noggin. Not a huge amount of damage out of that. And a pretty good push out here from Slayer. Not spotting anything towards B, which will mean you see a lot of the defense congregated around on A. And unKnights maybe walking into that trap.
Snare. Again, waiting. Not huge amounts on Officer Horus going to go looking for them. He's got the right idea. Did he spot ahead? He did. He spots 2, in fact, one of which being the C4. That is huge. At range as well. A sniper there can hold as the insurance policy. Snox is surely dead to right. Near impossible fight on towards Snare. He keeps just dipping his head up and down. Down he will fall on the spam, but the trade will be quick by Snake. Just when it felt like there was a bit of a moment.
Oh. I was going to say, HCC not in a bad spot here if he just sits on this angle, catches Slayer in transition, but 1v2 not to be. So Vitality will keep their noses in front, and that has very much been, I would say, the storyline, the metaphor of this map so far. It's been Vitality, you know, just sort of dangling that carrot in front of unKnights and saying, hey, come and get it, and unKnights inevitably do get it, but then there's another carrot that they have to try to catch up to again, and Vitality just seemingly always being the ones to hold that incentive out in front of unKnights to try to chase. They've never actually really been quite at that deficit themselves.
Oh well. Snox, HDZ. Very rapidly. That's left here. Made that just Snox. Should be an 8th. Seen off. That's the case. 2 ahead, 2 away now. Getting pretty close to that finish line. And piling that pressure back on.
Bit of an exchange out mid. Scott Vitality feeling pretty comfortable in this round. They'll just take a little bit of a rest, get some respite in the 4-on-3. Here's a push in from Snox, but Totson will not miss that shot. He's going to compound the woes and the issues of unKnights in the last few rounds. It's gone from feeling like a competitive map to maybe another one of these foregone conclusions.
Yeah, I think you're potentially right here. Really quite dangerous stuff. So. For the remaining 2, what do we do? Famous, nice find. Gives them a chance to group up with HTZ. Spotted and dropped, though. With a little gap in the window. Slayer. Very well played from him. That's math and series right there. 9 for Vitality. They've woken back up and... well, time seriously now running out. It is do or die for unKnights to stay alive.
Quick play from LSY and Snox will get the better of Totson. It's all on Snake here, and he needs a multi-frag, but that is way too much to ask given the circumstances. There is some good damage done here, so I'm not going to say Snare's out of this fight, and with 2 quick kills onto LSY and HDZ, he's very much in this race to potentially close this map out right here and now for Vitality. It seems like he's been given the information that the tags have gone through onto Famous and Snox, so he's opted for the USP for now.
Yeah, gotta be a little careful. This could still get really dicey. Looking for him, Snap. 25 seconds to work with. He's down this first fight. He feels like it will be stocked, and he'll see it off in the end. There was a moment that could have been potentially a little scary, but in the end, not to be. 2 rounds in a row now required from unKnights. Take us to OT.
What is the approach for unKnights in this round? A slow and steady start. I feel like they've actually had a bit more success with the faster plays. We have seen them roll over Vitality in a couple of these rounds, but taking a slower approach this time.
Still. A tepid start to this round. Not a huge amount offered up. Then dive in. Horus for the first. Pulls it out. Looks for the second as well. And he'll do so unbelievably well. Stocks and LSY hit the deck. And that might just be the beginning of the end for unKnights in this one.
I would suspect so, but then again, we have seen a couple of these rounds slip by the wayside for Vitality. You remember earlier on in this half, there was a 3v5 that went the way of unKnights, and with a shot like that from Famous, you may start to believe that unKnights can still stay in this fight. Horus definitely does not want to lose his head over there on A. No fight eventuating. Famous has rotated his way off to rejoin the rest of his forces in this attempt towards B.
Pietro in trouble. Pistol pulled out as well by Slayer, and he dives around the corner. You'll see him off. 25 seconds. Time of the essence. They don't have a lot to really waste it. And in a 2 versus 4, surely a next to impossible position. Trying to spot the head of Slayer, and will, to be fair, 10 seconds. They're still going to get this C4 down. HDZ will punch in the numbers. Totten waits for the rotate, and there it is, in behind. Little Funky's at the moment. They're still dancing around the sight box. There's 25 seconds for Famous to hold it off in the 1 versus 1, but he can't. And just like that, Totten will get the defuse in. It's Vitality who hit the elusive 10.
Yes, it took them a little bit of effort to get there, didn't it? But in the end, a 2-0 today for Vitality is not really something that they're going to complain about. I don't think it really matters necessarily how long it takes them to get there, as long as they do get the dubs here. And solid stuff across the board. I'm sure we'll see them power up a little bit deeper on here in this season of CFWL. But early days, obviously, you know, can still get a bit of work done, practice things in the meanwhile. And unfortunate loss for unKnights. But again, it shouldn't dramatically affect their chances of making it into the top 4. I'd say it looks pretty safe at the moment, unless Anubis are able to do something pretty special over the rest of this week. That's a conversation for a little bit later on, maybe next game. And before we get there, we have to hear from the analysts about that first game. So I'll hand it back over to the desk.
Thank you, Elfish and Neo, for, of course, your magnificent cast over this series. And for this time, it felt like the first half was pretty close, 5-4 closer. And then Vitality just got to the 4th gear and drive off with the game. It felt like, yeah, Team unKnights tried to get back, but at the end, Vitality with the strats and their play on the GR was pretty good.
Well, we're talking about the first half, I guess. Vitality. We're talking about unKnights on the first half. They lost the game from the first half, losing 5-4. While you're going into Globalist side on port, that's a game for you. That's a game done for Team unKnights. That's why we've seen a very poor performance coming out from them on the next half. However, in my opinion, unKnights looked way stronger than unKnights on Ankara, because Ankara was just kind of one-sided. Yes, it was 10-5, but there were 2 clutches. If Vitality won them, or maybe 1 clutch, it would have been 10-4, 10-3, which in my opinion a stomp coming out from the side of Vitality team. Now they played way better. We've seen a better teamwork. We've seen better executions coming from the guys on Team unKnights. The tactical pulls also that they took early was very good. They won 1 round. Then they started crawling back their way out. But if you lose the Globalist side 5-4, there is no coming back for you. As I said yesterday, if you are watching 3BL and Anubis, if you're losing a 7-2 lead, you're not, and then you lose the map, you're not coming back in the series. Same for unKnights. If you're losing the first half 5-4, even though if you win 5-4, you're still not coming back for you, because you're gonna play Vitality on the Globalist side. And this is what we said: if Vitality or if unKnights wants to win this series, they need to show a very strong Globalist side, which didn't happen today.
Yeah, for me, I remember we talked about this before we entered the game. You said Team unKnights, they have the better side before we start the game.
Yes.
If they lost a lot of rounds, it's game over for them. Like, you're gonna put the final nail in the coffin and you're gonna give the win to Vitality, and that's what happened. Like, it felt like Vitality, they are coming with the strats, they're trying to do their best to get to have like more, I would say, being more comfort on some of the maps that they don't play a lot. It felt like they're having the second map as a practice map, but it felt like unKnights were not up for the challenge.
No, I don't think they're going to practice. They usually pick 1 map and play it the whole week. Probably it's going to be Ankara, probably it's going to be New Mexico, but if you leave New Mexico open versus Vitality, they're definitely going to take it because they want to practice it, not because you want to win it. So New Mexico was the decider. They didn't reach for it, and we've seen how good the Vitality are on port. And just remind you that last year, Vitality remained undefeated on port until the CFS, and it usually was their, I would say that their safe pocket pick. They usually left it for the map 3, and they destroyed everybody who's playing versus them on board. And this is exactly what happened. Not okay, but they didn't lose on CFS. I remember that they lost to LCK on the regional finals, and it was the beginning of the miraculous comeback coming out from the guys from LCK. So now Vitality going back to practice sport again. They want to be playing also Ankara. They looked very dominant on Ankara, honestly, and unKnights looked way better on board. However, still, we've seen good strategic-wise coming out from Vitality. I don't want to say that the guys didn't do anything. No, they tried new spots. We've seen Horus trying multiple spots, boosting EC, going back, peeking long, boosting EC again, double peeking into BC, coming from Snare and Slayer. We've seen it multiple times, so probably the guys are practicing this. This is a thing that you need to watch if you are going to be facing Vitality soon. For example, 3BL are going to be playing versus Vitality tomorrow, or in the next phase. The other teams needs to look at these things or minimal things, because they are trying few things. They definitely going to be doing against these such teams.
Yeah, and for me, it felt like, yeah, as you have said, Port, they were pretty confident, or like this is one of their maps that they just like rule with it before CFS, of course. Like, it was a really bad one for them, but I believe this year is going to be a different story, since it feels like CFS League, it's more of a scrims for them. Like, you're practicing, you're trying to get to see your strats, your plays in action in an actual game, but it's just like it always go to Vitality's side. Yeah, they have a lot of stuff to work on based on what happened in the multiple games that they played early on, but it feels like they are confident. They just wanna get most of the maps ready for the internationals. Of course, we can see this set MVP is gonna be Slayer with 1.9 KD. Really, like, Slayer is one of those clutch players that you can count on him anytime. Like, if he's even asleep on a map, but he's just like, whenever you need him in a clutch points, he just shows up.
Yeah, Slayer is the best player on Dice League for the last season, and he was one of the best.
Famous is here.
I guess. I guess. No. Slayer was way better than Famous. If you're talking about
No, I
consistency
mean
and winning.
this year. I mean this year.
No, not even. No, Famous is not even close to half of Slayer gameplay, definitely, because Slayer is a consistent, dominant player. Not Famous is okay, he's good, but Famous is just having a lot of things in his shoulders. Famous is not practicing 24/7. Famous is not putting all his effort into the game, and Famous is playing also in a high ping. So you cannot compare him to Slayer. It's gonna be a very unfair comparison between both. However, Slayer consistency, clutch rounds, and the factor as a player, he's the factor of winning for Team Vitality. So he's just the gem or the diamond gem onto this roster. So now he's also claiming the match MVP. I believe that if he can complete or continues playing like this way, maybe we can see him again, the CF West League player alongside with Alucard, because Alucard is giving a huge performance. We've seen Nemesis with 4 wins, I believe, or 3 wins. 3 wins, right? The match MVPs for the 3 wins were Alucard. It's only Alucard on Team Nemesis was playing into the higher level. Now we need the other players to step up, which is going to be our next matchup.
Yeah, speaking of the next matchup we have for today, first of all, we had a really good series from Team Vitality, but right now it's time to watch Anubis versus Nemesis, and this game will city on who's coming to the Elite League. I believe if Anubis find a way to just get Nemesis to map 3, or just at least knock out Nemesis from this best of 3, it feels like Anubis are one step away from being in the Elite League. And seeing Anubis in the Elite League, yes, that might just give them a spot in the not in the qualifiers, in the final phase, of course, but it's gonna be a huge challenge for them. Like, I'm asking you a question, Penguin. Don't you feel like practicing versus Vitality, unKnights, and of course LCK will be a lot better for them than playing in the Contenders League?
If they are going for top 4, they want to get the 4th place, yes, it is better for them, of course, and they will claim it. It's just a matter of time. But if they want to win the league, it's not good for them.
Okay, a good argument. And for me, I have for you another question. Like, why it's not good for them to win the league? For me, it feels like before
It is good. It is good.
I don't feel that Anubis are in the picture of winning the league. If they have done it, it would be like the opposite of the season. Like, you have Vitality running with everyone. I don't see anyone that can run with Vitality. Of course, LCK are doing magnificent work, but for Anubis, this is gonna be like a huge argument for them, but we'll get to see Anubis versus Nemesis after a few minutes, so head to a short break, grab your snacks, stay hydrated, and stick to your chair. We're having a really good series starting in a few minutes.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, All 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now. That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Nemesis are not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just mentioned. Zane has spotting out Frisk here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that tweak.
And we're back again with series number 2 of our night. We had our little fun from unKnights versus Team Vitality, and as always, it goes to Team Vitality like they're still on the streak. No one has ever beaten Vitality for more than a year and almost a half in CrossFire West League, CFWL. It feels like it's their playground right now, and now we go to two other Egyptian teams, or like I would say a little bit of a mix when it comes to Nemesis. They have like the Turkish-Egyptian combination, which is big enough for them, and on the other side, the new talents with, it feels like a really good combination that they are making from Open League players that played in the CFWL, and they're making this combination with an old player, like a veteran for Team Anubis, of course, Yusuf on the coaching side. So a really good combination from Team Anubis versus a team that's... We have a lot of expectations for Team Nemesis.
Well, going into this matchup, I believe it's going to be, we're talking about Nemesis versus Anubis. It's going to be a very hard one for Nemesis, also for Anubis. Nemesis, sometimes they show shaky performance. We don't see Raffen and Deep Sea stepping up as we are expecting for them. However, we always see Comics and Alucard trying to do the work for the team. In case of Bakir or Beck, he don't actually need Beck to be always playing that much. He's a very good player. He knows how to move in the map. He knows how to move his team. He's a very good IGL. However, still the synergy between the team is not the best, because we haven't seen the best out of Nemesis yet. And I'm telling you that also we are not seeing 100% from Nemesis. Still, if Anubis can beat Team Nemesis today, that means that they are going into the elite group. They have a very fair chance because they will be facing Swamp Gaming next. I believe that they can easily win Swamp Gaming and get the win over them. But if Nemesis beat them, that means that Anubis and 3BL alongside with Swamp and Imperium, they'll stay on the contender group, and they're going to be facing each other again. So it's just a game change for Anubis, because if they want to be going into the elite group and step in and lock in their playoffs, it's going to be a hard one. However, they still have the chance to do so.
I really want to direct our conversation here. Like, I believe that Anubis still got a fair chance into going to elite group, but still it all comes to the game versus Nemesis. But what I really want to head to is player like Dirty. He is a really good sniper. He's the IGL for the team, and he is the IGL and captain, of course. So we have seen earlier like a different type of being the IGL or captain. It's Pietro. He doesn't score a lot of kills, but he makes the art. Like, he shapes the end of story that unKnights make. But on this situation that we're seeing on Team Anubis, it's the different. Like, he's going for a different play style. He's the one who's fragging, and he's the one who controls the tempo of the map itself. So for Team Anubis, I believe they might try to go for games or like maps that needs to play with double snipers, like of course Eagle Eye 2. And for you, Penguin, what map do you think that Team Anubis would love to pick?
Well, they are facing Alucard, so Alucard is a double sniper himself, even though if we don't see Beck using a sniper or Tipsy using a sniper. And good to mention that Tipsy is also a second sniper, so yes, they would love to, like if I'm an Anubis fan, I would love to go on maps such favoring the double snipers because they have Muffin, and in my opinion, it's Muffin who's the star of the team, it's not someone else, because this guy is always consistent in fragging and delivering the clutches when it's needed. But if you're talking about double sniper, it's also there from Team Nemesis, and Dipsy is a sniper, and also Alucard is a sniper. So you would be trying to pick Eagle Eye, also you'd be trying to pick Black Widow. However, I see that if Nemesis wanna be playing such maps, they can try to maybe go for sub base if Anubis didn't ban it. Try to go for maybe Black Widow. They can be good. Definitely Anubis. We know that they usually pick new compound. Although they showed a very shaky performance in compound, maybe the throw that happened from them in the first half just met by another throw from 3BL. But this, if in case it happened versus any other team, I don't think Anubis can come back from it, and they might be struggling. So now, if they're gonna be playing new compound or Eagle Eye, because we do usually see Anubis performing very good on two maps, if they're gonna be going to new compound, they need to start strong because we don't see them starting as strong as they used to be. And playing slow, both teams has such thing, and it's very very bad for our region, for our players, for your gameplay, for everything. Playing slow is not gonna win you titles. Playing slow will only win you rounds. You need to be hyperactive, you need to be controlling, you need to be trying to play way faster and trying to fasten the pace of the game, because both of the teams that you're gonna play now, yes, they have mixed strategies, fast and slow, but both of them, when they lose, they play slow. Both of them, when they lose, we usually see them playing slow. We've seen Anubis when they got 3 or 4 rounds behind versus 3BL, they played very slow and they continued losing, which is gave them nothing. Same for Nemesis on Ankara versus Team Swan Gaming yesterday. They won 33 rounds very fast, and then they slowed the pace. They lost and they continued playing slowly. So I just don't like anybody. And 3BL as well played very slow. Maybe 3BL played slower than Anubis. That's why they got crushed on the second half. So playing slow versus top tier teams such as Nemesis, Vitality, LCK will not get you anywhere. You need to be hyperactive in the map and trying to control more.
Here's the thing, while they're playing slow, I don't feel like their confidence is pretty high while playing slow. They're more of like they wanna rush to play sides, they wanna rush to play with their strats. When they play slow, they open like this if situation, like if we do this we can do that, like whether we do this we do that, and it feels like their choose or decide making when it comes to this part, it's pretty poor. They need to work on it. That's something we have seen from like multiple teams, as you have mentioned, 3BL, Nemesis and Anubis. And for our series we have 2 of those teams. And funny enough, I believe we're gonna see a lot of slow rounds, and the question will be for me, who got the better slow rounds?
It's not who got the better slow rounds. Slow rounds does mean for you that you are relying on the enemy team's mistake, and if the enemy team is not doing any mistakes, then I guess you'll be winning those rounds. So in case of Nemesis, they might be trying to capitalize on such mistakes coming from Anubis. But if Anubis are not giving them the mistakes, because we've seen a lot of mistakes coming out from Anubis game like yesterday versus 3BL on Compound, especially. So if they started the same, I guess Nemesis can just capitalize on this. And we've seen them playing versus unKnights, by the way, on such way. They played very slow, and unKnights did the mistakes. Nemesis just won casually 2-0.
Yeah, and it was really upset for unKnights. It was their first win on the league, and after that their their first loss in the league for unKnights, and then their second one was here today versus Team Vitality, which was a pretty hard one, I believe. But for this series, I really wanna hit to Anubis, Salty, Muffin, Gainer, Dirty, and Doom. They are building a really good synergy. When it comes to the team itself, I don't think that that's the team we saw day 1, or week 1 at least, since like we basically didn't see them week 1. But at the same time, Anubis, they had their time, their fair chance of improving, and it looks like over time they're stepping up a little bit, like an inch by an inch. Like they're slowly but surely getting something done through the course of what's happening in the league. So whether they go to top 6 and be in the contenders group, or they go to elite group, I believe that Anubis like they have their seats for the playoffs, but now they still have a tough chance. And speaking of tough chance, their chances are pretty low here, since like I believe all the analyst desk and our casters are going for Team Nemesis. And also I would love to ask the people in the chat whether are they going for Anubis or Team Nemesis. You can just write it down in the chat and we will shout out for you guys here. And I believe like we have a little bit of a delay, so it might not be the case, but overall we would love to see some interaction from you guys. That's for the viewers. And for you, Penguin, like we know that both of them love to play high ranged maps, or like the maps that goes with the snipers. I believe that new compound might be one of the picks that they might go to, since both of them actually played it a lot.
Well, as I mentioned, new compound from Anubis Gaming, I don't see anything special for them to pick it, because yesterday they showed a very cheeky performance. I don't want to say that nothing worked for them. And the win yesterday versus 3BL was just the mental resilience that's coming out for the boys. The Anubis organization is known with their mental resilience. It's just a thing that whenever you wear the Anubis shirt, you instantly get this mental resilience in your head. So yesterday's win was a mental. Yeah. Yesterday's win was a mental, but it wasn't strategic wise. It wasn't A-wise. We haven't seen the rifles at all from Team Anubis playing the game yesterday. We have seen also only Muffin and Dirty trying their best to play. Maybe Salty got a double kill at the end of the game and tried to carry on the game. However, a new compound, as I can see now, Anubis, they need to show why they are picking new compound. They need to show us. If you are picking new compound because you can play on the global side, then that's not the case for you if you go to the elite group. But if it was yesterday a bad game, in my opinion, it was maybe a bad game for Anubis, because we've seen them better on Ankara, and I've seen also 3BL better on Ankara, then that's the case for you. On the other hand, Black Widow is a big mistake from Nemesis. I don't know if they're going to be trying to play that much fast to counter the double sniper setup coming from Anubis, because Black Widow, if you play Black Widow and you are facing double sniper setup, you need to be very fast. In this case, I don't see Nemesis kind of playing that very fast lately. And the predictions that I predicted Nemesis winning, I would say the same for yesterday's game. It is 50-50. 3BL versus Anubis yesterday was 50-50. Today, it's 50-50. That means that at any chances, Nemesis can win 2-0, or Anubis can win 2-0. It's not like we are saying Vitality playing versus Swamp or Vitality playing versus unKnights. It's 70-30. No, today is also 50-50. So it might be for Nemesis, or it's an off day for Nemesis. It's definitely going for Anubis.
Another derby we have on today versus like between Team Nemesis versus, of course, one of the teams that showed resilience and mental being very solid, of course, Team Anubis. So two really good teams. We have a lot of people that playing from Egypt, so we'll head to our lovely casters to travel to our pyramids and see who got Mr. Khufu Khafra and Mankara on their side.
I've never been to Egypt, actually. I wouldn't mind going. You know what?
Yeah.
No, when I was a kid, I actually was super invested in ancient history. I was always a big fan of, ancient history and stuff like that. And so naturally, Egypt obviously comes up. I was super into it. Do you ever play like one of those games that delved into like Egyptian mythology and stuff like that?
Or
were you ever into that kind of stuff?
I mean, I was
like
into
Egyptian
it.
gods and stuff like that.
My primary school taught us like how to like read hieroglyphics. I remember that was like quite a big thing in primary school. I also do remember I always got quite a funny story about just like ancient Egypt was, so you know like the whole process of like mummification and all the rest.
Right.
I just remember feeling like one of the biggest things I remember in school was learning about mummification and how they go about, like preparing the body and like before wrapping up and stuff. And one of the things they do is obviously they put a hook up your nose.
I knew where this was going. Yeah.
And I remember just this kid in front of me, just as I learned about it, just throwing up everywhere. And that is like one of the biggest memories I have of learning about the ancient Egyptians growing up. Very, very funny stuff. But
well, you know what? It's actually kind of relevant because Anubis is actually the god of the afterlife in ancient Egyptian mythology, or whatever you might want to call it. So it kind of ties in. And we'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box room, and easily dealt with. Swift starting round for Nemesis. I was a little bit surprised to see all 4 picks going to Nemesis for the prediction. Yeah. Was that a sentiment you'd echo?
Yeah, I feel like there's still, this is kind of a close enough game, right? You obviously got Nemesis who are coming towards this one sitting 4-2, but it's 2-3 for Anubis. It's not like they're like too far behind, and a win here as well could start to entertain a little bit later on the season. But Anubis potentially making a playoff run, right? They're 5th, they're just outside of it, so I think this potentially is closer than it might initially give off, but I think it's just the fact that for Nemesis, they put themselves in some pretty decent positions kind of so far throughout this season, and there is an expectation in a sense to really be like a solid side, like just potentially even maybe kind of like putting pressure on towards the likes of unKnights. unKnights have these off performances. That was kind of an off performance we just saw. It's always been this like kind of big 3 of Vitality, LCK, unKnights, and then it's been that battle for 4th. But I mean, realistically, if either of LCK or unKnights have a bit of a slow start or slow end to the season, like who knows what happens towards playoffs. So yeah, I'm surprised it's so one-sided, but at the same time, a good win here for Nemesis puts them in a really good spot for the season.
Seems like they're on their way to that at the moment. This has been a stellar start from them. 2, at least, assuming they convert on this round, very solid round wins. Grenade might just be enough to finish off Dirty. It does actually manage to clip him in the end. And an easy kill for Alucard on the Muffin as well. Super simple stuff, super solid stuff. Great 2-0 start from Nemesis. And if they can bring this level of play over a consistent basis in this series, then I'm thinking maybe our prediction's going to be looking pretty solid. Yeah. They were a little bit up and down yesterday. That's the only thing that I'm sort of a little bit hesitant to necessarily lock it in, per se.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. Nice shot. Buy back there. Back into 4 versus 4, but only briefly. Comics will dip in, and he finds an important one. So Muffin hits the deck. The numbers advantage for Nemesis here.
Yeah, again, another numbers advantage for Nemesis. It's been a bit of an awkward start for Anubis, hasn't it? And noting that this is their map pick, you really raise an eyebrow a little bit. Obviously, as well, a little bit of a discussion to be had about the fact that we'd be going into a new compound. That has been a map that we've seen a lot of Anubis on so far this season. Their attacking side's been a little bit weak on new compound. So I'll be concerned if they do drop this opening map. That's a decent trade from Dirty, but you still have to navigate a 1-on-2. And his position well known. Beck looking pretty pleased with himself in that player camp.
Yeah.
It's very comfortable. Very relaxed in this 1v2, Nao.
Yeah. Looks like it. Dirty, spotted, tagged, and dropped. Beautiful stuff. There's been these moments where like they're making it like slightly close or, keeping some level of pressure on, but 3-0 to start things off. This is really what Nemesis wanted as well. The kind of the proof in the pudding that there is no debate in this comparative measure between the two of them. Alucard, that is a lovely shot.
See, waiting for Gainer as well. It's just seeming like this sniper setup is causing such a ruckus. I mean, even Beck's got a TRG in hand this round. Raffin as well. 4 sniper rifles on the side of Nemesis. And 2 of them so far already striking. I mean, you talk about a double sniper setup being a pretty effective setup on a map like this, but what about 4 of them? I mean, I guess you can't really complain about what's been displayed here by Nemesis. Dipsy with one there on to Doom as well, and it's just left Muffin alone. I mean, Nemesis have absolutely stunned Anubis in this round.
Yes. Yeah, they have. Muffin's got really nothing he can offer up here. Should be a very, very simple one There's Comics. Dips in and he'll do all that's required to close it down. Simple work. Pause taken. No surprises as well. It's not exactly being the kindest of starts here, so it makes a lot of sense why you take a moment to have a real, quite important conversation, to be frank.
Yeah, Anubis were not shy about taking early tack timeouts yesterday either. That was in their game against unKnights. It was a bit of a back and forth kind of a game. And sorry, not yesterday, unKnights. Yesterday was 3BL. The match next last week was against unKnights. But yeah, similar kind of story against 3BL where I think maybe the shoe's on the other foot in this instance where Anubis have, instead of that series coming in as the slight favourites, I think they come into this one as the slight underdog.
Yeah.
But they're likely expecting to have some close maps, likely expecting to be going the distance in a lot of cases, and that has prompted, again, an early tack timeout from them, and they will not shy away from that, as was evidenced by that game yesterday. They were able to get it over the line 2-0, but I think this one's going to be a bit of a tougher day at the office, so just important to keep the vibes good going into the day and not let this really spiral out of control before things get, too out of hand.
Yes, agreed. Agreed. It's important. I think, if you can build up some proper solid foundations in this first half, you are going to give yourself a way to alleviate a lot of the pressure. Not loads needs to be spoken about, I guess, on the Nemesis side, to be perfectly frank. Like, for the most part, it's quite comfortable. I'm sort of chilling at the moment. I don't think they need to be too worried, but shoring up a couple of things. Like, a couple of these rounds have come down to retakes or come down to kind of the 1v2s, the 1vx's. Again, just making sure that that's not always a necessity.
One thing you might not have noticed just yet, Neo, is that a lot of these Nemesis players are actually playing from the same location.
Yeah, boot camps,
so,
yeah.
They've got a bit of a boot camp there. I think it's Beck, Alucard, Dipsy, and Comics all in the same spot. Raffin elsewhere, and Kevin as well, the coach. So 4 out of 5 of the team in a house of sorts, and I think that's quite a nice investment from the Nemesis organization into this CrossFire team. Seems to be helping them out a little bit as they started off this series really nicely.
Yeah, really, really good to see. It's cool that they do get that kind of commitment from the organization and whatnot. It can be such a massive help. Dipsy. Looking for that move on forward. Oh my god, he's going to do it. Lovely shot. Especially with Gainer getting caught as well. Dipsy might have just done everything required in this round. He might look for more. Comics is going to be cleared. Let's swing by Doom. He's looking for a little bit more as well. This is easier said than done. There will be a reload on the pistol, and Dipsy finds yet another. Pretty sublime stuff.
Yeah, Dirty in a spot of bother here, having to try and negotiate a 1v3, but it does look like he's going to be given the plant for free, and as we know in these 1v3 conversations, typically the first piece of the puzzle, before you can even really say this is going to be doable, is that you need to get that plant down and you need to get the time working in your favor, which Dirty has been able to do. But now it's about getting the hard work done as the retake starts to begin for Nemesis. Dirty is trying to clear out the long angle, and he's been spotted, shot in the back, and that's very unfortunate timing. Doesn't even really get to have much of a chance. 5-0 lead for Nemesis. This is a bit of a demolition being put together right now.
It is. They're farming at the moment. There's not a lot on offer. It's really quite damning. We are quite rapidly approaching kind of that point of no return too, where you can't recover things at this current state. Like, you are in some serious, serious trouble. But again, I feel like for Nemesis, not pulling any punches, they know they can kind of keep piling on so much pressure. It's fun to watch. Making life really uncomfortable. Well, there's Anubis side. Dirty muffing in a wield. He double sniper, same for Alucard and Dipsy. Nade over, goes just a tad deep.
Super passive approach here for Anubis. I feel like they may start to go into their shell a little bit if things continue in this fashion. I mean, you're down 5-0. It's got to be evident that the confidence will be very, very low right now for Anubis. Dirty picked off there by Dipsy, who wants to go for more. Somehow wins himself that second duel as well. So we won't immediately come through from Comics, but there's a push out on the map elsewhere around. That's going to cause a distraction, and Nemesis will swing off the back of that everywhere that they can. And they find themselves a massive lead now in this round. Another 3v1. And if you remember, Nao, the Des was talking about the pace changes from a couple of the teams that we saw. We saw the Anubis game and we saw the Swamp game. And these teams that, you know, they can get some work done depending on how they play. But if they, I feel like, lose that confidence and start to play slow, and you're just getting picked apart as it is, especially by the setups that Nemesis are running here with, like, 4 sniper rifles, for example, or playing a bit proactively in the box room there and finding the opening pick. If you slow things down here as Anubis, you are just letting Nemesis really dictate how this game plays out. You're letting them play the game, and you're really only trying to react to that, and I don't think that's going to be the way towards a victory here for Anubis. So I think they need to try to be a little bit more proactive in some of these rounds.
Yeah, no, I agree. I really think this is becoming incredibly tough to watch at the moment. And again, like, real credit where, again, of what we're seeing in terms of how uncomfortable Nemesis are making life for them. But Anubis have got to try and pile a bit of pressure on, even just something that's a little bit gimmicky. If it gives you one round, you just want to hopefully use that as a catalyst to further success. From below, there's 1, 2, and 3. It's just an immediate shutdown. It's flawless. I mean, they're barely even breaking a sweat now, Nemesis. They are putting on an absolute clinic at the moment.
Yeah, this is not even looking close, is it? I don't really know what to say. Nemesis really looked a bit shaky yesterday in the game against Swamp, but they've come out and it's been a much better performance from them so far today. This time, Dipsy, he tries for the same peaks, tries for that same aggression, and will be punished by Dirty. So, I mean, I guess fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, is the mantra there for Anubis, and they won't let Nemesis get away with that on multiple occasions. This is the first time in a while it's felt like Anubis have actually had some semblance of control over a round.
True. Well, what can they do with it is still sort of a big question in our minds. Primarily with how lackluster it's been, there's no serious worries. Alucard, nice find. He's got the Sport of Doom as well as they're looking to make a move out. Alucard is there to try and keep them at bay as they want to dive out towards this B site. Flash through, a smoke down as well, and a loss ahead for Comics. Diving through as well. Raffrin trying something a little bit gimmicky, but he can't get away with it.
Doesn't mean this round is necessarily over yet. Plant going down now, and the fact that it's now a 1-on-3 probably makes it a little bit too much to ask for from Beck. He's got that opening pick onto Dirty, but still has so much more to do with 2 players remaining, and a crossfire like this one is, I would say, impossible to break with a TRG unless Anubis make mistakes. They're actually going to push their way into the box room, and that might catch Nemesis off guard. It is Beck that falls. And so Nemesis finally allowing a round to go over to Anubis. But, I mean, this first half has still been a bit of a demolition, and I guess the question will be, is it an 8-1 half, or can Anubis at least steal one back here at the back end?
Yeah. does remain to be the question. Just really hoping that it's not a flash in the pan, right? Can we use that to now start opening up some proceedings? It's still been so fantastic. It's hard to fathom that not being the case, but nonetheless, 45 and just poking a product for now, trying to figure out what's what. Really not a hell of a lot on offer in terms of information. Nemesis aren't over-fighting, they're not over-facing. Kind of know that they're happy to shell up a little bit and invite in this pressure. Raffin won't be the first to fall, though.
Lockhart will be waiting here on the line for a swing, but Muffin's going to go one better. Comics overwhelmed as well. Finally, Anubis are starting to, you know, get some inroads actually on this map, but you've got to question whether or not it's come a little bit too little too late. It should be a 7-2 half, which will have Nemesis really holding on to control heading into that second half, but still remains to be seen if Anubis can pull off another nice comeback. They had to have a bit of a comeback yesterday against 3BL on, I think, the first map. New compound. Had to work hard for that. But if you keep putting yourself at deficits like this one, you're really not going to be setting yourself up for a lot of success long term. So halftime break here. Nemesis is going to be swapping over onto the BL side. And I think they'll be pretty happy with the proceedings thus far.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. It's pretty damning, isn't it? It really has been such a one-sided showing where there's been so little on offer that it's really hard to kind of fathom ways of getting inspired by what we see from Anubis. Nemesis, they're chilling. Vibes look pretty good as well, and I mean, no shocker, to be honest. I do worry as well. You get completely blown out in towards this first map. It is just going to be the story for the series, right? We kind of spoke about how Nemesis, it feels like they're not breaking that much of a sweat, and kind of continues to be the narrative. Only a couple of moments here or there where Anubis really even offered up anything particularly spicy.
Yeah, Nemesis going to lock back in here. Good first round or two will, I think, be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Anubis. I just don't know what it is. I mean, Anubis, I feel like, is quite a hard team to read. They always have been.
Yeah.
One of those teams that you see them play really well one day and then the next day just go completely missing, and you're a bit perplexed as to why that is the case.
I agree. But you don't always get them. Again, like, consistency at this level, I think it is so hard to come by. I mean, basically for everybody outside of Vitality. And even when, with Vitality, they lack that consistency, it kind of feels more so one of those things where it's down to them not playing at 100% as that kind of narrative that we built up. But the position that we're currently in, you've got to get a strong start towards the second half. Give us just something to fall back on. 5-round deficit. There's not a lot of life left in this game at its current trajectory.
Well, that really depends a lot on what Anubis is going to offer to start off this defensive half. If they can get something going early on in the piece, maybe there's a conversation still to be had. Right now, not a whole lot happening around the map. Nemesis have been given that long control. Apart from that, not really too much to be said. Hoping to see maybe some aggression out of Anubis onto this short line. It's not happening.
Well, dirty. Raffin. Fight between them are going to be very, very important. Around that corner, Raffinop is proceeding. That's such a quick flick from him, but Gainer will respond. Issue is, there's a flank brewing, and it does well. Beck and Alucard combine so swiftly, leaving it down to 2. Unfortunately, I can't really see too much behind this, as that C4's gone down. 2 versus 4. Surely no chance.
Yeah, seems like a bad day at the office so far for Anubis. There's been a couple of splashes of hope, but really nothing extremely of note. Double kills coming out straight away there for Nemesis. Easy peasy. Muffin and Salty dealt with. That's 8 for Nemesis. A first round on the attacking side as well in this second half. And I mean, they're sweeping Anubis aside right now on Black Widow. This map pick of Black Widow seems to be blowing up in their face. There's just nothing they can do about it. They're going to try a bit of a more aggressive approach in this one from Anubis, but just gives up long for free.
Two rounds away now. Looking for that cross or even jump in towards the window. For now, nothing massively on offer. And you can kind of see as well for Nemesis, they're not really committing at the moment. Hitting the corner's not bad. That'll soften up Salty, but a smoke will come down right in front of it.
Oh, Alucard, as he spotted him, Muffin's head gone. The answer pretty obvious for us now. Hey, that's some good spam from Salty, but he's not going to be able to find the kill. Alucard might have been spotted out there. Comics not able to find the trade either. Somehow Salty has just sat in that crossfire and dealt with the push from Nemesis. I'm not sure why they committed to that send. They had the opening pick and just full sending it down mid. And has given Anubis a bit of a sniff back into this round.
45 seconds. Everything about this favors Anubis. Gainer needs to be careful, but he'll find Beck. Last man should be spotted and is. Raffinop thought. Well, just like that. Not dead just yet. For Anubis up to a third. Long road to recovery for sure, but a little bit more like it.
See if it's going to be anything more than that, though, for Anubis. I mean, the first half, if it's anything to go by, will mean that these round wins for Anubis are still going to be few and far between. They might show us a little bit here and there, but the ability to string multiple together has been elusive thus far. Early exchange in middle. Does have Alucard in a bit of a spot of bother. He's kind of been left isolated by the rest of his team. So that is an opener for Anubis, and this push into box room I can't imagine would go well if they go through this smoke.
Let's have a perfect flash for it. Yeah, they really should be a bloodbath. Gainer for the first. Doom will have one as well for that quick trade. And it did. They just get absolutely shut down. And for the most part, they're pretty effortlessly.
Don't know if I love that from Nemesis. A couple of rounds in a row on this attacking side. I think the decision-making maybe leaving a little bit to be desired. They're not really doing a whole lot to put pressure on Anubis. They're kind of just running at them and hoping that they're going to win their fights. And that may have worked on the defense. And it might work if Anubis is going to get an awkward timing out the box room. But, oh, don't overcommit to this one. I mean, again,
wow.
Nemesis had the advantage, and then they just swing into multiple players. Luckily for Beck, he's going to be able to win that duel onto Dirty. And by the way, Gainer's 1 HP. So Nemesis get out of that one with a slight lead, slight advantage in this round. But, man, that again could have really blown up in their face.
Yeah, they do like making life difficult for themselves. God, some of these rounds are... they're nerve-wracking, to say the least. Alucard sees it off. Bated breaths there for a lot of that. That really doesn't instill loads of confidence in you. However, map point now for Nemesis.
Yeah, it hasn't really been a long time coming. They've had to work in a couple of these rounds, but generally it's been a pretty easy affair for them. 1-for-1 thus far. Beck still alive and kicking. Gainer had no idea. I mean, the shots are going everywhere, apparently. Comics has survived on a sliver, and that does give Nemesis the player advantage in this round. Salty may take matters into his own hands and try to convert this back in the other direction, or push out the mid doors. Nemesis not quite prepared for that. Trade should come through, though, and it will. It's all good in the end for Nemesis as they finish it off. A quick flurry of kills, and that is that. 10 on the board for Nemesis. They take the dub, and they do so very easily. That's one of the cleaner maps of Crossfire that we've seen in quite a while.
Yeah, they look really, really locked in. I mean, definitely worth mentioning. There was a couple of moments here or there where they kind of just maybe took the foot off the gas a little bit, right? They made it a little bit of a longer map than it probably should have been. Over-fighting, over-facing, giving opportunities over towards Anubis. But for the most part, all that really matters is closing out that map comfortably. You know, 10-4, it's a nice map to get under your belt and to really set the tone in towards this series. We were talking about, is there a bit of a debate between these two? And it is, you know, all of us kind of leaning in favor of Nemesis. Is that maybe unwarranted? And now in hindsight, absolutely looks like the right call from us four. I mean, just very, very sharp shooting coming through from them. And a real worry for Anubis. This 10 to 15 minute break in between maps, it's a lot to talk about for this side to get anywhere near Nemesis at the moment. We're going to throw it back to the desk. We'll catch you for map 2.
Oh, we're back on camera. Okay, so we had a game, I believe. We had Nemesis playing versus. I can't really remember the team, but it looked like Nemesis were having a warm up, maybe like that's a warm up game before we played the official game. It didn't look like we had like Anubis versus Nemesis. It was just Nemesis versus no one.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna take it like this, would you say the same versus 3BL yesterday if 3BL closed the compound game? I don't think so, no, because it's not Anubis that's going to play in a such bad way, and then we start saying that they are a very bad team. No, it's just because they had a very bad map.
No. It's
so I'm saying the same because it's the same.
inconvenient.
Yeah, I know,
It's
I know.
weird.
It's the same. It's the same. No, it's not. It's not weird. It's the same playstyle. It's the same level of Anubis yesterday. And also today, it's the different enemy they are facing. They played the same versus 3BL. They couldn't close the game 3BL because they're just low experience player. They're not having the much experience and they're just shaky, very shaky when it comes to incline. But now, it's Nemesis. So they're not going to give you the chance to come back because we've seen Anubis starting very, very slow. And not slow in pace. I mean, slow as a start. They were very weak, but then suddenly they started coming back. They started winning rounds. They started playing as a team. They started waking up as a roster. But this is not a team that will give you such chance. Nemesis just capitalized on it and they won the map.
And you can't be doing that in the elites group. If you ever qualify to the elite group, you can be just dropping down 7 rounds in the first half and expect to come back. In the game itself, it felt more of this map that Anubis, for me at least, and I believe Elfish might have the same opinion on this, him and Neo, that we didn't see Anubis in this first game. It felt like Anubis were missing. Like that's not Anubis that we knew, or like at least they need to start change their way of playing the game. Like they need to wake up. Like I don't know if you're gonna play.
Why we don't praise Nemesis? Because Nemesis played very good. Why don't we praise Nemesis? We are only
of course.
But it's
that's
Nemesis
the
who
difference.
won the game. It's not Anubis who lost it. Anubis played the same level since day 1 till day 7, 8. It's the same Anubis since day 1. It's Nemesis who are improving. So they improved, they play better. I asked it, why do you guys pick Blackwood? And they said it's a big mistake in my opinion. But Nemesis showed me that this game is the quickest I ever watched in season 1 2026. It's 10-4. So that's why I'm saying that Nemesis changed the playstyle, so they deserved win. Anubis, they didn't do anything wrong. They just played the same way, but they faced a very strong opponent. However, it's the map picked by Nemesis. And now, Nemesis gonna be facing new compounds. Anubis' new compound. I hope Anubis watched new compound yesterday and they fixed the mistakes, because I'm pretty sure that this was a bad map from Anubis. However, also Nemesis just gave them no chance to breathe, and they just got every single chance of taking control, and they took it and they got the win.
Okay. I'm not gonna like point fingers anymore to Anubis. Like feels like a little bit tight with Anubis, and like yeah, Anubis is one of the biggest teams that we have here. But for this series, so like for the first set, you can see the stats. Beck had 3.2 KD, which is pretty impressive. At the same time, Alucard, we have been praising him and calling for him. He's 1.43. I believe that's a really good number for him. We didn't see a lot of clutch moments from Alucard, but we know when you need Alucard, he will step up. And of course, Sat MVP will be back across the course of the action that we saw on the first map. It goes to Team Nemesis. Big did a really big part of it, being 3.2 KD. I believe like he almost had 20 plus kills. I can't recall the numbers, but like it felt like that. So with that being said, yes, Nemesis won the first game. Anubis still got a chance to like get back
Redeem,
into
yeah.
the game, like get back into the series. Like they still have their own map, new compound.
Exactly.
It's really good for snipers, of course, of the new changes that opened a huge angle for the snipers in mid.
Yeah, I know that Anubis loves to play on new compound, and they are very good on new compound. That's why I said yesterday it wasn't Anubis's game, because we usually see them stronger on new compound, and that's the day. Because if again they didn't start very strong versus Nemesis, Nemesis is not the team that will give you a chance to do the comebacks. Or let me say it in another way: Nemesis is the team that can close maps, and they did on Black Widow. Yes, they showed a shaky start on the Blacklist side. On the global side, I'm sorry, Nemesis. However, they didn't give them a chance to get into the comeback. They instantly just closed the game, played together, and closed the game. So now, if Anubis showed a very weak performance on the beginning of the game, I don't think Nemesis will give them a chance to come back. However, if they started strong, I believe that this map can easily go for Anubis or also for Nemesis. It's just either ways, but it's just a start. Who's going to be starting stronger? Who's going to be trying to take the fights? Who's going to be trying to play more fast? Because we've seen Nemesis playing fast. They win games, and they win games in a very casual style. Like they win it in a very comfortable style. It's the 10-4 is a very casual win for them. So now they need to be playing the same. Nothing for them needs to be changed. They need to play the same pace. Anubis needs to change, and they need to start strong. They need to find a way to start strong. I'm actually liking what Anubis doing when they're losing 1, 2, or maybe 2 or 3 rounds. They instantly take a pause, and it was effective yesterday. And now they need to do the same in order to win the second map and go to map 3.
Hopefully their poses help them in the next game versus Team Nemesis, since new compound is really famous for Nemesis, of course. So new compound, Nemesis versus Anubis. Elfish and Neo, back to you guys.
Yeah, I tell you what, Neo. I mean, look, obviously there's a lot to break down after that first map. I think Nemesis come out the gates very, very hot, very strong, and Anubis not quite prepared for that. But again, I sort of look back at that game that they played yesterday, and I say Anubis got off to some poor starts in that series too. But they were able to come back. It was a bit of a weaker opponent. It was 3BL that, you know, didn't quite cut the mustard necessarily, but here you've got a bit more of an experienced lineup in the likes of Nemesis who are going to put them away, and so Anubis can't afford a slow start on this second map.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I just think kind of in the position that we're in, they cruised through, right, for Nemesis in that first map. And when you look towards this Anubis side, for me, I just want to see like a bit of fight, right? I want to see this side kind of prove that they do have, I mean, they've got name value on this side, right? And we've seen in previous seasons what some of these guys can bring to the table, and we just don't see any of it there. It looked very, very lackluster. It looked like as well, especially in that first half, when things were so one-sided, it did look like they just checked out, right? And we can't afford for that to happen. They've got to keep their sort of head in the game in the way that we know that they can. So, with that being said, we're underway in towards map number 2. For Nemesis, who had such a whale of a time, will it be more of the same?
Yeah, I don't know if I like this situation, though, for Anubis, actually. I mean, they're going into new compound, a map which they, I think, have been a little bit tentative on in the last couple of matches that I've watched of Anubis, and also starting on the attack, which hasn't really been too kind for them. So hopefully they're going to be bringing a bit of a different brand to this game than what we've seen in their past couple of weeks in the displays that they've had on New Compound. Otherwise, we may be seeing a similar scoreline to the first map. Something in the realms of a 7-2, I think, is what Nemesis are going to be angling towards. And again, it's a map where you can really look to the power of the TRGs to sort of pull you through a first half on that GR side. And again, that's what Nemesis are going to do with this double sniper setup. So I think all things considered, it may play out in a very similar fashion to what we saw on Black Widow if Anubis are not careful.
Yeah, I think you're right. Dipsy. Holding and waiting for now. Not a huge amount on display, but nothing. That first 2 fall. The minute of workovers are still not fully committed just yet. Question, are they full cancelling? It kind of feels like they might be.
Seems to be that way.
Bold
Again, I'm not
choice.
too surprised to see that being the case, though. Anubis often default back to this sort of playstyle when things aren't going well. And I raised that as a bit of a concern in the first map, that when the confidence is low, the style slows down for Anubis, they start to get picked apart a little bit, and I suspect that may be the case again here. Dipsy, ooh, he'll have a quick raw adjustment there onto Gainer, and then doubles down onto Doom. Probably gets away with a bit too much. Now it's up to Comics to try to hold the site. He doesn't get anything done. So another retake in effect for Nemesis. Not really fair to call it a retake when they actually haven't got the bomb plant down. That C4 is going to be a tough one to retrieve for Salty. He'll have to swing for that fight, and does in the end inevitably get traded. So solid stuff to start things off for Nemesis. I think the fact that we see Dipsy get away with 2 there feels a little bit much.
Yeah, agreed. Nemesis starting towards this well. That was the worry. We wanted Anubis to get out the gates flying. Well, the fact that I don't. Definitely a concern for us. For Anubis, still feels like they second guess themselves in the mid to late rounds, and they're tentative at times. Is he holding? Oh, and he hits the shot as well. Nice work.
Good start this time around for Salty, but Comics is up close and personal, and I'm not sure you're necessarily going to expect 2 players from a similar position. If Anubis commit to this fight, they'll have to be prepared for Comics close. Gainer thinks about going out through that smoke now. Comics has been spotted out. That's the C4 dropped. Comics doing a good job of just delaying. Here he gets Muffin as well, and he's being held out by Beck. The assistance coming through for Nemesis. The 1-2 punch of Comics and Beck. And Anubis just are not having any success today at all.
Damn. That is not what you want to see. Really difficult display. I think as well, kind of in this spot that we're in for Anubis again, like, we get even like 1 or 2 more rounds like that, I'd be calling for a very early tag timeout. Immediately try and clean up the issues that obviously are pretty apparent.
Back to square one for Anubis. Try something a little bit different this time. Push towards A, maybe the name of the game. Bit more of a default setup though for Anubis. Again, nothing too quick out of them here. So you can see Nemesis not really feeling the pressure all that much in this round either.
Muffin. Making a move via or through pillars here. 1 minute on the clock. You smoke front side, Alicard. It's going to open up proceedings. But Smoffin will get one back in blood.
Again, things continue to be pretty comfortable for Nemesis. Beck sitting behind that smoke on B. 40 seconds on the clock here for Anubis. Time crunch starting to come into effect. There's a flash out. Beck getting a nice helping hand from his teammate to find the information and find a kill. And Gainer now spotted out in mid by Comics. The C4 is dropped. The coordination between the Nemesis guys is just, at the moment, on a really good level. Like, they are not giving any free fights. They're not giving any easy fights. In fact, they're not even giving any fair fights over to Anubis, right? All of these engagements, you've either got a flash or you've got a player swinging with you to trade or to sort of 2v1 or whatever. And, you know, it's just good, clean fundamentals from Nemesis, which is great to see. And it's proving to be too much to handle at the moment for Anubis.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. You get that timeout out. That's what I was talking about. I feel like you have it, you know, even just 1 or 2 more rounds like that, and you'd realize that it's absolutely a necessity. A tough conversation to be had. This could be a very similar looking map as map number 1 was, which was one of the quickest ones I've casted in a while, to be fair, in the CFWL. Nemesis is just cruising. It's good signs for this side as well. Like, you know, they're a team who I really, you know, I'm interested to kind of know what or how things will be between, you know, late season in towards playoffs, like themselves and LCK. And playing some really good Crossfire at the moment. Looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I think this is a much better looking Nemesis, to be honest, than the Nemesis that we saw yesterday, I actually feel. And granted, Swamp was playing a pretty decent game yesterday, but this Nemesis is looking quite locked in.
Yeah, agreed.
Anubis is just kind of being Anubis, right? And sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad.
Yeah.
Doesn't really do enough to get you through a season like this against the best of the best, right? You need to be bringing your top level at all times.
Oh, you're spot on. Definitely there's arguments about consistency, which is always a talking point, but so far for Nemesis, really not a lot I can complain about with this side. Just such a big conversation that has to be had for the likes of Anubis. Looks like in just a second we'll be, you know, the show back on the road, and there we go, 3-0 start. And well, what can Anubis do off the back of their pause? Can we finally start to rekindle a bit of the flame, make life a little bit uncomfortable for an Nemesis side that have been cruising?
That seems like Nemesis are going to continue cruising.
Yes.
He's starting straight out the gates off the back of the tack timeout with another kill on the Muffin. I mean, it's the same old story, really. I feel like Groundhog Day. Nemesis find the opening pick. Anubis slow things down in the mid-round. Then there's 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to hit one of the sides. They run in and they get booked. See if we follow that same pattern again.
It's easy. Oh, that's worrying. Minute 20. Still got a bit of time at the very least. Seconds, not loads on offer at the moment. Now they're diving in. Becklethorpe. Looking to put pressure on towards Raffin. They'll stop him at 1. It's now towards his A site. Can actually get a C4 down, which is better than how a lot of these previous rounds have gone.
Yeah, so far, but that doesn't necessarily mean it still can't go the way of Nemesis at this point. I would back them. Dipsy doesn't want to lose his head to Doom, who was watching that angle from the back of the site. 25 on the clock. Nemesis are going to have to start to go. A missed shot from Alucard, but Dipsy and Alucard finding their entries anyway. And like I said, Neo, it might be the best looking scenario for Anubis to a point, but you still need to convert on the round, and they have not been able to do that. Nemesis coming out the gates so strong here on map 2 as well. Tac timeout's already been used for Anubis. Is this just a doomed series?
Yeah, I mean, we're very, very quickly approaching the point where maybe the answer is just yes. Maybe it is doomed. It's just the Nemesis side who look incredible. And Anubis really don't have loads to offer up here.
Double kill for Dipsy again. Nothing seems to be going wrong for Nemesis. It's just like every single fight, they're getting more than they ought to. Comics, he gets given so many opportunities to fall there and still does not. Anubis are in the bin. They are absolutely cooked at the moment, mate. They are not hitting barely anything, and Nemesis are just running away with this series.
And you know, it's just one of these things, like, it's kind of like, it's just on the point you were just bringing up, where it's, even if you just bring it down to its basic fundamentals, like, they just can't hit the shots. Like, it's not, you can maybe talk about, like, the game plan and the strategy and the depth of knowledge of the game and the map itself, but just in the raw fundamentals, like the pure mechanics, Nemesis are head and shoulders above. It's brilliant work, but I guess by a technicality, it's completely over, but I don't really have any faith of Anubis getting anything out of this. They'd need for me to 3 out of the last 4 this half for me to have any sort of belief.
Well, again, Anubis, they have weighted that clock down. 1 minute left. Going to try their hand at an A hit by the looks of things. Beck's floating around in mid, trying to suss out some info. And this time he hasn't quite got the timing right. So catches a couple in transition into mid. I don't know that it really tells Nemesis all that much. Alucard also dropping over towards A. This might finally be a round on the board for Anubis if they can put the rest of this round together, but with 30 seconds on the clock, there's still a world where things can go wrong. Raffin, if he finds a kill or 2 on this defensive A, the rotation already starting to come through. A fast flank from Comics as well. There's 1 for Raffin, but no more. And that might just be it. That might just be enough for Anubis. Comics will not have the impact that he needed to. He doesn't get there in time. Finally, something goes right.
Yeah, my God. Such a sigh of relief to get, but now needs to be the start of a few on the board just to continue piling that pressure on. Like, it's all well and good getting 1 here. It just cannot afford to be a flash in the pan. Let's see whether that'll be the case. Raffin. Under a bit of pressure, but he's trying to swing 4 more. He's put on the shoulder, and he'll actually lose to Muffin. But Alucard's going to find a shot of his own. They're only briefly alive as Gator's found 2.
Yeah, plan goes down. Dipsy and Comics to try to drive a further nail into the coffin of Anubis. It's going to get harder now that Dipsy's been tagged up. Comics might eat a nade or 2 here. He actually doesn't take any damage in the end, but will lose Dipsy in that meanwhile, so that's going to further compound the issues here. And it seems like maybe Anubis have identified a bit of a weakness with this A site. They can continue to get in there. If they can continue to recover this half a little bit more, so maybe just get up to 3 at least, that will give you something to play with in the second half.
Finally, though, right? Just a little bit of form. A little bit of consistency to fall back on, and slowly but surely showing us what it's all about. A lot more required for me to have any sort of belief, but there's a level of nicety that can, at the very least, give us some form of confidence. 2 now. Like I said, you get 4 out of the remaining, or yeah, even like 3 other remaining rounds is at least a foundation. 4 would be a nice thing to have just to pile that pressure on. I said, what, 3 out of the last 4? 1 away from it now.
Comics under pressure. That's where, you know, maybe some of the praise that we had for Nemesis does have to start getting stripped away. I was saying we've really been on the same page. They've been playing well together, but in this case, Comics isolated, out on his own, gets run down by multiple players. Why is he playing that position if he doesn't have backup, if there's nobody there to help him?
Seconds. They're diving in now as well. This could be really dicey. It looks pretty damn good for Nemesis. 3 versus 2 now as well. Dirty and Muffin are both stuck. 30 seconds, don't have a lot of time to work with. Alucard waiting. Again, just as a bit of an insurance policy. This feels like it should be all but confirmed now. 20 seconds and Alucard will deliver. C4 dropped. There's no chance in hell for this one.
Rough. Anubis, they get themselves a round or 2, and then immediately there's that response. And by the way, what did I say? Might feel like a very similar scoreline here in map 2 as it did in map 1, and I think I might have been pretty on the money with that one. Potential 7-2 brewing, but a Nemesis opening duel lost there for Raffen. Might change that script a little bit. Maybe a 3rd on offer here for Anubis. Push out in pillars. There's a fight happening over there, and Beck also caught off guard on the A side of the map. Dirty needs to fall right now to Dipsy if Nemesis want to try to recover this round. That does occur, but there's still awkwardness happening over on A. Alucard is low. He's alone, and he desperately needs some help.
You're right. You got Doom. 1 foot in the grave. Gainers a little bit feeble as well. Anyway, and they come trying to dive through. Doom. So that's fine. Alucard gets caught. You feel with this C4 planted, surely impossible to retake from this spot. 2 versus 4. Surely no chance.
Comics, Dipsy, putting it together right now. A 1v1 is where we will find ourselves. Oh no, sorry, it's a 1v2. Doom, of course, alive there, but very low. Muffin spots out Comics, doesn't give him the finishing blow. That could be a mishap. 13 seconds left. Comic needs to find this fight, needs to do it quickly. Doesn't actually swing the corner correctly. He doesn't finish him off. He's got no time. Come on, man. You've got to commit to that fight. I don't think he's got there in time for the defuse, and so in the end, Nemesis will drop that round. He was so hell-bent on the left corner, not the right corner, and just made the wrong choice. It looked like the grenade was going to be sent in the right direction, but in the end, enough is not quite enough there for Nemesis. So, a 3rd round for Anubis. What do you think, Nao? Is it enough to have any kind of hope?
Honestly, I don't think so. Not yet. I feel like the only way I start to believe maybe is if we can come in towards this second half and, again, like set a bit of a tone and put immediately some level of pressure on. Like, that's the only way I'm finding any sort of way to sort of fathom this. It's so far felt pretty comfortable, pretty clean. Yes, bit of a hiccup towards that tail end with a couple of those rounds, but I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. So for the most part, I still feel like this is a big concern for me. For Nemesis, I don't think there's loads I need to chat about. I think they've had a somewhat fine enough first half. Like, you've got enough breathing room where you're not really under that much pressure. I think they'll be fine, but Anubis, you get this first round of the half, and I mean, potentially there could be a bit of pressure start to be put on.
Well, Muffin starting it nicely for Anubis, at least in the 1-for-1. This is a cheeky line, if a little risky. A push through the doors would have him dead to rights. He does at least have the back of a gainer over there towards B. But nobody from Nemesis going to peek that angle. So the 4v4 will ensue for now.
Okay, well, what's the idea by Nemesis? It's a bit of a slow around here where they're just trying to see what the reaction's looking like for Anubis. And speaking of, Doom going to go poking and prodding. Has a bit of the right idea. Needs to be a little careful. Gainer, Doom, find kills, but so do Raffen and Comics to keep that pressure on 2 versus 2. It's just the fact that Raffen's low.
Oh, big swing here for Dirty, and that is an easy cleanup. Raffen being that low makes for an easy kill. And so Anubis now just need to find one more kill onto Comics, who hasn't picked up the C4. With 20 seconds, he just wants to take the fight into the A site. That's a clean kill onto Dirty, but he needs to now be very, very quick. He's got to grab that C4, got to find a way to get a plant, or has to win this duel against Muffin, who's now been spotted out. He chances the plant, and that's a bold choice, but he's actually been able to get it down. The shoe's on the other foot now. Muffin's going to have to be the one to try to push his way forward. Rifle up close and personal. It's time for the USP, and Comics wins it. The 2v1.
Wow.
He felt like he was completely out of that round, but steps up on an individual level. And Nemesis have their 7th.
That's a pretty mental one to win in the way that it's pulled over. Fantastic. Definitely a bit of a tilter to let slip like that. So, now in the position that we're in, 7-3, you've got that pretty damn comfortable lead. Like everything should be fine for a spot like this. Let's see though. Gainer and Salty got other ideas. Gainer will take some damage to the nade. Salty's also tagged down low. Dirty's there. That's C4 dropped.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight for Beck as well on a line like that. I mean, this is such a tight line. He shouldn't win that duel, but Dirty misses the shot. And so that actually gives Nemesis a bit of a chance back into this round. If Alucard and Beck reconvene and are able to clear Salty out of this corner, they might be able to get into the B site. Looks like Anubis have made the call to fully stack the B site. Nemesis are not too keen on fighting their way in. Alucard can't confirm any extra advantages. He'll fall to Salty. So Beck has to do this now alone, a 1v3, but a winnable 1v3 with the way that Anubis are playing it, they've essentially given him a free plan on A if he wants it. But even if he doesn't, even if he does go towards B, there's a couple of low HP players here on Anubis that he could clean up pretty quickly with a shot or two. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that he could win this.
Yeah, I'm going to count him out for now. He's making a move. Oh, he's walking into quite damning. There's the first.
Hang on.
He's actually managed to escape out of this. Flash that comes down, he repeaks and finds Beck is given life in this round. Hang on a moment. Something potentially brewing here. It's closed, but Doom will see it off. That is not a bad effort.
Yeah, he just tried to get a little bit too tricky with it, didn't he? You know, with that fast wrap back over towards B. Doom called the bluff. Caught him in transition. Had he gone straight into A and tried to go over the plant, maybe it was a different story, or just slowed things down. I know he didn't really have much time. Either way, Anubis getting themselves out nice and early into middle, but Dirty's not going to escape back. There's still more players filtering into mid who have been spotted. Gainer, double kill, and oh man, this Anubis lineup feels like a really different team on the GR side of Compound. I've said it a couple of times today. The BL side on this map has been very, very shaky, but the GR side, typically, they do get quite a bit of work done, so I certainly wouldn't be counting this as a map that's done and dusted just yet. Alucard in a rough position here with only 7 HP to his name. He'll be finished off by Doom. It's another round for Anubis.
It's a bit of something brewing. You can kind of feel it. Yeah, there's something going on here for sure where Nemesis needs to be very careful. I feel like if Anubis can put up a 6 on the board, I'd be tempted to go for that tack timeout, to be honest.
I mean, tack timeout definitely hovering on the horizon somewhere soon for potentially both of these teams to gain some value out of.
Yeah.
Nemesis has been losing players a little bit too early in a lot of these rounds. They haven't had like a bona fide 5-on-5 site hit or like a post plan or anything like that. A lot of it has come down to losing picks around the map, trying to recover rounds. See if they can do something a little bit better now that they're working as a cohort and pushing their way into middle. That's a good start with the kill onto Gainer. Doom a little bit isolated in this fight as well around GR spawn. Obviously the smoke preventing those B players from assisting him, and Comics pushing his way forward. It's Beck that actually gets the job done. Dirty out through the smoke. Salty there as well. Okay, this is getting a little bit messy. Nemesis, it looked so clean on the entry, but they just did not expect that scale out from Anubis into mid. Maybe resting on their laurels a little bit too much in that round, expecting it to have already been done, but Anubis are still fighting. So is Beck, to be fair. Back in another 1v2.
Definitely getting awkward. Beck seen off, though. Anubis. They figured things out now. And yeah, exactly what I said, right? I feel like if you get 6 rounds on the board for Anubis, I'd be calling for a timeout, and Nemesis do exactly that. I think this is the right call. Definitely where they need to be, because things are, I mean, looking and feeling pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, you're right, but I also think it's one of those situations where if Nemesis just kind of identify what the issue is, win a quick round or two, then they're like right back within striking distance, and all of that pressure goes right back on the shoulders of Anubis. So this is a really critical tack timeout coming through from them. Kevin, obviously the coach, will hopefully have a lot to say, and if he can just get a magic round here for Nemesis. Magic round or two, that I think might be enough to just have them fall over the line. This hasn't been a super clean map by any stretch of the imagination for Nemesis, especially in this second half. But you've got to think, surely they've got something left in the tank. I mean, this is your map pick, right? You've got to have something on the BL side.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. Lots to talk about here, though, as well. See As you were kind of talking about Kevin getting very vocal. I mean, it's really still quite a tough predicament where I'm not super convinced just in this second half how dicey things have looked. Looks like for the most part it's all Kevin as well in terms of the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as if Nemesis are in a really terrible spot. Even if they do lose this map, they can go into the third map, still win the series, and that's something that they're pretty used to based on the game yesterday against Swamp. Interesting that they did play a new compound yesterday on Swamp, and it was their cleanest win. They did pick that up 10-6. But maybe having a little bit more of a tougher time here against Anubis. See if that timeout's going to play to their hands at all. Nemesis still holding on to the lead, but not by a massive margin. There's a big round here in dictating where the rest of this map and potentially even this series is going to go.
Yeah, that's that. Oh, wow. What have we got for us? In this one-round game off the back of that timeout, is it going to be a successful one for Nemesis to see this map off? Or I think it's going to get a little peculiar. Ruffin leading the charge briefly towards the A side. They're grouped up here. Heading back first, as Raffin's the one who carries the C4. Doesn't want to be the first to be spotted or to fall.
Long controls established for Nemesis. Don't know that we're going to see them commit to the A hit, though. They've got quite a bit of time still left to play with here, and two players watching for any pushes out of B. C4 seems to be quite committed toward A at the moment, though. It's starting to transition off. Comics being left on the lurk. When is he going to strike? Might be now. It might have to be now. The push out from Anubis. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Comics can't really quite get enough done to convince Anubis that this is going to be an A hit. So they haven't rotated any of their players off. It's a solid standard hold out of Anubis here.
Muffin got just a pixel to work with. Raffin gonna try and wrap this corner. And they come. First fights. It's actually a bit of back and forth here. 2 versus 2. They're gonna dive on above. Oh my god, how? Oh, thank God
1v1.
Raffin sees that off, but how does he not? How is he not gonna completely clothesline but when that dive above?
Yeah, Dipsy looked like he had that one wrapped up, but just a bit of a whiff from him. Good coverage in the end, obviously, from Raffin in the 1v1. Does get Nemesis up to 8. It's obviously not enough to finish this map off, but it gets them one step closer, and it will just build that lead out on Anubis once again as well. So a little bit of doubt growing back in the minds of the Anubis fans again that maybe this comeback isn't quite going to be recoverable.
Let's see. Two rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. Finish line, of course, within reach and distance, but still absolutely anybody's game. We've already spoken about how Anubis have felt considerably cleaner thus far. Alicard, though, first to fall.
Salty Warrior. Nice double kill from him. Gets probably a little bit more than he should have. They just don't clear him. And Dipsy's dealt with on the other side of the map. Anubis with a very clean round. I'm not sure how that one's fallen apart so comfortably for Nemesis.
Yeah. One round game.
Ooh. Tipsy. Oh, if he was on for the third there. Beck actually does get that trade. This round's still very much hanging in the balance. I want to see what Salty gets up to. He's got a nice timing. Hasn't been spotted out just yet. That push out into mid. I don't know if he spotted Comics, but he certainly hasn't been able to finish him off. Beck, I don't think is going to be too prepared for one more player in mid when he comes to retrieve this C4, but he spots him out and deals with it anyway. That leaves Muffin solo and isolated on A, and another good chance in here for Nemesis.
They just got to sit together, play for the trades. All that really matters in a spot like this. Muffin. He's moving around to try and catch one off guard. He takes a pop shot and he misses. Now a known quantity.
Are they going to fight him? Surely you're not going to fight him here. Like, you've just got to go B.
Just run.
Yeah. It looks like they'll make it there.
There was a moment it felt like they were going to stick around for kind of no reason, which would have been a rough watch, especially if it had fallen south. Everything points to this being an Nemesis 9th. A round like this shouldn't fall by the wayside.
Yeah. Comics knows where Muffin is. This is a tough one for Muffin to work his way out that smoke, and that is exactly why. And Nemesis go to 9. And it seems like the Anubis hype train might just not quite have enough to get into the station today. It's been a pretty good recovery up to this point, but just letting it slip off the back of the timeout from Nemesis. Still, 2 rounds is not impossible to grab in a row here for Anubis.
It's true. Can't completely count it out. 1 for 1. Comics is barely alive. Beck's probably dead to rights here, and he is. Gets caught by Salty. Patience will pay off. One minute 30 and what essentially does feel like a 2 versus 4 with just how low Comics is. For him to have any sort of serious impact here feels highly unlikely.
Muffin in a good spot. This is just such a solid angle. Headshot line getting the better of that push from Nemesis, and looks like they're going to have to go and have another try at closing this map out. Anubis will survive for now.
One round game. Overtime is a potential. How things are at the moment, Anubis have definitely picked up a lot of the slack that had worried them, or worried us with that first map, which was tough to watch at times. This is a lot more like it. Take us to OT, have that kind of great reset, and I don't know, I've been making arguments that in OT they should be taking it.
Dipsy unable to win his duel there against Salty. Trade will come through, but Comics, he's completely neglected the possibility of Gainer around the corner. Somehow, Gainer gives up that advantage, though. I don't know why he's peeked that angle. Alucard waiting. He knew Alucard would be there. Oh, Beck, though, just caught off. A lot of little mishaps happening here all over the map, and now it's down to a 2-on-3 for Alucard and Raffin to try and convert this in regulation, lest we go to OT. Another push back over to B. Big fight ahead here for Alucard. If he swings and has a look at main, he needs to hit his coming up shot. Doom's actually down into the site, and Muffin tucked in the corner. I don't like the idea of a B hit here. They are surely done if they try it.
Oh.
There's no way.
Overtime required. It's a complete collapse from Team Nemesis. They just looked so poor in those last few rounds. It was a really difficult watch. And credit where it's due on the other side for Anubis. That map looks a lot more like it for them.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got to get through this OT, though. Like, it could be all for nothing.
Back getting very vocal here with Kevin.
I think a couple of worried-looking faces maybe here on Nemesis.
Yeah. And too right? The way in which they kind of crumbled in that second half. Let's see. Not a piece. Overtime begins.
Yeah, it's going to be Nemesis back onto the GR side, which they did have a bit more success on. Anubis preparing themselves for this round. Maybe a little bit tentative, given the stakes at hand. Raffin out in the middle of no man's land there in mid, just sticks around a little bit too long as that smoke fades, and he's going to be picked off. So Anubis get a freebie on the entry. Alucard has done some of his best work from a position like this, though, so if the push still comes into A, it will not be an easy hit for Anubis, and that seems to be the direction that they're heading in. Alucard gets a bit too big for his boots, only able to get one, and that is the A site lost.
Let's see. Playing up close. Beck is going to be the first fight, and he will fall. Muffin does well, down to 2, but Dipsy going to get tagged. Surely all but done here, and it is. Anubis take the lead. First side, as they hit 10 in double digits.
Back to square one. Run it back. See what happens. Nemesis are feeling a bit like a house of cards at the moment, where if one piece falls, the rest do.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just feels like they've got a plan out of spawn. That plan doesn't work. They fall so flat. Any sort of speed bump along the way comes through for Nemesis. They just struggle to kind of recoup the round.
Another good start for Anubis out mid. It is going to be Comics to try to recover it from around behind. Raffin's in there as well, but having a real rough time in that fight. It goes back to the 3-on-3. Alucard is just going to allow them that passage into A. Wait for Beck to come across. I think that's a good choice. Dipsy needs to join this retake as well. But Anubis in again, a pretty good spot. And without all of that clutch factor that we saw from Nemesis in the first half, I wonder if they can get through this OT. That's a good kill from Beck, but he needs to get a bit more done, or at least open the door for his teammates. A 2K for Beck. He's helped out here by Dipsy, and Nemesis will claim one at least.
Okay, tied square, and it's good that you finally find something back on the board. I mean, you feel like with how poor things been for Nemesis, a round like that can actually really potentially be a bit of a catalyst to further success. If you go back-to-back in these rounds, you're going to make life uncomfortable for Anubis. It was such a great first half from Nemesis. They just got to just tap back into that.
I mean, a lot of that did come from, like, X Factor, you know, good individual plays, individual clutches. It's not necessarily easy to replicate that.
Yeah, it's true, especially with the confidence being as shoddy as it has been for the last few rounds, tail end of regulation into OT. Dirty. Making a move up here as well. Smoke going to come to the front-hand side. The A site as they are slowly scaling through mid. Flash over, and this will give them control towards Bananas to start wrapping it through. And there's no one there from Nemesis to test them.
Yeah, Anubis still working hard to try to get their way back into this A side again. It's where they've sort of tried to identify that weakness, but it's been heavily stacked this time from Nemesis. And they should be well prepared for the defense. Beck's gone back over to B, but still 3 players over on A here. We do have a transition back across from Raffin into GR Spawn. Nemesis are getting worried about a potential push towards B, but they are going to be incorrect in that assumption. Raffin's coming back. Timing window closing for Anubis. Comics tripling. No, doubling. And Alucard in there to help him out. It's a 2-for-1 in that regard, but the exchange still good enough. As far as Anubis are concerned, they are now into the site. And Beck and Dipsy have to put this one together in the 2-on-2.
Often being low is something that's absolutely going to help in a spot like this, but that's fine. Dirty to 4. That's huge. And now it's all on the low player. Just decide with the work. As long as you play together, you can trade this. You should be absolutely fine. You just got to make sure that you fight at the same time. It doesn't even matter. Beck sees it off. And that'll be where, again, I think we can kind of put ourselves into the spot of this Anubis side and say the pressure's back on their shoulders a little bit. They've got to be really careful. There's not a lot of time left in this. And I think for them, you know, they've obviously done some nice work, but it's all for naught, right? And I guess about the spot that we're in. They're tapping back into what we'd seen earlier from Team Nemesis.
Yeah, but I mean, again, like, still just a 2-1 in the OT, and I feel like either way, that's workable, right? Like, you talk about 6-3 halves, that's pretty standard on a map like New Compound. GR side should have the advantage there, so 2-1 split is probably not the end of the world here for Anubis. They're moving on to a bit more of an easier side.
Yeah, I wonder how much effect this first round of the half will have, right, as well. As you mentioned, with that 2-1, if Anubis can immediately respond. Once again, it means all that pressure on the shoulders pretty quickly eradicated, maybe even flipped.
Nemesis going to have a little bit of time, obviously, while we swap the sides to have a bit of a chat about what to do. Beck's certainly got some words for the troops. First round going to be a big one here, right? If Nemesis do win it, then that's 2 bites at the cherry. If not, Anubis equalize the numbers, and then it really feels like anybody's game. So, it's 2 very different scenarios based on the implications of this opening round in the second half of OT.
That's it. A lot of util being dumped in the early part of this round to gain map control. Nemesis look like wants to go reclaim a little bit of Pillar's control, but instead they opt against it. Go for the long way around instead. It's that early pressure that Anubis had put on by taking this space. Beck needs to be very careful on this close swing. Gainer is playing around the pillar. This could be a huge fight, which Beck will open up as Gainer gets caught. That's a huge opening frag to find, and no one there to trade.
It's a big start for Nemesis, but they can't afford to let an opportunity like that slip. You're not going to get an opening kill that easily, but oh man, Beck out the window, just missing that timing as the smoke fades. Dirty will pick him up like it's absolutely nothing. Alucard's been tagged down low, and now a lot of this may be resting on the shoulders of Raffen with his entry in through from A main. That's being watched by Dirty. Salty dealt with Dipsy. Raffen goes down as well. Double kill for Dirty, and Comics finished off. It felt like the perfect start to the half for Nemesis, and they just fumble it.
It's felt like a pretty common story as well for this side, isn't it? Like, in a decent spot, and they just are letting things slip away for nothing. They give way too many opportunities over to Anubis. And credit to them, like, Anubis are capitalizing upon just glaring errors on this Nemesis side. It's, you know, far from pretty watch, that's for sure.
Dipsy's going to try and split the difference here in mid. Walk right into the crosshair of Muffin. And you do have to wonder, what's the thought process in pushing there when there's nothing else happening around the map? I mean, if the hit is happening right now from Nemesis at the same time that Dirty's pushing, or Dipsy rather, is pushing his way in through mid, then I can kind of see it. Raffen spotted out there by Doom and just deleted, taken the head off of him. Beck's going to try and recover that fight, but this is an awkward one. He's got to be worried about what's happening behind him, chasing Doom down. The bin keeping him safe from Dirty's line. Beck again, it feels like a lot of the time he's having to try and pull his team, kicking and screaming through some of these rounds.
Double stack here in towards mid. $40 in this 3 versus 3. Depending on timing of when he throws his util, Dirty could have one dead to right. Looks like they want to go for that split towards A. Muffin's come over for support. 25 seconds. Time of the essence here. They want to dive around the corner. One's been spotted. They're going to fly up for the fight. It's Comics open up proceedings. Beck will find one of his own as well, but now he's all alone. Has to reload with 15 seconds. Has to scoop up that C4 as well. It is really, really uncomfortable watching. He'll get round and he'll get those numbers punched in. And now it's about, can he move around? Beck is somehow still alive. Should have been dead a long time ago. And he's, yeah, like you said, he's got out into a post bomb. He then re-swings back in.
What?
He might actually overlook this sort of angle. There's a world. He might not even check this. He might assume that Beck had made his way out towards his long position. No. Beck has won it. I cannot believe he has got away with that round.
What am I watching? What have I just seen?
Yeah, for real.
He's done the merry-go-round on the site, and Muffin has just not seen him. He didn't see him cross out too long. He didn't see him cross back into the site either. That is just insane. Ay, ay, ay. Nemesis are one round away from potentially closing this map out. Otherwise, we're going to go to Golden Point. It will be Nemesis that will play Golden Point on the attack. So, essentially, they get 2 attempts at this very round, and it has not started well. Again, another opener from Anubis onto Dipsy. I mean, what can you really say? I don't think either team are putting up the numbers that they would like on this map. And you have to, I think, kind of look at it a little bit through the lens of both teams maybe under-delivering a little bit here on New Compound.
Yeah, you're right. Dipsy's just, it looks like he's really kind of got in his own head. Just over-facing so commonly. And as we've seen in this OT, obviously nothing's coming off the back of it. Like, I wouldn't even really mind if you overface, but you get traded, right? Or it's overfaced to gain space. But it's, as you kind of put it in that previous round, a lot of them seem sort of pointless.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to go for this swing, and
yeah,
that's like that's the entire thought process in that regard. It's just a question of whether I win or lose my duel, basically. And that's, you know, not obviously done him any favors in these last couple of rounds. Still a recoverable one for Nemesis, though, with 2 players only on this B side. If the entries are clean from Nemesis, they can still get in and still find themselves a nice post plant. So numbers deficit only matters in the grand scheme. That is a 2-4-2, though, and that's probably not quite clean enough for Nemesis to feel comfortable. This is a nice line for Alucard to be on, but he's going to have to be sharp as that plant goes down at the hands of Comics, who also, to be fair, has definitely had his moments in this map.
True. Comics and Alucard to bail them out. Really feels like if they can find Doom here, they've locked this in place. Oh, you spoke about Comics. And he might have just saved them. All on to Dirty.
Don't peek, sir.
C4 as well. Bit of damage on towards Dirty. He's sticking this. They've got to get off it. And Comics has gone huge. He's bailed them out when things were looking so unbelievably dicey. And 13-11, Nemesis take the second map. But that wasn't pretty watching.
Oh my god, that that was way too close for comfort as well. I mean, that defuse was getting pretty close. Yeah. Nice one on the behalf of Comics, though. I was thinking, look, if they can actually deal with this guy that's on the flank behind, like they need to isolate one of these fights, right? They need to either fight main or fight, behind them. And in the end, Comics kind of like hedged his bets. He actually held for that player pushing out main, hit a great shot, then turns to help Alucard and wins the round there. Anyway, you've heard enough from us. We've been talking for about an hour, so let's have a break. Let's hear from the analysts and see what they have to say about that series. Jesus.
Thanks, Selfish and Neo. This series was just pretty awesome. Like, just skip the first game. Second one was just magnificent. Anubis and Nemesis, they both showed us like what they're made of, and it felt like if you need someone to carry you through hard times, it's always gonna be Comics for Nemesis, and we're waiting to see them go through beyond what they're doing here in the group stages. And I believe in the elite group, it's gonna be tougher and tougher for Nemesis. Of course, Anubis, it's official. There is no other chance for them to qualify to elite group, but I believe being in the contenders group, to have extra time to get to know how can you adapt, or like get to to play another type of strats will be a lot better for them.
Well, yeah, we've seen a top tier Crossfire right now. Yeah, first game, as you said, maybe it was one sided. It was one sided to Nemesis. However, the second game it was very balanced. 3-6 finishing the first half as Anubis. 3-6 is pretty quite interesting for me because it's not the end of the world. It's just 3-6. It's not 2-7. It's not 1-8. So it's comebackable, and we've seen the comeback coming from them. Also, we've seen this comeback happening even though when Comics and Alucard gave their best. We've seen a 2v1 from Comics at the beginning of the half. It was 7-3 in favor of Team Nemesis. However, Anubis came back very strong and went to the overtime. We've seen the huge mind game play by Beck, and as I mentioned, Beck is the best movement player. Is the best player in terms of movement in the West League right now at this moment. He's the guy that can easily just destroy his teammates. I mean, his enemies and
His
teammates and carry his teammates with his movement because he moves very fast.
Okay.
He knows how to pick the angles. He's not afraid to take the fights. And not only this, this guy makes 0 steps when he's moving. So he's always on top when it comes to the clutches 1v1. So Nemesis, they showed us a very strong performance. But Anubis, as I mentioned, because they play double sniper, they will always struggle in the blacklist. And if Anubis wants to do something, I believe that if you ask the Anubis manager right now, hey, what do you want from the league? He will tell you, we want to win the league, which is impossible for me, not in this world. Okay, what is the best for Anubis? Hey, get the second place, third place. If you guys don't play blacklist side with a huge firepower happening, I don't think Anubis will have a chance to win the league. I'm not saying to do a good performance because they are showing us a good performance, and I can say that Anubis can be a top 4 team, but not the team that wins the league. So the blacklist side is kind of so messy from them, and it's because the double stack.
For me, it feels like to have a little bit of illusion or like delusion when it comes to having your expectations is pretty good. When it comes to like, yeah, it's pretty hard for them to win the league, but like having this as a goal, I really respect it from Anubis, and I believe in the course of time they're gonna be getting closer and closer to their main form that they should have in the playoffs. We still have the second part of the of course of the league itself, going to group stages. Anubis, like, I believe that their audience are like, where was that team on the first map? We were missing Anubis on the first map, and then they just, it felt like they changed the entire profile for them. Like they just like changed the whole roster and bring us with another team that just showed us a really good Crossfire game. And versus Team Nemesis, it felt like they're toe to toe. No one had the advantage. Like, speaking of advantage, of course Nemesis had a really early game, and as always, I would say, like, as Anubis personality currently, as like, once they are pretty down, they know how to get up and trying to fight for their place. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for this game, that they didn't manage to clutch their rounds to get us to map number 3. But overall, Anubis, a team to watch in the playoffs for me. For you, I have a really important question. Who was your favorite player in Anubis and in Nemesis?
Well, in Anubis, I would say Comics on both maps. In Nemesis. On Anubis, I feel that Muffin is only the guy who's consistent in those fights. This guy is always doing what it needs. But I have a question for Anubis, though. I would like someone to talk to me and answer. Why you guys didn't watch yesterday game with the 3BL? Because Muffin did the same mistake 2 times, and then he came today and did the same mistake. He swing garden, I don't know what they call it, by the way, but this small window on the B side, while someone from the side is holding him. It was Noxin yesterday. He killed him, like, I believe maybe 1 or 2 times, and today as well Dipsy got him 1 time. It's always Muffin doing the same mistake. I see Muffin taking B on control. I say, okay, he's gonna go pick this small window and he's gonna die, and he did it. So I have a question: why they are not just trying to? Why I'm saying this, because as I said, my favorite player in Anubis right now is Muffin. When Muffin dies, I said that Anubis lost one of their most important player, and they might be struggling throughout the round. And we've seen this yesterday when Muffin was getting picked off by Noxin every time, and today also when he got picked off by Dipsy, they struggled, and when he didn't show on Black Widow, they also struggled. So that means that you need to be guarding your star player, and this is what Nemesis is doing. Alucard is the best trader in the CF West League. This guy, every time I watch him and he's in the right spot, his teammates taking control, I say that Alucard will trade everybody dying. And we've seen it on B side when team Anubis Gaming took the B-long control at Pillars, and there was a collapse coming from Nemesis, made them B-long, and then suddenly we saw Dipsy going down, Beck going down, then Alucard instantly traded those 2 kills with another kill. So he's the best trader alongside with this guy. Finally, you are seeing someone else than Alucard as an MVP.
Yeah, it's back. He showed us a really consistent performance over the course of this series, and for Team Anubis, this series looks pretty problematic. The first game, they need to find a way not to drop a lot of rounds early on this side, like at least when they were playing Blacklist. On the other side, congratulations to Team Nemesis, grabbing their spot for the elite group. It's gonna be pretty tough for them, I believe. It's not gonna be that easy. It's not playing versus elite, it's not playing versus contenders group, of course. The difference in level is pretty high, and we can see all that. Like, we all can see that. It's pretty clear on the air that contenders group, they have some teams that got potential, but when you're waiting for the real deal, it's always elite group. LCK, Nemesis, unKnights, and of course, like the owners of the league currently, Team Vitality, with their losses. Like, touchwood, guys, for Team Vitality. I don't want to curse them. They're doing magnificent work. Those guys been grinding and doing their best on camera, off camera, to make sure that they can be on this place. That was for them. And of course, right now we have 3BL versus Swamp Gaming. It's gonna be for seeding, and of course a really important round and game for both of them to touch on whether, like, what's going to happen in the contenders group. It's still a lot messier than the elites group. Elites group, it's more of like 1 + 1 = 2. In the contenders group, 1 + 1 = 11. Like, that's how I see it. Like, a guy out of nowhere just comes on, and Oxland, speaking of him, just grabs a treble, a quad to turn a round off after a full team controlling. So we'll see what happens, but like, that's gonna be after a short break. So get your snacks, stay on your chair, and wait for the third best of 3 for tonight.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, Witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Madison not able to get any.
Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just taken. Zane has what I got. Risk here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that quick.
Short break, but we are back with the third set for our day. We have Team 3BL versus Imperium. I'm sorry, not Imperium. We had that yesterday, like the week before. We're having 3BL versus Swamp Gaming on the third best of 3, and Swamp Gaming, they are playing versus the team that's having a lot of roller coasters, losing versus Anubis after dominating the first half, and that's of course for the first map. And Team 3BL, they have a lot of issues to fix. And speaking of that, their mentality needs to be more of a champion's mentality. How can you get back from a losing situation, and how can you close the games? And for you, Penguin, you were part of the organization. I believe like those players, or like the players we have with Team 3BL, are a lot different than the ones you had. But for this situation, what's your advice for those players?
Well, there is nothing. You're just young. The team is not coming here to get the first, to make the, get the first place. They're coming here to compete on a high level, and they're coming here to build a team that is gonna be taking everybody later on, because they are young players. And if they are not good, then let's see after the season ends how Anubis, how the other team's gonna be talking to these players and trying getting them on their roster, although they are having already a roster. So yeah, that's usually the Egyptian players taking players. Vitality, of course, is Egyptian team, but that is just logged in. So it's only Anubis, and we've seen Nemesis. They're having Turkish players and have Egyptian players. So also we might see an addition from Team 3BL to Team Nemesis, because that tells you that the players are good. So in terms of mentality, there is nothing to be teach. These guys needs time to be able to adapt, to be able to think more into the game, to close the games, because okay, we've seen them always close but never closing the games. This is some experience issue we usually see. However, talking about the roller coaster coming out from Trivial Galaxy, also we've seen kind of the same scenario from Strong Gaming. However, Strong Gaming, we can't blame them. The guys are just together, and they're having multiple nationalities. They play on two different servers. They play on the North American server, and they play on the EU server. North American for the guys from NA. We're talking about Josh. We're talking about LSN, and the EU. It's a part for Jin. We have seen him playing very good lately. Was awesome. I hope he's well now, because he was sick yesterday. So it's the matter of whose roller coaster that's gonna end up on a high level, because this matchup is a very close matchup. Two teams are fighting for the relegation, or they're going into the contender group, which takes them to the playoffs.
Yeah, and of course, we have SG on this side. They have Awesome. Hopefully that he got a little bit better, and I hope that he is getting well. But he, even while being sick, he performed. I believe he was one of the good players for Swamp Gaming yesterday. He almost carried them across what happened across the series. He showed a lot of resilience, and he was not leaving Nemesis to get any inch on his side. It felt like when you are looking at Swamp Gaming, you gotta keep your awesome, like keep awesome name on your head, like you gotta keep an eye on him, and that's for Swamp Gaming. When you look at Team 3BL, of course you have Nexlon, so it's like the experience versus the youngness and being still new to a competitive scene. For you, Penguin, what do you expect from Team 3BL? And oh wait, we have Elfish going for Team Swamp Gaming on this side, so only Elfish going
it's
for
50-50 again.
and I really respect that.
It's a 50-50 matchup again. The two teams are on the same level. The last matchup was 50-50. We're not saying that two teams are on the same level, because Nemesis is way better. But I said it's on the 50-50 because Nemesis sometimes they show a very slow and cheeky performance. However, today they didn't show us this, and they showed a very good performance across two maps. So they won the series. Now it's just a matter of the two teams are on the same level. It's just a matter of who's going to be hitting more today. If the guys from TBL are going to be hitting, Omega will have a backup. Noxon will try to support him. Hunt will try to be the man. Then okay, TBL Galaxy can be winning, and if Swamp Gaming just LSN does his job and just go peaks everywhere. We've seen him in Ankara doing very good, which is a map that I'm expecting to see today. So if he's doing this his same work, we might see Swamp Gaming win. So it's a 50-50 matchup. So if I pick Trivial Galaxy, yes, it has a chances that Swamp Gaming can win. If I pick Swamp Gaming, also Trivial Galaxy has a chance. It's not a matchup that it's gonna be one-sided at all.
I believe like I have the same argument with you. Like for me, I would go 60-40 for Swamp Gaming, but since Awesome is sick, so like he's still ill, I believe. I hope that he's getting better and better, but I believe he's still sick. That's why I picked the 3BL. It's still, the boys have a lot to show. They have a really good sub base. and that shows you that they have a really good communication, really good understanding on what they should and they are looking for. And exactly, we see Ankara from Swamp Gaming, we see Subbase from Team 3BL. At the same time, we're banning New Mexico, we are banning Black Widow, and for the decider, after taking off Eagle Eye and Compound, we have the final one, the decider, the Eagle Eye. So I believe the Eagle Eye, if we win to the third map, it goes like it leans a little bit towards Swamp Gaming. So for me, it feels like a 50-50, as you have said, and you have break down a lot of Ankara stuff through the course of this stream, and it's a map that needs you to play with double sniper to have really good communication. And when it comes to communication, it feels like Team Swamp Gaming might have it a little bit rough when it comes to this part.
Well, talking about the communication, yeah, definitely Team 3BL will have a better communication. We're talking about 5 Egyptian players than the guys from Strong Gaming, especially that also 3BL Galaxy players are playing together for a while now. It's like the 3rd month or 4 months, and they had some kind of lockdown rooms into the gaming house, and they had elevated their team communication. But now, as we can see, the maps, Ankara is going to be the first map, and it's picked by Strong Gaming. That means that Ankara going to be played on the North American server, because you pick the map and you go to your server, and now Cyber Galaxy picked Subbase. Finally, we're seeing the Subbase again. We want to be seeing it again, because last time we saw it versus LCK when they destroyed LCK 10-6, and then everybody started banning Subbase versus them. Now we'll get to see it again. Was it lucky game from them? Was it a bad game by LCK, or was it a good game by 3BL Galaxy? That's what they're gonna prove today, because they picked Subbase on their server, and now Ankara is picked by Strong Gaming on their server. So I guess it can go 1-1 very easy between two maps.
So it might go either side. We have Ankara on Team Swamp Gaming. We have Subbase for Team 3BL. So the question for me will be, will we reach to game number 3, or one of those teams can close it in 2 games? And to unfold this, we have Neo, we have Elfish going to you guys, and hopefully we can see a really good game.
Yes, we're hoping so as well now. Of course, I think that last series was a little bit of a drag towards the back end. You know, it was
For sure.
a bit back and forth. The game wasn't exactly the highest of caliber necessarily. I do wonder, though, whether or not we're going to get that same sort of thing out of this last series, right? Like, Swamp and 3BL, I don't think we need to beat around the bush, are 2 teams that are towards the bottom end of this season at the moment. Been a bit up and down. They've had their moments, but for the most part, it's been, I guess, it's fair to say, more bad than good. So it could be quite a messy series, could be quite a long series. I'm actually a little bit surprised that I'm the only one that has picked Swamp in this. I feel like Swamp, for me personally, have a maybe slightly higher ceiling than what 3BL does, but I guess we'll have to wait and see, and whether or not that ceiling gets hit as well is probably another part of that conversation. So let's just get underway and get the answers to our questions, eh?
Yeah, exactly that. I'm looking forward to seeing how this game pans out. Has all the makings to be quite the exciting one. But already, a nice little start coming through. Sad to open up proceedings. One of those. It's been such a while since I've caught both of these 2 sides play. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it progresses. TZ White will deliver on towards Kai's.
Well, there's one thing I can tell you is that Noxon was having a pretty good day yesterday. Omega was having a pretty good day as well. So those will be the 2 that I'm keeping a bit of an eye on here for 3BL. Hunt's going to be taken out. Bit of a misposition from him, but it shouldn't matter too much. The recovery rather, is in there nice and quick for 3BL. And also, you would have heard Penguin mention it. Awesome wasn't feeling too well yesterday. I don't know if he's better today. I'm hoping so. Didn't really notice it necessarily in the server. I think he still played okay. But
Sure.
an Awesome at peak performance is definitely something that Swamp are going to need to get through this series as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. I feel like he's obviously so unbelievably kind of important. C4 will get planted. Oh, but Noxon sees it off, and nice little way to start it off. No real complaints there at all, and 3BL get underway pretty comfortably. First run on the board, and it was kind of the case for them of quite consistently just keeping the numbers advantage. Brilliant work.
Well, it's only one round. Gonna need to see a little bit more. But a decent round, it has to be said, for 3BL. Noxon and Omega happy to just challenge a fight outside of A main right here, but they're not getting a swing from any of those Swamp players. Meanwhile, DZY having a little bit of a look around what's happening on the B side of the map. This is quite an isolated push. If he goes around and dies to Kais, that's definitely not going to be ideal. That ends up what's happened. So, just a little bit too individualistic maybe there from DZY. It's going to allow Kais to take a bit more space. He does not get the better of Hunt. But LSN has also pushed his way forward here, and he is looking for a forward hold in Hotel and will make no mistake. So the numbers advantage maintained for Swamp for now.
LSN. Gonna wrap back round. Noxon waiting for his opportunity. It's really about clearing this close corner. Jin needs to be careful as he swings around the side. He will get one. Quick trade that comes through from Noxon. Very important.
Good recovery there from Omega. Gets a kill onto LSN. This flanking from behind will be a question. Noxon isn't aware of it just yet, but he's definitely keeping an eye on it. Awesome, getting some nice space, but the swing will come back through from Noxon. Ooh. Like I said yesterday, he was on an absolute heater, and it looks like he's going to continue that form today. Plant's going to go down, and a chance at a 2v3 win here for 3BL if Josh can't put this together, especially now that his position's been spotted out. Noxon on the swing, Omega also, both down low, but still with the power of the numbers on their side. Josh will try to piece it together. He does get that kill onto Omega. Noxon now just trying to buy that time. Can't get it done. Josh will save the day for Swamp. And if we were talking about Noxon on the behalf of 3BL, I think it warrants a mention for Josh's performance yesterday, particularly on this map of Ankara. He was the standout for Swamp on this map yesterday.
Yeah, needed to kind of bail them out there and does a very good job of exactly that. So, fair play. Tying this game back up for 3BL. They'll be kicking themselves a little bit for letting it slip like that. Numbers advantage. She's got to play off the back of the trade. The second there's contact, immediate swing behind is sort of required, but in the end, not to be. With that being said, now you just need to see what the response is like for 3BL. Because they're getting good space and they're getting themselves into a position of a plan. It's just seeing the round off itself.
Another probe towards A, but 3 players on that site right now from Swamp. You'd probably want to be calling the cancel here if you're 3BL. Don't know that committing to a site hit with 3 players holding it is going to be the right idea. That's wisely. Going to see them push their way back in towards mid and explore that area of the map as well. So, good call. They're going to run into Kais. He's usually been pretty handy with that TRG in hand. It's a 3-for-0. Kais stepping up nicely for Swamp. That's the kind of star power you need to see if you want to win a game like this one. And very easy, very clean round from Swamp. That's the best round that we've seen in the map so far.
As the fact as well that it's back-to-back, which is huge. Immediate work and... Oh, now a second on the board, lead taken, decent pressure being put on as well. You've got no real complaints about it. And I think this is this worry as well for 3BL, that first round was just a bit of a flash in the pan and that we could really see kind of the spot that we're at, that Swamp can run away with this first map.
It is 3BL's pick. So they don't want to be letting Swamp get too far out in front in this one. Another fairly reserved approach at the start of this round from 3BL, who still have yet to clear outside A. Nice advanced position from Sad, but he's not been given anything by Swamp so far. 3-2 split between the B site and the A site means that Swamp don't quite have the hefty defense over on A here that they will need if this ends up being a real commitment.
And waiting. Could be two. Dead to right here is actually a quick 1-for-1 trade. Already. One in response. Numbers favoring that of Swamp.
Well, continue to favor that of Swamp. Sad's here in the 1v3. Successful exchange, successful trades coming through from the Swamp fellas. I think generally speaking, what we've seen from Swamp has been pretty solid. Just from a team standpoint, you know, they're getting their players in good positions and effectively trading as a result of that. They get the opening pick and then sort of just work through the round methodically that way. It's going to be enough to start to worry 3BL a little bit, and they will call attack timeout.
I think it's pretty worthwhile getting a chance to have a conversation here. I mean, getting in the spot that you're in for this 3BL side, they're falling quite flat in a lot of these mid to late round moments. I swear Swamp are utilizing their numbers very, very well at the moment. I just think, you know, the thing that made success really work for them in that first round, opening couple of kills that go their way, and they just play off each other. You know, they shell up together, they play that trade game. It's simple, it's effective, but in that spot that we're currently in, these early rounds of not the same level of kind of effectiveness, and all 3BL are struggling.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I find that 3BL is one of those teams that they're either on or they're not.
Yeah.
And when they're not on, they do get a little bit exploited by the rest of the competition. I mean, that is why they've only been able to find the one win so far this season, and that was against Imperium, who's the team that has gone winless so far. I mean, I think you can say the same thing for Swamp as well, right? Like, they haven't necessarily had a huge amount of success. They've also only found a win against Imperium. But in a lot of cases, you look at 3BL, and or in more cases, I would say 3BL are struggling to find themselves a map, whereas in a lot of the matches that Swamp are losing, like Nemesis yesterday, we saw them take a map. 3BL wasn't able to take a map against Anubis. You can kind of continue to go through that list, and in a lot of cases, Swamp is getting maps, at least in their losses. Took a map off of unKnights, took a map off of Vitality. 3BL unable to take a map off of unKnights, unable to take a map off of Nemesis. So there's a few instances here, I think, where, you know, maybe I've just seen a little bit more out of Swamp this season than what I have from 3BL. Not to mention as well, 3BL do have to play Vitality tomorrow, and Swamp plays Anubis. So just looking at that, maybe it's a little bit of a slightly easier finish this season for Swamp. I think I probably have them maybe just finishing slightly higher in this first round robin than what I do for 3BL. That obviously a lot depends actually on how this match plays out, of course, but so far it's been pretty good for Swamp, forcing out that early tack timeout.
Oh, well, let's see. Post-tack pause. What is the idea here? And what'll change? Off the back of some pretty lackluster rounds.
One for one. It's not quite going to be enough to get 3BL in just yet, but with that kill onto Josh, it will certainly open the account. The problem is going to be a fast flank in here from Awesome. And Kai's is there as well to cause a bit of a ruckus, but Awesome was not landing his shots. I think a lot of this now rests on the shoulders and maybe the timing on the push out from LSN. He's up on top of the site and he hasn't got anything done. There was definitely opportunities there for Swamp. I think they kind of just missed their timing. Oh, it was a good effort from Kai's. Sorry, they didn't miss their timing. They hit their timing, but they missed their shots, is more so where I want to go with that one. And obviously, I think that will feel as though it's a little bit of a letdown from Swamp, because yes, they did lose the site, but they had the defenders there. They had the rotators there to maybe cause enough of a trade scenario that could have changed back up.
I feel like as well, for Swamp, you need to be careful not to essentially let 3BL play a slightly more reckless style here. Swamp try and dive in towards a mid-take. A trader piece, there's a lot of damage dealt towards Awesome, and a fair decent amount on towards Noxon on the flip side.
Yeah, this round is very much still hanging in the balance. I think Swamp are going to be pretty happy to sort of be holding on to as much mid-control as they are. Kai's just sticking around, giving them a little bit more info on that area of the map. And he's actually gone for a bit of a push. They seem to love this pit position. I don't see many other teams play it, but Jin is pretty consistently in that pit position for Swamp, early in rounds especially. And you can see Kai's has moved into it now as well. B-side defense resting a lot on the shoulders of LSN, and he is just steamrolled by Hunt, so nothing he can do there. This position as well from Sad will end up being a real thorn in the side of Swamp. I think this round's already lost for Swamp, unless they for some reason turn around and deal with Sad, and that is not going to happen. So 2v4 for the retake, and one of those two is Awesome, who is barely hanging on by a thread.
Nice shot by Noxon, looking to tap away, and he will. Interesting position that we're in. Again, there's that pause that goes straight back into kind of success coming through for 3BL. They've tied this game up, and I don't know, things have become really interesting at the moment. I mean, I'm arguably a little bit concerned as well. Swamp have fallen a little bit flat in these last couple of rounds.
Remember, they've still got that tack timeout in their back pocket if need be. Awesome. Oh, this is a tough spot to play from if you're spotted out, but he's just going to take that fight forward and does a reasonable enough job, especially with the assistance there of LSN, who's found 2. So, site's just not being cracked open at all. LSN hangs on for a triple kill in this round, which puts it squarely in the favor of Swamp and Noxon. Like I said, he is just on another level right now. And I mean, even since that tack timeout, like he was definitely the standout in the first few rounds for 3BL. 7-1 since the tack timeout as well. He is maybe going to be the difference maker in this series. I think if there's a player in the server that is the scariest player, I think it is at the moment Noxon. And that's a big asset to have for 3BL right now.
Yeah, I agree. Well. Oh, Kai's. Couple. Back on the swing. The pistol looks for more. These are some really punchy rounds here, and you can really see the back and forth. I mean, at the moment, every round feels so difficult to predict, but Mega, that couple from him opens the door back up in towards that round, but still not enough.
Yeah, 4-4, very evenly matched game so far. It's just this one final round in the half that will tell us who goes into the second with a slight advantage. But a 5-4 lead is really not a lot to write home about at the moment. You would have thought Swamp might be in a good spot to be the one, though, at least taking that 5th in. It's Josh down. So that will make this A defense a little bit more difficult, but the rotation has come through. It will be ineffective. Jin isolated behind the box, Orson behind a smoke, can't get anything done. Damage is going out, but not enough of it to really prove to be the difference maker right here.
Mega and Hunt, both low, might give an opportunity in a round like this. 30 seconds left on that timer. You got Sad dip in between the two angles. Guys, will be that first fight. Eating for it as well as he swings. He'll deliver. There's one, and they shut it down on the side. Hunt does well for a double. And 3BL bite back.
Yeah, it's a good recovery.
A decent game here.
It's definitely a good start for Swamp, but they do just sort of let it slip towards the back end there. Nice timing on the tack timeout, making a bit of a difference for Anubis, of course. But it's still early days, this map. I feel like this is a map that could very much go either way. And again, bearing in mind, Swamp still have got that tack timeout in the back pocket. They'll obviously be swapping sides here as well onto the BL side. I don't know what your thoughts are, but I feel like Ankara, for me, is always one of those maps that you can get a win on the BL side, you can get a win on the GR side. It's not an inherently super biased map. So I don't think going in with a 5-4 out of this is really going to concern either of those two teams at the moment.
No, I agree. I feel like it is one of those where I've seen enough on both sides, on especially when we've kind of been international as well. Like I've seen enough in kind of variations and kind of the way it's played that I'd probably make an agreement that I don't think it's too biased. I've seen some really, really good kind of like attack comes through, especially from some of these like Chinese sides in particular, at kind of the international level, just because the executes are so unbelievably clean.
Yeah, I mean, you look at someone like an All Gamers in the past and how they play Ankara, and, you know, first round out the gates on the attack, they're just like, all right, we're going to run over to the A site, we're going to fang a few grenades over the top, and then we're going to absolutely just like style on you. And that's how they love to play, right? Like they get out the gates really strong, really quick, and kind of dictate things from the outset. You know, that I think shows the experience and the cohesion that those kinds of teams do have.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Anyway,
we're back underway.
Yep.
It's a ever so slight lead, and one that might be very quickly brought back, or so I say. Hunt will support Sad in that fine on towards Jin. The pistol pulled out from Sad as he makes it a second. Okay. Very quickly into 2 versus 2.
Oy, well, that'll be a freebie for Awesome. So no longer a 2v2. Noxon tasked with another 1-on-2. He was able to win one of these earlier, and he's going in the right direction to win another. He could actually catch Swamp in transition here. Now, he's not quite aware, but he has put himself in such a cheeky position. It's not going to be cleared. You don't clear this angle. Awesome falls, and LSN can't find the trade. Beautiful stuff again from Noxon. And like I said, if there's going to be a player that will be the difference maker in this series, it is going to be Noxon. And, well, that has been provably, I think, the case throughout this map so far.
I wasn't sure if it's confirmed. Is this the one where... Is this the map where Swamp will be on higher ping or 3BL?
I would assume that it would be 3BL that are on higher ping here, because typically I think it goes your map pick, their server.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But again, it might not even necessarily be the case, because like a few of these Swamp guys are from Europe anyway, so maybe they're just playing on European servers anyways. Like, you wouldn't be playing on an NA server here if you're Swamp, even despite the fact you've got Kai's and Josh there.
Yeah, agreed. Oh, well. Even more important then, if this is a thing where there's that higher ping for 3BL, and they then can convert the map on top of it. That's an even sweeter feeling.
For sure. I have to give Noxon a bit of pat on the back if they do end up closing out this map, because he has been able to get them 2 pretty crucial rounds now. And those are the 2 rounds that they have that have them in the lead. Not a bad call being made here by Swamp to pivot over towards the B site. It's a 4v4. B site's been left completely open. You've got LSN set up in mid, waiting for a rotate back across. Plant's going to go down for free. Ooh, LSN has fallen off the line, and that's allowed Omega out onto it, who just shuts him down with a nice clean tap. And that equal player number has slipped by the wayside.
Well, 8 seconds. Not loads of time on it. You need to be a little careful in this 3 versus 4. They've just got to find a way to shell up here, Swamp. Be very easily traded. It's not looking pretty at all, and they actually crumble. A 3 versus 4 is 4 that stay all alive.
Yep, it's looking like it might be starting to slip away from Swamp. You know, it's not as if they're not putting themselves in good positions and, you know, making some good decisions in this map, but I think they're definitely letting themselves down on like an individual basis, right? Like the team decision making, the macro decision making is good, but the micro decision making of the individuals in, should I take this fight, should I peek here, should I fall off this line, should I hold this line, and also the aim as well, just kind of letting Swamp down a little bit, right? Like they put themselves as a team in a winning position, and then, you know, a 2v1 is lost, or they'll lose a player there that's holding the mid-rotate just because the timing, you know, for example, LSN is just holding that line. He peeks away, steps behind the corner there, and then peeks back out, and there's a guy waiting for him. And it's like these little timing things, it's like so easy to sit here and criticize it. It's obviously much more difficult when you're in the server to make that decision and be aware of all of these things. But at the end of the day, right, like that's feeling like it's the difference maker between these 2 teams at the moment. And unfortunately for Swamp, they are pretty consistently getting beaten in that department, and that's where 3BL is finding their advantages.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Question being now, off the back of this timeout, does anything change? I really don't know is why it feels like Swamp are starting to lose a lot of this control there. They're really struggling with, again, the things that looked pretty good when they had that initial run out towards the start of this map. It was like small things, like I thought their mid to late rounds was pretty good in terms of the control that they had. I felt like they were showing themselves to be relatively strong in terms of their map control and therefore kind of the spacing and where they would trade. But it's small things that they've lost out on, and I think in this current predicament, I'd be worried to see that Swamp might just fall apart at the tail end of this map, and it sets a bad note heading in towards map number 2.
Yeah, certainly does. We'll see if, like this timeout actually makes any kind of a difference for them. It certainly made a big difference for 3BL when they had their timeout. I think they ended up winning 3 in a row.
True.
So if Swamp are able to find that kind of success, they'll be able to equalize the scoreline back up again. But similarly, it also gives 3BL a bit of time to have a chat there, and potentially could end up biting Swamp a little bit. Just have to see how this ends up panning out.
Let's see. Oxen. On an early hunt for some info. Josh waiting for an overextension too. It doesn't feel like for the moment they'll be given all too much.
I mean,
first 45 seconds, nothing's happened here, really.
Yeah, what does Swamp come up with in that tag timeout? Have 5 players sit and watch mid. and let the 3BL guys
Brilliant.
take all the map control.
Yeah.
And just easily posted on that line, and Josh going to go down as well. I mean, oh dear. Oh dear, is all I can say about this round for Swamp. You know, you're just individually peeking into these lines that the TRGs are holding, and, you know, obviously credit to 3BL, they're hitting their shots, but, like, this cannot be what Swamp had intended coming out of that tack timeout.
Oh, for sure. That is... It's really dicey to look at. Last man of Jin. Should be dead to rights in a second. And is. There you go.
Okay.
He's actually made something all out of this, to be fair.
I mean, 15 seconds, how can he win the round, though? Like, unless Omega...
Unless
somehow,
a massive overfight.
Yeah, just finds him and dies. Like, it should just be Jin unable to win this. Omega's tucked in the corner. Jin's not going to find him in time. Oh, he was close. That's actually going to be the worst feeling, though, for Jin, is that, like, you are a couple of steps away. Another second there, and he might actually get that fight.
Yeah. I think the big question is, though, we have to talk about, like, the start of that round, right? Like, it's kind of the point that you brought up. We've just had a tack timeout, and we come in towards your first round post-tack timeout, and what do? Nothing. We sit around for a minute and offer up so little. I mean, this is a damning spot that we're in because they look so lackluster, but messy fighters were diving out here. Space created here for Swamp. Bit more punchy.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's a change of pace, right? Like, and that's kind of what you might have expected off of the tack timeout. Maybe that's part of the plan. It was like, okay, we're going to play a slower round out of this tack timeout and then throw a faster play in so that they're not necessarily expecting the immediate change up, but obviously it gave up a round, so coming back from an 8-4 deficit is going to be a tough one, and it's not to say that this round is necessarily a done thing either for Swarm. 2-for-1, or sorry, 1-for-1 I should say, but now coming into the 2-for-1, Sad just tucked in the corner here. He doesn't know about Jin just yet. He'll drop out of the vent and he will lose his life to him. Omega's got to find these fights. He's got to find them quickly. Jumping down off the side, it's not going to work out for him in the end. So a fifth there for Swamp. That change of pace definitely working out.
Yeah, it was a bit, at one point, feeling like this was a done affair. But honestly, that's a nice way to react off the back of a really poor round prior. That's going to make us feel, I mean, at the very least, a bit more comfortable about what we've just seen kind of round prior where it was so ugly. That's a little bit more like it. A little bit more about what we've actually got to kind of work with. Oh, Hunt, for one. Kai's immediate response.
That's what you want to see for Swamp. Keep themselves in the fight, but Kai's now having gone down. It's not going to do them any favors. Numbers deficit. Tough one to recover for Swamp, especially with all this map control they've lost. Noxon has just gone on a bit of a journey, and he's caught awesome. His position now given away, but that still is going to have to be something that Swamp take time to clear out. And that is, again, working directly against their interests of trying to win this round.
1 minute 10. Josh and Jin. So I feel like there's loads of options. I say that. Noxon does very nearly get caught. I still feel like he can get caught here. His pathing left him open to being clipped on the way out. A desperate couple of taps, but Josh can't convert. Eventually he can.
Yeah, Jin also. Oh, Josh has got himself a double.
Okay.
All right, in the blink of an eye, this round has just turned back on its head, and it's all on the shoulders of Sad, who he might have a good read here, to be fair. If he goes over to B, he could potentially deny Josh's rotate into Sad. Obviously, Jin's in a sneaky position, but he is going to be given 1v1s. Sad actually could be on for this if the mistake is made by Swamp to allow these 1v1s to happen. And to be fair, do you expect Sad sitting behind the boxes on this site? Seems like he might have been spotted, and in the end, he will be dealt with by Jin. Swamp are starting to recover off of that tack timeout. Took them maybe a round more than they would have liked it to have, but it's coming together now.
That's a bit of a crumble as well. 2 versus 4, and they just overfight. Never should be given opportunities like that, but again, kind of credit where it is due. Josh will open things up. It's a fantastic previous round, and starts okay in towards this one. Out to 2, sudden hunt.
Yeah, what's happened? All of a sudden, 3VL have disappeared. This is one of the things I can't get over with this team. And I was talking about it yesterday in the game against Anubis. It's like, you see some really good stuff from 3VL. You go, okay, they're on. And then they just go missing
fall apart.
all of a sudden. And this is kind of happening in front of my eyes again. I mean, credit obviously to Swamp for starting to recover this map, but you have to look at 3VL and say this was a map on offer that you are maybe letting slip again. It's the same problem as what we saw yesterday against Anubis. I'll desperately hope to avoid that again. But
surely
in that direction.
Twice in a row, yeah. Consistency's always been an issue for, you know, a lot of kind of the like middle of the pack to lower end sides, but they look really like a shadow of their former selves in these last few. Really, really ugly. It's a 1-round game. It looked like we were at a point like this already going to be in the position of discussing that, you know, next map and, you know, moving our attention forward, but it's kind of anyone's game now, and momentum is absolutely with Swamp of these last few. And you'd argue undeservedly in a round prior when that 2 versus 4, like squandering chances like that, it's never a good look. Knocks in.
Ooh. Good hold so far for 3VL. Oh, just that extra kill from Hunt really making a big difference. If it's 3-on-3, oh, what's this from Kai's? He's tried to be the hero, and in the end, it might be more of a villain play there for Swamp as he goes swinging into multiple members waiting for him and leaves it all on the shoulders of LSN, who also wants to take a peek of his own, but this is just not a winnable scenario if he continues with this push. I mean, even if he gets Hunt there, he just gets swung by 2 players. So 3BL do go back up to 9. They get themselves that advantage again. And Swamp, for all the hard work they put in, it might be for naught.
Yeah, you're right. Just when it felt like they were starting to scale back in, it's a pretty ugly round that gets thrown out here, and Swamp now need 2 in a row, and that is just to take us to OT. Quite a big ask required.
Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. It's always a danger with those fights outside of A that there's potentially going to be more numbers for the BL side than there is for the GR side. 4 players invested there. I mean, it was really 3. Noxon came in late. But Swamp getting away with a little bit in this one does bring it back to a 2-on-3. But Sad and Noxon have been very quick on this rotate. So I wonder if Swamp are going to read into the possibility that they are actually this quick behind them.
Let's see. This could still be really uncomfortable. First swing going to be Noxon. Spots nothing. Close corners. Not a lot on there. Kai's just going for a pretty deep flank himself, but they're scaling towards the site quite quickly. The only issue is what's Kai's pace going to be like around this? He's actually going at quite the tempo. He's really in behind it. Surely one dead to right, and it is Sad falls last man of Noxon trying to stick here. Hang on. No way. No way. Oh my god, that is so close.
Yeah, that was definitely too close for comfort.
It's like half a second, maybe even less.
Something like that. Doesn't eventuate in the end. Another OT potentially brewing here. We'll see if 3BL can stave that off and take this map of Ankara. Josh again hoping for a fight outside of A, but he won't get it this time.
One round. unconvincing second half from 3BL, but all they need to do is just stumble over the line. If this just goes to OT, it'd be a real worry for me that momentum had swung so favorably for Swamp. I thought it felt like, for a large portion of this map, quite lackluster. They've recovered really well off the back of their attack timeout.
And I think this is one that could definitely still go either way. Not going to be convinced even by Swamp should they get this one through to the OT. Good read though by 3BL. They've pushed outside of 8. Got the info there that there's nothing happening. They've sent a couple players back over to try to defend against this mid push, the B push, and so they've got the forces where they need them. DZY and Omega delivering so far. Sad still on that side trying to hold on, but numbers dwindling slowly but surely. Swamp. Oh, they've lost 2 to Noxon. Again, it's Noxon that makes the big difference, and Sad will finish it off. That is too close for comfort. But 3BL get the job done. Man, 10 to 8 though. I'm not sure that's enough of a convincing result to necessarily take anyone and say, oh, well, you know, we'll change your opinion. I mean, obviously I was the only Swamp voter for today, but if anyone's going to swap their prediction, it's me, I suppose. Look, seeing a 10 to 8 victory is not enough to convince me necessarily that this is guaranteed 3BL win. Let's see what Penguin and Sekiro have to say, though, as we'll hand it back over to the desk.
And I agree with Elfish. This game didn't really convince anyone with Team 3BL. They do have a really good strats. They have a lot to give. But when it comes to the really important moment, it feels like they slack off. They slab and they just sleep on it. It feels pretty weird for Team 3BL. But at the same time, at least, they got a really good win versus Swamp Gaming. It's not a really good win. They got a win versus Swamp Gaming. A bit shaky. But it is what it is. Like, a win is a win after all. And what's your input on the first half of this game, Penguin?
Well, the thing is, 3BL, they had to play through NA, and they did their casual throw. The guys are just so good in clutches, to be honest. This is one of the worst teams I've seen clutching, probably. But they lost, like, I guess...
Worst at closing.
I've seen... Yeah, I guess they almost lost 1v5. They just won it by luck. This is Allah's will. And they lost 2v4. They lost, 4v2. They lost 4v3. And they lost 2v1. So this is 4 rounds. If you consider that this is a normal team, this could have been 10 to 4, 10 to 5 in favor of 3BL, but they throw these clutches and yet they still won. I said they are playing on NA. Swamp Gaming are picking their best map because we didn't see them playing good except on Black Widow and Ankara, honestly. So I'm pretty scared for Swamp Gaming if they are going into subbase. However, there is a good point for Swamp Gaming that they are going for subbase, and subbase is not played by 3BL for like 2 weeks. This is the second week. They played only on the first week. Now this can be a good chance for them to redeem themselves and go to the last map.
I believe if 3BL got a chance to play in the contenders group and get to the playoffs, they really need to like have some boost in themselves to switch in their character when it comes to playing after having a really good lead. They have to just trying to force more or trying to find the key to close the games, but that's gonna be for the contenders group. But for this map, it looked like they had a really, I would say, decent early. When it comes to the first half, it was going back and forth between them and Swamp Gaming, and after that they had a really good run. And I mean a really good run, I mean a really magnificent run. After that, like, that's how the cookie crumbles. 3BL just started throwing each and every round they had in their pocket, and their lead is just like starting to fade out.
Yeah, this round it was 1v5 and it finished by time. Like, Gen just needed 1 more second to destroy 3BL and knock them to the relegations. However, It's maybe not now, maybe it's delayed, but we've seen a very good performance. Let me say that God save King Noxin, because this guy, I guess he was talking about the throne clutches. Also, we need to mention that Noxin won 2 times 1v2. Single-handedly, this guy, we've seen it one time when it was outside mid and he tapped 2 players. One of them was Josh. Another one when he waited the guys onto the base and he just had a very good read versus them. And I liked how 3BL played. Even though if they lost the map, I still would say that I liked how they played. At least they played aggressive, they took in control, they started playing more effectively. As you can see, Noxin, as I mentioned, is the best on this set right now. On the other hand, it's always Jin or LSN probably is not having his best. So that's why maybe we're seeing Swarm Gaming are struggling. But the way 3BL Galaxy played before the pause was a complete disaster. After the pause, finally they started moving in the map and started pushing, because they versus Swarm Gaming. This is a word for all the teams that are starting. Like, I'm talking to Swarm Gaming, I'm talking to 3BL, I'm talking also to Imperium. I guess this is the 3 teams with same level of gameplay. If you're gonna be playing against each other, you don't need to be playing very cautious. It's just push, go in, push, go in, push, and that's it. Win the trades, and that's how. Yeah, exactly. That's the game should be played, because you are not playing versus top tier players. I'm saying that top tier team that they're playing together for years. Okay, of course, Jin, awesome. They're top tier players. Guys as well. He introduced his region for a while, but I'm saying that the team is not playing together for a while. So if you're not playing together for a while, you don't need to go checking everything, checking hotel, taking auto control, faking by side, putting set into A side to fake and go to B side, putting set to B and go to. I mean, putting set into A and go to B side. This is. Yeah, overcooking is not needed versus such teams.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to overcook when you're playing on the contenders group, but I believe it's a very tough task for 3BL. Overall, I think coming into the contenders group with this roster having a lot of changes, having a lot of young players to compete, I believe if they can get to the playoffs, they need to work in their mental strength. They need to have some, I mean, like, they need experience. Like, of course, like, all players needs experience. And based off, like, you can't just, like, yeah, you can have strats, have your 1s and 2s, how to enter, how to play, but you can't just predict everything. You need to have this sense of the game. Like, you need to have this on your side. And speaking of a player that have a really good sense, it's Noxin for sure, having 1.6 for KD and showing off with a really good clutches across the entire game. And I believe after we had tech pose from
Tactical
Swamp
pose
Gaming,
from
he
3BL.
just
Oh, 3BL?
yeah, like from Swamp Gaming, he had just like, yeah guys, it's time to shine. He dropped down 7 kills in a row, and like, guys, the
And one of them was 2v1. Yeah.
Exactly. And the one who called for the pose was Swamp Gaming, guys. That's reverse versa. Like, we need this time to give our team a chance to win, not to give you a chance to
redeem,
have, like, to unleash this monster. That's for,
I guess he was.
Noxley.
I guess before also he was very good. Before the pause also he was very good.
Course.
Like he was one of the best, and he carried his team. It's always Noxin Omega. These guys are just playing out of their minds throughout this season so far. And as I said, 3BL Galaxy, their monster is the slow play, the clutch, the disaster that happens when they're clutching. You're just gonna seeing a disaster. If you see a 4v2, just close your eyes, because you're gonna see a disaster coming out from the boys. Other than that, 3BL is just maybe better than half of the teams here. Yeah.
Question for you, Penguin. Can we see Noxlin and Noxy on the same team?
They were playing together.
They were playing together. They were playing together.
So.
I believe if we can have them in one team, that's gonna be a really banger for the roster itself. Both are really clutchy players. They have a different play styles, and if you combine them together with a appropriate IGL and a really good sniper player, and like, I mean, like a good combination of the team, I believe they can just shine and carry their team through like really high and good stages. And that's something to have, like, grab your notes and write that down. Noxlin and Noxy, you need to see them together, as we should see game number 2 from Swamp Gaming versus 3PL. So Neo and Elfish, you're taken from the here.
Yeah, let's see what we get, Nao. I think there's definitely some positives to take away for 3BL, but there's also some negatives to take away. And Penguin pointing out the fact that we should probably close our eyes if they're in a advantageous clutch. I might just do that. You know what? I might just do that. It's getting early in the morning. I'm getting a little bit sleepy. Close my eyes, have a bit of a nap. You can cover the rest of that round. I think that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, there was just some ugly moments. I think generally speaking, kind of like where we're at with these sides, it's like it's about who makes the least mistakes. It's like both sides have been really making life difficult for themselves, squandering advantageous positions. A lot of these chances going by the wayside as well. But on the flip side as well, we're talking about two incredibly like momentum-heavy teams. It's a tough watch at times, but again, like I said, it's about trying to find yourself into a spot where you make the least amount of mistakes. You now, as well, if you're 3VL, why are you laughing over there? If you're 3VL, it's about now, you're on your, like, ping advantage. Like, surely you close it out in 2.
Look, I tell you what, it's just what happens. This is what happens at 5 a.m. This is what happens at 5 a.m., man. Like, sometimes you just see something, you just hear something, and it just sends you, and there's nothing you can really do about it. But
yeah.
But we'll see what happens when we do get into this map. I mean, yeah, I think obviously I would like to see Swamp just recover this for the sake of my prediction. I think I might be at 100% predictions for the games that I've covered so far. To be fair, some of them have generally been pretty easy predictions, but this one might be the one that undoes me a little bit. And, and I think this was always going to be a bit weird. Like, you got teams. The problem is the deeper you get down the standings, the more difficult it kind of gets to predict things sometimes. And so it's one of those where I think if Swamp turns up, if they play their A game, they could definitely win this map. Probably still win this series. And obviously the same can be said for 3BL. I don't even think that last map was the A game for 3BL. I think they can definitely do a lot better than that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It looks like we should be going on the way towards this game in just a second, but I think you're spot on. It's a 3BL side who are definitely, sloppy at times, like so many mistakes that were just unnecessary. And I think as Penguin put it, right, it's like you put them in advantageous spots and they make life so difficult for themselves. We are diving through doors here, and Hunt is the first to fall.
Yeah, I mean, that's the start that Swamp wants. BL side of map, you're moving on to a pretty good side for yourself here to see if you can just build a bit more momentum. They'll be disappointed with an 8-10 loss, obviously, on Ankara, and so they'll try to come rampaging back into this one. It looks like DZY will actually want to be the one to push the issue forward a little bit here, and he does get a nice bit of spray in there onto Kai's. Josh is in all sorts of trouble. What a crunch into wood from 3BL. That's a round that has certainly convinced me. I love what I've seen there from them.
Really solid stuff. And considering that you start this with Nemesis advantage, you recover so well. Autumn's all that's left. He's killing a bit of time. There's no chance in this round. Not at all. See it off. And they will. Eventually. There you go. First round 3BL. Great start.
It's just a start, but it was a good one, you're right. Nice mid-round aggression from 3BL, not letting Swamp dictate anything. And Josh down early. I mean, it was mid-round aggression in the last round. It's early round aggression in this round. This is a bit more like it. This is a bit more what I want to see from 3BL.
Yeah, agreed. Really setting a bit of an early tone, which is impressive. It's exactly kind of what you want to be seeing in a spot like this. Guys, diving round the corner. DZY should be dead and is. There's also fights one as well. This round's quietly and quickly flipped 2 versus 4 in favor of the Swamp.
Still recoverable for 3BL. I mean, the fact that they've got these two players over towards B, and that is where Swamp appear to be headed, will give them a fighting chance. And I have to say, these are probably the two players you actually want in this situation as well. Noxon, he's spotted around the box, and Sad was finished off there as well. So Swamp get themselves on the board early. I think, again, we're going to have another one of those maps that really does feel like it's a bit tit for tat.
Yeah, and kind of like not in a good way as well, right? We've seen kind of from that previous map how we were talking about a very scrappy, really inconsistent as well. Might be some more of the same here, which isn't exactly what we want in a game like this, right? We need that consistency, especially at these two sides of aspirations, kind of, you know, deeper in towards either this season or looking towards kind of the rest of the year. Like, it's the only way you can start competing with what I would call like the, you know, the fringe playoff teams, like your LCKs and your unKnights and your, you know, maybe even the likes of like an Anubis and whatnot. Like, if you want to be able to kind of put the pressure on sides like that, like, you just need consistency, which neither of these sides are showing at the moment.
I mean, I think there's definitely a few players on both of these lineups that would like to take the next step and, you know, really find themselves at the top echelon of this competition. So they're fighting hard for that. 1 for 1 there for Noxon. He's a good kill to find for Swamp, and that's going to make things look even better with Omega going down. But there is re-aggression out here from 3BL. Trouble is, B-site has been run down. So good approach from Swamp here. B-site plant, 3v2. A very tough road to recovery here for Hunt and DZY, who are kind of like fish in a barrel trying to make their way back into jail here. It's just never really going to happen. It's a good one from Swamp. And 3BL now at a deficit.
Yeah, that's good work. It really is. Like you mentioned, they're kind of coming through jail. Just way too simple. Swamp with that lead. 2 to 1. And again, like a bit of a damning spot where we made it a little bit too easy for them. So I don't find awesome. That'll open up proceedings, but a lot of damage has been dealt towards 3BL and the early spam coming through here. So we're going to be a little bit careful.
Kai's solo around lockers has somehow gotten the better of Noxon. Oh, he's going to go for more. This is crazy. This is criminal. The fact that he's allowed to work his way out against 3 and win the duels against them all. I mean, that is just not good enough from 3BL that Kais can run in and do that. And Hunt and Omega also tagged up in the meanwhile. Hunt's out in no man's land. He'll be finished off. Omega deleted, and we're going to get an attack pause here.
Yeah.
I can already tell you that for free. 3BL are tilted after that one.
Yeah, that is a criminal error to make. And again, like rounds and moments which are just too easy. Like that is such a simple and what ends up being quite damning mistake to be made. Like it's a really quite hard conversation they've got to have now. Like these are consistent problems that are arising in each and every round. And yeah, no wonder kind of that mental state starts to take a bit of a hit.
I mean, similar start to the last map, though.
Yeah.
Like, Swamp got off to a pretty decent start. 3BL had that reset moment, I think, at a 3-0 scoreline on that map. This one, obviously, a 3-1 scoreline.
Yeah.
And then a bit of a recovery ensued. So we'll see if they can do the same here. But I have enough faith in 3BL and what they've shown us that they can definitely give us a bit better than what they've displayed so far on this map.
A little bit of time left on this tac time out to discuss what's what. And we saw in that last map how important that tac time out was for Swamp, and I really turned things in their favor. And I think they're hoping 3BL they can tap into a little bit of the same. So far today, for pretty much every tac time out we've had, I think bar one, that's been the case. Like, these tag timeouts have led to at least a round of the board, if not a little bit of a streak. And the 3BL, we need a streak here.
I don't know if they necessarily need a huge amount of rounds in this first half. I think you're on the GR side. Just want to maybe get to 3 or 4. So just put together another couple of rounds that you can start to feel like, you know, maybe you can finish this off in the second half. So 3BL fire themselves up. We'll get back in the server in a second here.
Yeah, I mean, we have a good couple of minutes as well to talk in that tag timeout. It's a lot of time to break stuff down. Let's see what they got for us.
Let's see, indeed. It's faster play from Swamp. Straight down into the A site. Noxon is there alone. He has nobody to help him out. Nobody to bail him out. That is bad news for 3BL. The best laid plans really don't matter if you just get shot in the face. And that's kind of what Swamp have come into this round with the mentality of. It's just, we are just going to shoot them better than they shoot us. And, well, that's proven to be pretty true.
Yeah, credit to them. Like you said, like, sometimes it can be something as simple as that. Yeah, I mean, that's an absolutely damning round. Off the back of a pause, no less, to really implement that one side of things are looking 4-1. Swamp putting themselves in a great spot. I'm here for 3BL. This, so far, at least, is early in towards the map, but it is very much feeling like there's that air of a third map in this series. It's unconvincing 3BL at the moment on their map pick.
Well, back to it. 3BL just got to keep on keeping on at this point. Unfortunately, they don't have the luxury of a timeout anymore. So, just have to keep running it back and seeing if they can recover on the fly. Which, again, obviously will be easier said than done. But this time, slower approach from Swamp. Set up in wood. Does give them the option to go A or mid to B.
Yeah, minute to work with. Waiting behind this smoke. And Omega's going to play open here. See a world in which he can get kind of flashed off the angle, but let's see, this hunt round the corner too. If they go for a late dive towards A, this could be a bit of a massacre. C4's not with these two stair players though. Gives them the option to cancel if things go wrong, but to start, they don't.
Yeah, 1 for 1. Hunt, he bides his time quite nicely. Oh, this could be quite interesting. They are going to give the plan over, but I like this from Hunt. Looking to re-clear his way upward. He's gone a really long way away. He's terrified of the potential push coming back upstairs. I'm not sure that that was entirely necessary, but he will regroup with his teammates. So I suppose it makes sense if they were going to filter their way in through there, that they retake wood together instead of him hanging around to try to hold on to that position instead. But isolating the fight up in the sniper's window is going to be problematic. 2 or 3 or 4 kills straight off the bat there for Swamp. That's a demolition of the retake, and 3BL are capitulating here on subbase.
Yeah, beautiful. Honestly, really, really nicely done. Again, in this spot that we're in, things continue to get worse and worse for a side that are offering up so little. I think there might be some legs in this round, though. Early fights are successful. I feel like bare minimum rounds you need is like 3 to have a real fighting chance. Any less, and surely you're in a lot of trouble.
It's definitely still recoverable for Swamp. Kai's floating around in the middle of the map here. Might be the X factor that needs to find a pick and try and pull a rotate or cause an element of doubt in the minds of 3BL. That is not going to be the pick that Swamp needs. But in the meanwhile, LSN has crept his way out onto A. So Jin will be able to join him and try to get the plant down. They've got 2 TRGs to hold off this retake, which is going to be tough, especially now that LSN is down. They would have really needed to be hitting their shots, and I don't see this being a world where Jin's going to be able to find the multi-kill that he needs unless 3BL make a mistake. But here's what Penguin was talking about. Those clutches, well, surely you can't let it slip. It would have been way, way too interesting had another kill come through there. So luckily, Hunt gets that one onto Jin, and it's over before it really becomes a problem. I almost closed my eyes, you know?
As we were instructed to do.
That's right.
5-2. Going for early map control here. A lot of pressure put on towards Swamp. They're actually forced back. One minute 35 on that clock, as the initial control was really good, and so now they're going to go for a late dive in towards the doors themselves. I could trust taking, but you can see Swamp, they're pretty nervy at the moment.
Yeah. Well, they've got that wood position, so again, really does open up the avenue of attack into A, but I think they're probably wondering if that's maybe starting to get a little bit telegraphed. They've been going A lot. They have wood control. They might think, okay, 3BL will read into this and have a bit of a stack on A. Instead, it's actually going to be the fast flank from 3BL. That has caught Swamp off guard. Hunt will find 2. Eventually, he's brought down by Kai's, but he was not aware of Omega's position. That is an unorthodox way to play that round, but 3BL, they have got that third now on the GR side, and it's actually going to force out that tack timeout from Swamp as well, right at the back end.
Yeah.
And so you can imagine the importance, I suppose, that they're placing on this one round.
I guess as well, you know, in terms of like the feeling, there's such a vast difference between a 6-3 and a 5-4, and I guess that's probably what they're hoping for, right? Is like, give us that serious amount of breathing room before heading in towards that second half. If it's only a one-round game, it's the argument for themselves that it might not be enough. Well, interesting to do it now rather than at the start of the second half. Like, play out this round, even if it doesn't go well, and the start of the second half doesn't go well, then you call your attack pause to try and figure out what you've seen thus far. But yeah, as you were kind of alluding to, yeah, a lot of importance put on this one. If it goes unsuccessfully, that can really affect the mental as well.
Yeah, it does kind of surprise me because I think you're putting a lot of eggs in this one basket of Swamp, and, you know, a 5-4 versus a 6-3, I guess, is a pretty significant difference, but it does feel like, you know, like you say, if you lose this, not only are you then 5-4, which you could argue maybe isn't quite enough out of this half, then you've also used your attack timeout and you're moving into the more difficult half. and you don't have your timeout available. So would you not just gamble that, hey, look, whether or not we win this round, we use that tac timeout later in the second half and potentially get 2, 3, 4 rounds out of it, rather than just put it all in on this one round? Like, they have got to win this round, otherwise this tac timeout is going to feel very silly.
Yeah, no, exactly. And like I mentioned, I just worry that if you lose it, it just destroys your mental, like, especially off the back of what has been a very decent half and one that you can absolutely be really happy with. It could be all for naught. But back underway now. Get to see what's what. What did they discuss in this do or die round at the end of the half that they've put so much importance on?
Well, let's see. This better be a damn good round from Swamp.
Yeah.
They've 3-stacked the B site. A little bit of a more aggressive position from Omega out on A. And you've got one player watching Wood. That's the setup that Swamp have got to deal with. It might just end up being a B split.
Yeah. I guess we kind of spoke about that conditioning towards A, right? Changing things up a little bit.
Yeah. Decent positioning taken by Swamp so far without a loss. They slide in behind Sad. 2 kills on the entry. This round looks to be a good one for Swamp. Jin gets 2 on the entry. And so it seems the tac timeout will be proving fruitful. Unless Omega says something about it, but, I mean, this is an impossible crossfire to break. And so that 6th will go the way of Swamp, and we will swap at the halftime. I think you would consider that to be a decent half from Swamp in the end.
Fair enough as well. Like, I think we were kind of just saying, like, with so much importance put on towards that round, the fact that you actually convert it, all those worries that we had, we can forget about, really. Now things become kind of interesting for us, where it's a 3BL Galaxy side that are pretty seriously on the back foot. Like, if they start slowing towards the second half, they're actually going to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, a halftime swap does give you some time to chat. It can be a de facto tac timeout. I mean, there is a lot of downtime in a game like Crossfire. A lot of server resets. Anytime you take a tac timeout, you have to reset the server as well. So everything takes a bit of extra time. And so I think players can really utilize that to their advantage to try to have a bit of a chat about what is to come. And here we go into the second half. We'll see 3BL can recover things now that they are on the more favorable side, but that is not going to be the start that they would want.
No, not at all. Diving through. Omega gonna find one of his own. This is scrappy, but it's 2 versus 3, which is favorable for 3BL.
Good recovery, that's for sure. Jin's not going to be able to do anything about it. Noxon takes his head off nice and clean, so that is the perfect start to the half for 3BL in the end. The quicker they can sort of knock over these first couple of rounds, the more doable this is going to feel. I think where this really builds up a bit of pressure is if Swamp come out the gates, pick up 2 rounds right here, say for example, and then it's like an 8-4, and you're like, man, we have such a long road ahead. But you get this next one as 3BL, it's like, well, we've almost already tied things up, and we're on the favorable side, and we won the last map. Hey, we could actually win this series here and now. And it's a very different mentality coming into the following rounds that I think can make a big difference.
Big fight. Omega needs to capitalize upon him and will. That comes over. It does do a little bit of damage, but it's a nice opener to find and one that will go untraded.
That's fantastic from DZY and Sad, and Omega's going to get the better of LSN. I mean, already you can definitely feel that shift in momentum now that Swamp is on this GR side. They are doing it much, much tougher. It's a nice couple of kills for Awesome, but for all the good it's going to do, simply turns the 5v1 into a 3v1, which still feels like pretty insurmountable odds.
Noxon holding for that kind of run down the stairs, but now they know where Awesome is. He's the insurance policy here. It's a great angle. That's exactly why. Brilliant work. One round game as well. Swamp need to be careful. This is 3BL who are slowly but surely starting to scale into this.
One for one. Not going to be enough to trouble Swamp just yet, but LSN getting encroached upon. Needs to be hitting his shots, and he gets only the one off. Sad. Dealing with Jin, who's trying to transition in through jail, and now it's on to Josh, who is out, but out of the round as well. Good coverage from Sad. This is looking phenomenal for 3BL to start this half. Instantly back to the 6-6 scoreline, and it feels like a long time ago where it was 3BL that were trying to recover this game. Now it very much feels like 3BL are in control.
Yeah, I just feel like they got a real new lease of life here, which is exactly what we want. Finally, something to really fall back on with this team, and actually Swamp, who are on that back foot, maybe briefly. Jin fighting for his life, but to make it the first of all, he's been the one who set the tone a lot as well.
Road to recovery is a tough one in this round as well for Swamp. I mean, they don't have the avenues even into the site under their control right now. I don't think they can get wood in a reasonable amount of time. They're going to try for it. Only 20 seconds left on that timer, and you've got a player behind, right? So you might take that control, but it's going to take so much time to do it, and now you've got 10 seconds to get into this site. The thing is, though, 3BL are just not hitting their shots. There's now a couple that have gone through, and it's all on Sad. He just needs to survive another couple of seconds longer. He's done it. I think he's done it. I think he's won the round. Awesome will not get to defuse in time, and 3BL will take another win, and that has got to be a painful loss for Swamp.
Yeah, skin of their teeth type stuff as well. Really, really felt dicey. But in the end, a lead taken by 3BL. Now in the spot that we're in, Swamp are running out of time. 3 away now for 3BL to see off the map and the series.
One for one, but Noxon is going to be able to double down, and Omega has run over the A site. I don't think this is going quite to plan for Swamp at the moment. There is some damage being done, obviously. Low HP for Noxon. He's finished off, and Omega also extremely low. But again, you've still got that numbers advantage.
Yeah, the numbers advantage is this real loose term, but Omega could get in the back line. He could be overlooked here, and he could have both dead to rights. It's just the one. But surely job done anyway. Even with the residual bit of damage he's dealt on towards Awesome. Surely no chance in hell as he creeps around this corner up and above. Sad goes flying and finds the kill. 8-6, 2 ahead.
Yeah, but more importantly, that's 5 in a row for 3BL on this BL side. Like, Swamp have not done anything on the GR side, and that's kind of where I'm saying, like, you know, they might have got that last round out of the half off the back of that tack timeout, but maybe they would have got it anyway. Maybe it wouldn't have made a difference whether they did or not, because they were just going to get rolled in the second half, but damn, wouldn't you love to have a tack timeout right now if you're Swamp? Maybe they don't need that either, apparently. Josh just doubling down as 3BL try to make their way back into B.
I'm going to join up with Sad. We'll find LSN, and there might be something on the board here. I mean, Omega's going to get caught in for the trade. Another post-plant, but it's a post-plant where the numbers favor Swamp, but this hasn't deterred them before. As Hunt dives in for a fight, he's immediately traded out. All on the shoulders of Sad. Knows where both of them are is the big thing. And he's looking through and I say, there's the first. And he might have a chance here as well. He's just dipping and diving. It's all on the shoulders of Jin. As Sad looks to play around. He can also play the clock a little bit. Oh! And catches him out of the air. That is a stunner.
Well, I think it's over. I have to say.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It was probably already, but I, like to really make sure it feels like it's quite at that point. And with that, I will be prepared to say Swamp are not coming back from it. Because, if you're not going to win that round, you're probably not going to win many rounds. 3BL on the trot for 6 on this BL side, and I just don't see Swamp winning 3 in a row here, the way things have been going. This space being taken by 3BL is quite nice at the start of this round as well. You can see it's got these A players really under pressure. Good hold from LSN. He's doing his best Sad impression. And so, okay, Swamp have got themselves around just at the 11th hour. The dream's not dead yet.
Yeah, fair play. That'd be a little bit of something. Still, of course, got a long way to go before we're even remotely convinced. But that's a somewhat nice showing. Not dead just yet. A little bit of life in them. 2 rounds in a row required, though. That's just to take us to OT. All 3BL needs to do is just stumble over the line.
Locker's attempt this time from 3BL. I don't even know what's fair to call this really an attempt just yet. It's more of a poke, a peek.
Yeah.
They're not really too keen on actually committing to it. So they'll get that prog smoke down in Lockers. It might draw some attention from Swamp. That grenade from Awesome is one indication that that's occurring. You could tell that Swamp are a little bit concerned about the possibility of 3BL having kind of worked their way out. And of course, 3BL back on their way over towards A, where Josh is waiting on a bit of a progressed line. He's going to get early information here, but can be a bit of a one and done. And actually does back up deeper into the site. This will be where he gets a bit more assistance from Jin, who can cover the cross. It's a bit more of a tenable position, but it doesn't give you as much early warning that the A hit is coming through. And here comes 3BL. They don't find that clean entry. Noxon goes down early on in the piece, but Josh still falls, and now Hunt looking to activate in through wood. He's done a really good job there. A lot of damage down onto that second player. Not quite converting the kill, but he's done enough. C4 going down in the meanwhile. 3BL on to try to hold off this 3-on-3.
There you go. Playing just the edge of this out. One who's tagged the lowest on his side, with Kaizen and LSN also being super vulnerable. Feels like first bullet makes the big difference. LSN spotted and dropped. And all on the shoulders of Kai's, who's so unbelievably low, and that'll be that. Brilliant work from 3BL, and actually a really decent recovery as well in towards that map, because there was times that things were looking super uncomfortable, but credit to them, they recover well, and they see off that second map as well. And I think for Swamp, there was, and what'll be the story for them, it's like there's moments of brilliance, but again, it's that buzzword, it's consistency, man. Like, they just cannot keep that level up that's required. They are conditioned so well, and they fall into so many traps.
Yeah. Tell you what, that was a much more convincing day today from 3BL than what they showed us yesterday, and I'm sure the panel will be very happy to see that as we hand it back over to Sekio and Penguin to close out the show.
Thank you guys for tonight, and as always, it's pretty good to watch you guys cast. And for this one, it's pretty weird to see 3BL Galaxy find a way to make a comeback after what happened in the first half. I'm very happy for the boys, of course. Team 3BL, I believe if they have any problems, you need to send them 2 or 3 years to Asyut. They're gonna be, it's like 2 or 3 years to Tagasamba, like on Egyptian terms. They will have a lot different outcomes. And of course, for this Penguin, who was your favorite player of this set?
Well, talking about the recovery that you guys mentioned, it's quite normal to maybe close the first half 6-3 on global side, which was good because it was going in a disaster way for 3BL if they couldn't win those 3 rounds. However, they took a tactical pause. They started playing aggressive. Finally, I'm seeing 3BL when they are down, they play aggressive, or when they are winning, they're playing aggressive. So you're playing versus Rom Gaming, versus the guys who are playing with 110 ping. He swings, you don't see him. So all you need to do is you stop him from swinging. How do you stop him from swinging? You just kill him before swinging. So that's what CBL did. They pushed. They tried to take machine control. They got the job done. They did a very good job of holding machine, and then they finished the half. I knew that on second half it's going to be better for 3BL because they're going to be playing on the blacklist side. And blacklist side, you talk about communication, you talk about teamwork, you talk about practice, you talk about dry runs, and all of these 4 things are found in 3BL Galaxy. Probably you'll not see them that much on Swan Gaming due to different time zones. So convenient win. 2-0 was the most important one. Yes, 10-7, 10-8, but it's 2-0. You needed these 2 wins, so for you to be able to have more sets coming out for the next phase.
It helped them a lot in the contenders group. Also keep in mind that contenders group, it's a combine of the teams between 5th place to the 8th place competing for top 2 to go to playoffs. And for team 3BL Galaxy, they are almost, or like, no, actually they have just beaten one of the teams that had a lot of controversial stuff on them. Like you thought like, oh, will 3BL Galaxy win versus Swamp Gaming, or is it gonna be easier for them to play versus Anubis? He had a lot of questions, and I believe the answer was here 2-0 for 3BL Galaxy. And on the other side, Awesome looked pretty decent, even though I believe he's still sick. And the team, they didn't feel well coordinated. What do you think on that?
It's quite normal to see Swan Gaming not coordinated, but it's quite also normal to see them on the individual skills higher than anybody else. You're talking about Kai's has maybe more experience than Omega's maybe years. You're talking about also LSN. Josh played multiple times on the West League as well. You're talking about the Jin and Awesome, the deadly duo of the EU. So when it comes to individual skills and experience, I don't think 3BL has a chance to win versus that. But when it comes to teamwork, and this is what you mentioned, I guess 3BL will have the edge because Swamp Gaming, there are some different communications. They play on different servers. They play on EU and NA. Jen and Awesome, they are affected when they play on NA. Alice and Kais and Josh, they are affected when they play on EU. So you don't get the team to play with full power. You don't get the team to play with 100%. You might lose Jen and Awesome on NA, but you will beat them by Josh, Kais, and LSN on the NA, and vice versa, of course, on the EU. So that's why when it comes to teamwork, when it comes to maybe probable execution, when it comes to better gameplay, you will see it from the team, like he's having the better communication, and all nationalities are the same and they are playing on one server.
Yeah, of course, I believe that's the case here. And to be honest, for me, I really hope that we can see a LAN event for those players to compete on, to see who got what it takes to get the title and walk with it. I believe that a lot of teams will have a different result through the course of action that we will see. And speaking of action, 3BL swung pretty good after losing a lot of hard round to compete with, and Swamp Gaming, they had a really good streak. You can just like let the cookie crumble like this. You can just open your briefcases and give Swamp Gaming the advantage that way through the course of the game. But after that, tactical bows, 3BL, it just went like that. Omega, Sad, and Noxen just got the job done for Team 3BL. So congrats for Team 3BL. on this one, and like we need to make a really good and fast drum roll. Who's your match MVP, not the set MVP?
Well, let me tell you something
Fast.
before telling you the match MVP, because the match MVP definitely gonna be okay, Noxin. I believe Noxin. It's not gonna be sad. Maybe Noxin. The set MVP is gonna be sad. But this is what I
Okay.
wanted to mention, that 3BR Galaxy didn't lose clutches. They won the game casually. That's it. That's Crossfire, and they won clutches, by the way. It's now Swarm Gaming who lost these clutches. They lost 3 or 2v1s, and versus Sad two times versus Sad, and one time I believe versus either Omi or Nox. I can't remember, but I believe that they lost 2 to 3 clutches, and this is Crossfire. You win clutches, you win games, especially these games that the two teams are very close to each other. So what happened the first map? Why it was close? Because 3BL lost like 2 or 3 clutches. Now they didn't lose it, so they felt more comfortable because they lost 3 to 6 first half. And if you lose the clutches on the second half, that means the game is done for you.
Of course, that's how to win the game. That's how you can take the W and leave the place. And speaking of taking the W, here is the player that's gonna take the MVP for the set MVP for the second map, of course, for Subpays, and he's gonna be Sad Hazin. Congratulations on your win for the set MVP, 1.75 KD. A really good fragger to have in your team. When you have him on a really good mental state and being ready to deliver, that's a kind of a player you really need to have him by your side. And I believe the set MVP might be
Noxin was Sad?
like it's between Noxin and Sad. I believe
Yeah,
like we have
sure.
a third name on my mind. It's not Noxin or Sad. Probably it might be.
Omega?
Yes, Omega. Omega, or actually not Omega Hunt. Like it's Hunt
think it's not gonna be
or
Hunt because-
Noxin.
Noxin was good. Yeah, Noxin was good first map. So it's either Noxin or Sad, in my opinion. But it's not Hunt. Maybe Omega, but it's not Hunt. Why is not Hunt? Because Hunt they have the best KDs. Because as you know, he's entering and he's calling for his teammates. So I don't think he's
True.
having the best KDs. However, whoever is clutching for them is Noxin or Sad. So it needs to be one of those, and it's Noxin definitely. This guy, the guy that usually when you have struggles, just put him in such area. Okay, we cannot defend beside. Hey, Noxin is coming, guys. We cannot defend this side. Just send Noxin and let him do the magic work for you.
He's a slam dunker for team 3BL Galaxy. The guy you go to when you're having a rough patch, a rough time. Just call Noxin. Hey man, we have a trouble, and boom, you got yourself a win for 3BL Galaxy. The whole roster. Keep in mind they are still pretty young. Sad, Hunt, Omega, Dizzy, Noxin. We had in one of the previews of the day that this roster is the lowest average. Not HP. I was about to say HP. Yeah,
H.
they have
Yeah.
low HP.
Yeah.
We scaled already. There is still
Yeah, we
in
scaled the gaming.
building.
Yeah.
So yeah, they are still building, and for a roster like this, I believe they can go very far if they found a good way to be leaded. Of course, winning 2-0 versus Swamp Gaming doesn't mean the world dead. Doesn't mean that you got a really good spot or like you going so far in the playoffs. Hopefully you can make it to the playoffs. Keep in mind, this team, we have seen them go in a roller coaster, in a dramatic ends, and they always find a way to slip the win from their hands. So that's something you gotta keep an eye on, and that's for Team 3BL. And for the entire standing, as always, we will see the changes that happened through the course of today. Nemesis going to the second place, LCK dropping down. They still have one more match, and it's gonna be tomorrow, of course. unKnights, they are the gatekeeper of Elite's group, and we all believe and know that unKnights are the people, or like the team that's gonna qualify for Elite's group. It's settled. Anubis will be the gatekeeper for Contenders group. 3BL Galaxy just won a map, just won a set, a game versus Swamp Gaming, giving them a little bit of an advantage before going into the Contenders group. Swamp and Imperium are gonna be the remaining two teams, of course, Imperium with 0 wins will be on the bottom of the standing. A really rough one for Imperium, a good way to end day number 2 for 3BL Galaxy. Vitality, as always, claiming their victory. Been quite a while since we saw any team can play versus Vitality, and for you, Penguin, on Team Vitality, I believe like that's my sense for CFWL for them, that they are practicing for internationals. What's your sense for them?
No, it's not. It's only for phase 1 and phase 2. But when it comes to playoffs, internationals aside, they need the local trophy, because they are not guaranteed not even 50% to win an international tournament, but they are guaranteed 90 or 95% to win a local tournament. So that's their eyes on the local tournament. We're talking about the CF West League. So maybe on the first 2 phases they can go into some practice games. However, when it comes to the playoffs, I don't think they will look on anything. All the eyes are going to be on the West League title itself, because they need it. They need the consecutive win. This is going to be their 3rd, I believe. So they win season 1, season 2, and now this can be their 3rd in a row.
Of course, winning 3 times in a row will touch on you, Penguin. Like, you're the only guy I believe that did that back in the days. So they're getting
No, the Russians did it too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Stray and his team, they did it. I believe they did it 4 times, and GV also did it. It's not 3 in a row. And when it comes to Egyptians, yes, maybe else, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I'm speaking about Egyptians, and not a lot of players have managed to do it. And 3 in a row is a really hard title to compete with, and that's for our schedule for tomorrow. Swamp Gaming versus Anubis, Vitality versus 3BL, and I believe that's gonna be a pretty hard match to watch for 3BL. I don't wanna give them a lot of hard times. Like, we all know that playing versus a team like that, it's pretty hard. Vitality didn't lose a single game, not a single map. Actually, no, they lost like a couple of maps, but when it comes to games, not a single game they have dropped. And unKnights versus LCK, it's gonna be a fun one to watch. Peekaboo before we enter the Elite League. So for you, Penguin, a final question. What's your take for tomorrow?
Yeah, I want to say something about Vitality versus 3BL. Tomorrow, the game is going to be so tough for 3BL, because Vitality is not going to practice versus 3BL. And Vitality did not quit the game for 3BL, because the guys are saying when the local tournament played, Vitality had some issues with their ping, and they had some kind of disconnection issues. And then 3BL took this advantage and beat them on the local tournament, going into one of the biggest events. Everybody just started typing, okay, Vitality left this game for 3BL. And now, when I'm talking to anybody of Vitality's team, they're saying just prepare these guys, because they're gonna see a very, very hard matchup tomorrow. So God bless them and God with 3BL, because it's gonna be very hard for them. I don't want to watch this game for them.
Funny enough, I touched on this this thing like a couple of times, like when we were casting, like, guys, how did 3BL win 3-2 versus Team Vitality? It was pretty tough, and I believe this time
They're not gonna give them a chance.
it's not gonna be that easy. Like, yeah, they won 3-2 and like an Egyptian tournament, but this one we are in the West League. So with that being said, the West League will still have the final day of the group stage tomorrow. So stay tuned and stay healthy. See you tomorrow, and yeah, hopefully have a really wonderful night.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just taken. Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that quick.